Nick, thank you so much for doing this. Super excited. Given all of our phone calls and the text messages we've been trading back and forth, I suspect this is going to be a super interesting episode. So thanks for making the time to be here.
Thanks for having me. Very excited.
I feel like despite the fact that you and I eat very differently, and maybe people will think that this will be some type of verbal stoush, I feel like in the time that I've had to get to know you, there feels like there's quite a lot of mutual respect. And certainly I'm more and more wanting to have conversations with people who have different views to me, but act in good faith with the aim of simply just understanding them and their position better.
Yeah. Which
can only help me kind of upgrade my own thinking. So, I mean, that's just from the outside. I just kind of wanted to make clear, like, that is my goal with having you on today, is to really understand you. And in doing so, hopefully help the listener better understand you too.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just having a flashback to our first phone call. I think we ended it was like 2 hours and we're like, we should record this for a podcast. And I'm like, listeners are going to be really annoyed by how well we get along, because I do think that we have a similar philosophy to things. I'm a lot of things. One of them is not wise, but I think I'm wise enough to observe and reflect on the fact that my worldview, including my metabolic health worldview, has changed so much over the past couple of years. And that's really exciting. And I'm constantly looking for it to evolve. So I'm looking to have conversations with people who can push me, make me think differently, and help me evolve. And, while we might have different readings on the literature, I think we share that philosophy. So this will be a fun conversation.
Yeah, and a shared passion for staying curious, as you put it, which I think is like the most important thing if you want to play in this field of science.
Yeah, for sure.
Being curious and open-minded, and I think you just use the word evolve. Sometimes it can be seen as a negative thing if someone changes their view, but in reality, like if you have very deep convictions about something, you're less likely to be open-minded. The less deep your convictions are, the more curious, the more open-minded you are, the more likely you will upgrade or evolve or update your view, which really I think should be celebrated.
Yeah. I think one thing that'll come out very clearly in this podcast, and what I want people to be looking for, is I'm very comfortable stating my hypotheses boldly, but I hold them loosely. And I think that's part of the really exciting process of science. Like, you go out there with strong ideas, you say, this is what I expect to happen. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. And it's exciting when you're right? But I think, and this is something that I learned from my dad, it's even more exciting when you're wrong, when things go directly opposite to your expectations, because that's where you really learn things. When you get blindsided by the data and you have to, think differently. So yeah, you'll hear me get bold, get a little spicy in this podcast, I'm sure, but all of it with a loose hold on some of the ideas that we're formulating, me, Dave Feldman, Adrian Sotomota, that we think are really exciting, but just given the limitations of where the literature are still in the realm of lots of unknown and hypotheses. So I think a mark of an expert is not necessarily knowing everything, but knowing where the limitations of the literature are and how to probe them to make next steps.
Do you think that uncertainty is met with fear, or people perhaps being scared of what you're doing?
I think so. I think one thing we're going to open with is a provocative experiment I did, and a comment I was going to make on it when we get there is the purpose in large part was forcing people to deal with implicit tensions and unknowns without myself putting value judgments on the outcomes, but forcing people and their minds to areas of unknowns. And it's been really interesting to see via social media and conversations how different people deal with that unknown. And if you can sit with the curiosity and the uncomfortable, let's say, paradoxes, tensions, and acknowledge that that's what they are, and then go after them with inquisitiveness, or you feel the need to attach a certain value to it and come to conclusions that aren't necessarily there, but you superimpose based on confirmation bias.
I get the feeling, and this is like a gut feeling, that some of the resistance to you having a kind of I would say it's a hypothesis that in some way challenges the consensus position on blood lipids and atherosclerosis. And I feel that some people just automatically throw it in the bucket of it's a distraction.
I would actually counter that it doesn't challenge it. We'll get into that in a little bit more depth, but I think the concept of blood lipids and atherosclerosis, the lipid heart hypothesis, has to do with like clinical progression. And what we're going to talk about, the lipid energy model, I see as more mechanistic. And I really, at the beginning of every conversation, like to separate those things because they can coexist. Now, what it does do, the observation of a new phenotype and new models, new ideas, is force us to ask questions like, if this is a new population, are they exceptional with respect to things, including risk? And that's not saying that they are exceptional. It's not making the claim. We're going to, break out what lean mass hyperresponders are. But at no point have I ever made the claim they're at low ASCVD risk. I've never said that. But it is, and I think you'll agree, a legitimate scientific question to ask. One, are they at risk? And two, even if we presume there are, what is the absolute risk to which they're subjected? And how does this compare to other populations? These are the scientific questions, and I think people get really sensitive because they can be easily conflated, especially on social media, with, immediate clinical management.
Right. And if you're listening right now and phrases like lipid energy model and phenotype sound super confusing, we are going to unpack all of that. So stick with us here. You mentioned that experiment that you conducted. That was provocative in nature, and I think by design, listening to your conversation with Walter Willett, it seemed as if that was something you kind of set out to achieve. I brought you a gift.
No, I'm not eating anything. No.
It's for those listening, it's a sleeve of Oreos. Now, I'm not asking you to open that and eat it, but
I think this was about the serving size I was having per day. Is this 12 cookies? Because it was one sleeve. It was.
I'm not sure. I can't say I'm that familiar.
Yes, this was the exact serving size per day. There you go. Simon's done his homework.
Right. So we're laughing at that because of this study that you conducted. So I think it would be interesting to kind of give people a high level explanation for why you went down this path of running a self-experiment that involved Oreos, what you were trying to achieve.
Let me first answer your question with another question, which is, if I give you a PubMed link to a paper on PubMed by a Harvard PhD and esteemed lipidologist, your last guest, Bill Cromwell, or one of your previous guests, and the title reads, Oreo cookie treatment outperforms high-dose statin therapy in a lean mass hyperresponder, a crossover experiment. What is your reaction? Or what is the reaction, do you think, of the average person reading that?
I'm curious that this has been conducted by people from reputable organizations and people that have been studying, like in Bill Cromwell's case, been studying lipids and heart disease for 30 plus years.
Mm-hmm. So there's curiosity, and then obviously there can be a shock and awe element, or like, is this even real element? What's going on here? Is this a joke? Is somebody trolling me here? And the whole purpose was, to some extent, shock and awe, and to get people to turn their heads with what I call legit bait, because there are studies ongoing, papers that have been published that I think are critically important for people to be talking about, especially clinicians and scientists interested in lipidology, nutrition, metabolism broadly, around this phenotype we're studying and this model we're developing, that I think have so much to teach all of us about general principles of human physiology, lipid metabolism, with a lot that it can teach us, I think, that could benefit the population. And I can substantiate that and unpack it as we go. But what I'm getting to was, I don't think that there has been sufficient discussion around it. I'd even say that there maybe has been suppression of the discussion. And again, that's something that suppression is not a word I use lightly. So one we can dig back into later if you'd like. But I thought to myself, if people don't want to have this discussion, and I want this discussion to happen, what can I do? I'm a 28-year-old PhD scientist and Harvard medical student. I don't have a lot of resources to do a multi-million-dollar trial. All I have is some friends, a little bit of a social media presence, and some creativity. What can I do to force this conversation? Because now I'm getting a little bit impatient for this to happen. And I'm like, all right, let's go, I guess as my generation says, full send. And do something that's going to force the conversation. It's going to turn heads and it's going to get people talking. And then we can have a conversation. So I envisioned this experiment to boldly test on myself a hypothesis born out of our lipid energy model. And we'll get into why I thought this would work. But basically, I thought I could reverse my hyperlipidemic phenotype. My LDL has run very high. The highest it's ever run is 545.
Can you define phenotype? It's coming up a lot in case someone's hearing that for the first time.
A phenotype is a set of characteristics, I would say, that can be observed in an individual. In this case, it's a constellation of lipid markers, 3 things that co-occur together that we call the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype. I could say the lean mass hyperresponder population, if that's easier. But my goal was to force a conversation around this particular topic, which, in all honesty, is very niche. You pointed out in our conversations previously that this is a rare phenotype. But I don't think rarity makes it any less important. If anything, I think it makes it more important, and it is a niche within lipidology that's now being explored by more and more esteemed people, including Bill Cromwell. Ronald Krauss has been a co-author on a prior publication, Anatol Kantouche, some names you may recognize, but there isn't a lot of discussion about it, and I wanted to amplify the profile so we can have some serious discussion. So I envisioned this experiment where I would try to drop my LDL cholesterol with this exact amount of Oreo cookies per day.
And just to kind of underscore something, that phenotype is a downstream effect that comes with the adoption of a ketogenic diet in a certain individual who is, quote unquote, relatively lean.
Yeah. So typically we have this high LDL, high HDL, low triglyceride phenotype emerge in lean people, insulin sensitive people who go low carb. Very interestingly, it doesn't appear to be that related to, say, saturated fat intake, no known underlying genetics. It tends to occur in, hence the term, lean people. In fact, we now have, if we're going to talk about this N equals 1 Oreo study, I want to juxtapose it and frame it with higher tier data, like a meta-analysis of randomized control trials, a meta-analysis of 41 human RCTs that are consistent with the lipid energy model, showing, for example, that leaner people, the lower your BMI, the higher LDL tends to run on low-carb ketogenic diets, which, if you just take that as an observation, I think that should be fascinating to everybody. Like, if I just erased any background you had and said, okay, if we have a group of people with metabolic syndrome, obesity, and a group of healthy people, and you put them on carbohydrate-restricted diets, which group would you intuit has the, quote, unhealthy response, if we're presuming the jump in LDL is an unhealthy response, the unhealthy population, obesity, metabolic syndrome, or the lean, healthy people?
Yeah, most people would hypothesize it's the unhealthy people with poor metabolic health. But yet what you're saying is you see a more exaggerated response the leaner the individual is, meaning that LDL cholesterol goes up more in lean individuals when you restrict carbohydrates.
Exactly. And this isn't a regression to the mean. It's not like the people that are unhealthy with obesity have a drop in LDL because they, had higher LDL, and the leaner people had lower LDL and they're regressing to the mean. The magnitude of the effect we see is sometimes of the order of magnitude that I just mentioned, with LDL levels jumping to 400 or 500. Like
yours is like high 300s, 400.
Last check was 541.
Okay.
And we can get into what I've done to manage and manipulate, because I have tried medications, different dietary interventions. We can get into my personal bit later. I don't want anybody deriving from my personal choices anything about their health. I want to be very clear about that. But anyway, I just want to point out the magnitude of the response is astronomical, on par with what you can see in, say, homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia, which is a 1 in 1 million genetic disorder. So when we see these levels, or if you communicate to a physician, say a patient has an LDL of like 500, they either think this patient has a very rare genetic condition and should probably either, if they're not adopting lipid-lowering therapy, go, tombstone shopping, or that you're joking. Like I've actually told, just in the abstract, people who don't know what I do, say attending as a resident at Harvard, about these levels, and they think I'm joking because they've never seen it before in their clinical practice. They're like, he's probably mistaken about this 500 LDL. That can't be real. I will tell you, it is very real.
Or their only experience with it would be in an individual who has a genetic mutation, has had it from birth.
Right. But again, homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia, heterozygous probably wouldn't get you into the mid 550s. It's a 1 in 1 million genetic condition. So most people have not seen it. So this is an extreme and shocking phenotype. Anyway, returning to the Oreo cookie experiment. Because of the underlying physiology that we will get into, I predicted that adding Oreo cookies to my diet, this wasn't a swap out for fat. I was eating my normal ketogenic diet. You can see in the paper the exact table of macros, and I added this Oreo cookie sleeve to my diet for 16 days. And I wanted a comparator. So I thought a fair comparator will be statin therapy. I consulted Bill Cromwell, who decided with me that the strongest, fairest trial will be high dose, high intensity Crestor, rosuvastatin, 20 mgs, which is as high as my PCP would even allow me to go, and the highest starting dose you can, for 6 weeks. So it was about 2 weeks of Oreo cookie therapy with a 3-month washout, and then 6 weeks of Crestor at 20 milligrams. And this was something I announced a priori on your friend Chris McCaskill, Plant Chompers podcast, because I didn't know how.
A priori meaning you're putting out exactly how you're conducting this study, what you're doing before you're aware of the results.
Right. So I didn't know what the results would be. I was basing my hypothesis based on the lipid energy model, but ready to fail publicly. But I had reason to believe I thought this would work. And just to let people know that I know how to dot my I's and cross my T's, I had Bill Cromwell, a lipidologist with over 30 years experience consulting and as co-author. My PCP was ordering all the labs, which we were getting at least weekly, which were going into my electronic medical record. So I'm not faking this. I can't fake this. And I went to Harvard to get an IRB exemption. Like I did this all above board.
And how long prior to this study had you been following the ketogenic diet?
Over 4 years.
And had you ever tried a statin before?
I had not tried a statin. I had briefly tried ezetimibe. Okay. But this was my first go at statin. Mm-hmm. So that was the experimental setup. And I was hypothesizing the Oreos would lower my cholesterol. I didn't know how they perform compared to the statin, because I think that's a pretty rigorous comparator. And do you want me to reveal the results, or do you want to have the honors?
Well, I think you should. This is your case study.
So in 16 days, the Oreo cookies dropped my LDL cholesterol by 71% from 384 milligrams per deciliter to 111 milligrams per deciliter. An astronomical drop that there is no drug on the planet that tends to have a 71% reduction. And the reason it was 16 days and not the original 14 days was because we were getting lipids weekly. And so day 14 was the 2-week mark and the second lipid draw after the start of the intervention. And the drop was so massive, I think it was down to 140, that my PCP and I were like, and Bill Cromwell, we probably should replicate this. Let's do it in triplicate in the 3 sequential days just to absolutely confirm this isn't a lab error or anything. And even on days 15 and 16, it was still downtrending. I should probably say for context, on a mixed diet, my LDL was 95. So it was downtrending towards what my LDL was on a mixed diet before I started a ketogenic diet.
Right, so that kind of rules out that you had some sort of significant gene mutation.
Yeah, and I've also had exome sequencing and haven't found, there's nothing to suggest that I have a genetic etiology driving my high LDL. Actually, I have my whole VCF file, so I've generally made an offer that if somebody's listening and they want to challenge me to see if I have a certain polymorphism, you can post in the comments of the YouTube video or on X, the RS code for a gene. I can look it up and report back to you, and I'm happy to do that. There is nothing clearly genetic that could be explaining my phenotype. We can get more into permissive genetics and stuff later, but I really think that my phenotype and that of the other lean mass hyperresponders is a metabolic response. And that is consistent with the idea that adding back carbs, and let's say addressing the root cause of what I think the high LDL was, which was an increase in fat fuel trafficking, basically adding back carbs allowed me to drop my LDL cholesterol massively. And just to complete the data story, after the washout, and I tried the Crestor reduced my LDL about as much as you'd expect a statin to do, which is 32.5%. So in about 1/3 of the time, the Oreo cookies were twice as potent as high-intensity statin therapy. And even if you want to call that an N=1, that's provocative, that's interesting, and it was predicted by our models and is consistent with other data we have.
What was Bill Cromwell's reactions to all of that?
He has been incredibly open-minded and I think was provoked. A lot of conversations we've had have ended with him in their audio calls, but I imagine a chin-stroking kind of state. And I think one thing that he stated that I want to echo is what our research to date does show, well beyond the Oreo versus statin, is the incredibly dynamic nature of these lipid changes. Like in 2 weeks that we could change lipids that much is in and of itself interesting. And why that might be, we think it's related to systemic energy trafficking, is similarly interesting. Now, Bill was very helpful, I think, in helping to craft the story and lending credibility. I didn't want to do this alone because I know people would probably scoff at it if it was just a 28-year-old PhD doing it. So I wanted to recruit Bill Cromwell, who is highly esteemed in the field and train people like Thomas Dayspring, who trained Peter Attia. Like, he's very well linked in. And he was an incredibly, open-minded, collaborative person who could bring legitimacy, but also, I think, carry forward the message around this study, which is, look, and I've said this a million times, but I'll say it 1,000,001, this is a metabolic demonstration. I'm not saying anything about LDL, about statins in terms of value, but it's supposed to be provocation. Like I said earlier, what I'm doing here is putting forth an implicit tension, which is we have this bad intervention, eating a freaking sleeve of Oreo cookies above and beyond my normal diet, which I don't think anybody thinks that's a healthy thing to do. And my LDL drops by 71%, which we presume to be a healthy response. So if you have bad intervention, good response, how do you reconcile those things? And I'm not telling you the answer. I'm telling you that is the tension. And within there are questions that I want us to address together as a scientific community.
A couple things I want to kind of
unpack,
double down on and highlight, because I know that in your conversation with Walter Willett, you were concerned would this study and the narrative around it get away from you. Mm-hmm. So I'm interested in hearing your view on interpretations of it. But you just mentioned there the response. I want to kind of make something clear here to the listener. You're not suggesting that let's say the average person out there who's not one of these rare phenotypes, right, is not a lean mass hyperresponder, but has elevated ApoB. You're not suggesting that person, if they were to add carbohydrates to their diet, would experience that same response that you do because their underlying metabolic state is very different.
Absolutely not. No, 1,000 times no. So thank you for emphasizing that. And Oreo cookies are not a health food for anybody who thinks I was trying to make that claim. People make those jokes. You can feel free to contradict me. I haven't actually seen a person that I think is authentically been misled that Oreo cookies are healthy. I think it's so far gone to like farcical and comical that most reasonable human adults won't be misled to that extent. But yes, this is a metabolic demonstration in a very particular phenotype. Lean mass hyperresponders is in the title. I caution it and caveat it in the abstract, in the discussion, and even in the graphical abstract where there's little warning signs like this is a metabolic demonstration, not health advice. And so I would hope that most people can at least read the abstract or look at the graphical abstract and figure out this isn't general health advice and you shouldn't just add any old carb to try to lower your LDL, especially refined carbohydrates.
So the interesting thing in the takeaway here is more that in a certain individual who tends to be lean, when you restrict carbohydrates, LDL cholesterol and ApoB can go up to very high levels.
Yeah.
And when you add carbohydrates back, that comes down dramatically.
Yeah.
Right. Something that hadn't really ever been published on or shown before.
No, actually. People often ask, why didn't I use healthy carbs? And the reason is, well, we did. We have. We've done this multiple times. We have a case series. We have an interventional trial where people are using things like sweet potatoes and fruit and starches. But your listeners probably aren't aware of those because people weren't talking about them. So when people ask, why did I use Oreos? It's because I thought to myself, what is the most provocative food that I can envision? So people will actually talk about this because I actually think that's, the underlying physiology is really important, even clinically. And Oreos seem to fit the bill. So this will work, I think, with any carbohydrate, and has been used by clinicians for therapeutic, effect in lean mass hyperresponders in a medication-sparing way. I just needed to get people to talk about it, or wanted to get people to talk about it. So I decided, sweet potato versus statin doesn't have the ring, doesn't have the zest, doesn't have the punch.
Sure.
Of Harvard medical student lowers cholesterol with Oreo cookies. Which, I'm not trying to be opaque.
It's not quite the same
that was
headline.
The thing that we were trying to get people to talk about. And I'll just add, I know we're probably going to get here, but it's a point I'm really eager to jump at, which is with respect to the response and whether or not this is responsible or unresponsible to do. That's something that, beforehand, I really put a lot of thought into whether or not this would have a net positive or a net negative impact. And I knew that I was playing with social media fire that could potentially get away from me. That's the way I put it to Professor Willett. And so, in part for me, this was a social experiment, as we're living in a place and time where there's a collision between academia and the general public, where we're forced to communicate, we as the, biomedical community, with the general public. And as scientists, we only ever have so much control over our own narrative. And my platform's not so big that I can really muscle the narrative. So I have to depend on other people to carry it forward. And so I didn't know what the net impact would be. And I, at some degree, took a gamble that it would be positive. Now, I do think it was positive on several levels. The scientific discussion, I think it definitely, resonated in the scientific community. And I can give examples of that. And we can get back to that. But I actually want to focus on the clinical first, because that's what people are most concerned about. And I haven't heard of anybody that's actually been eating Oreos more now. In fact, Oreos, which I'm a little salty about, didn't even retweet the paper. So, Oreos. Anyway, but that aside. But I have heard from lots of clinicians and patients, now focusing on the clinicians, who are aware of the literature and have done a deep dive into the literature around Oreo versus statin, including things like the meta of RCTs, our theories papers, interventional trials, and because they're aware of the physiology. Now, because of Oreo versus statin, they can apply these principles in their clinical practice with patients who may benefit. So I've had clinicians tell me, because of Oreo versus statin, they're now using therapeutic carbohydrate titration in lean mass hyperresponder patients who don't need ketogenic diets therapeutically, per se, or even some that do, and they're able to get a response greater than medication in a medication-sparing manner. And possibly their patient is statin or, other medication intolerant, or the patient just doesn't want to take a medication, and they can get to this happy place.
That's where dependent on the patient being okay coming out of ketosis.
Right. But there are those cases where patients don't want to take medications. We know there's a lot of information, let's say, information quotes, heavy quotes for those just listening, about statins, and patients are allowed to make their own decisions. So for those patients who don't want to take medications but might be okay adding a sweet potato to their diet per day, if they can get just as big or bigger in effect, and they can end up in a happy place with their clinician and their own medical scenario, because a lot of lean mass hyperresponders are not comfortable with their LDL cholesterol. We can get into that later, but this is something that it's easy to pick out people on the internet who are very extreme and, let's say, certain about their perspective on LDL. But when it happens to you, when it happened to me, when it happened to Dave Feldman, when it's on your health record and you are forced to reconcile with what this could mean for you, most people, I think, take it very seriously. And where there are solutions based in physiology for interventions that aren't that laborious. Like for me, if I didn't use a ketogenic diet therapeutically, would I eat a sweet potato per day? Yeah, I love freaking sweet potatoes. Put a little honey on it, maybe a little goat cheese and figs. It'd be delicious. And I'd lower my LDL cholesterol. So doesn't seem like a major downside. Anyway, point being, I know clinicians that are now, because of Oreo versus statin, aware of the lipid energy model, our other studies, and are using this with clinical efficacy. And I consider that, if anything, a clinical positive, and I haven't really seen any major clinical negatives. And on the scientific side, this really has stimulated conversation and helped us potentially acquire resources in the way of both funds and collaborators to do the studies that I actually want to do. Because if I had millions of dollars to do proper crossover trials, I wouldn't have needed to do this. So I think the net effect has been positive, but I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to kind of fully understand what the net effect is, but I think any conversation around this at an academic level is good. As long as you're trying to kind of temper or control people's enthusiasm and not letting the cart get ahead of the horse.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, I don't want to tamper enthusiasm. Like, I mean, that was the point. So I need to direct it, but correct the record where appropriate.
Right.
Like, this was about stimulating enthusiasm. And I know that there will be extremists using this for a form of confirmation bias. I mean, you know, if you put the question to me, did you think that people would use this to say X, Y, and Z? I'm not going to play dumb and say I didn't. I knew that would happen. My perspective is these people are making, I don't think it's going to dissuade anybody, say, from taking on lipid-lowering medication, or saying something that they were going to say anyway about LDL or statins that might, let's say, go against the mainstream. People are going to try to use this for confirmation bias in multiple directions. And that's just the nature of the beast, which I had to kind of reconcile with before I went ahead and did this. Again, hoping that the net effect would be positive. I think it was, but it's been 3 months, and I'm continuously doing an audit on, like, well, what do I really think the impact was? Because for me, like I said, this was in part a social experiment, me exploring what tools I have to play with as someone who is, you know, a young scientist, a clinician in training, and also someone who wants to be a scientific communicator in a time that is really novel. Like, you know, the prior generation, my parents are physicians, they were never interacting with the lay public on social media. This didn't exist. This is a new phenomenon, and there are absolutely growing pains. But my generation is going to need to interact with the general public. And so to figure out how to do that, and also how to compete in a space that is saturated with hyperbole and clickbait, how do you compete in an area where necessarily the scales are tipped against you if you want to communicate nuance? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I find your experiment really interesting from the sole perspective that adding carbohydrates back to someone's diet who is metabolically healthy, has extremely high ApoB, has been in ketosis, results in, I think you said, a 70% reduction in LDL cholesterol, which is unheard of. That's for me is like the interesting takeaway and gets me curious about the lipid energy model and what's happening to energy transport in this subset of the population who adopt a ketogenic diet. Where I think it could potentially be an issue is if people are conflating the health effect of Oreos and statins. So I have a quote here. We're going to read out a number of quotes today from people from all different sides of this conversation. And this is a friend of yours, Sean Baker. He said, if eating pure absolute garbage junk lowers your LDL cholesterol more so than even statin drugs, what does it say? What does it say about the act of lowering cholesterol? So he's questioning the very act of lowering LDL from a case study looking at the addition of refined carbs to a person who has a very rare phenotype. My worry here is that by questioning the act of lowering LDL without making it very clear that this is a rare phenotype, that the general population who has elevated ApoB that maybe has been recommended to go on a statin is now perhaps going to question that because they now see statin in the same box as Oreos, and all of us would agree that consuming Oreos is an unhealthy behavior.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'll tell you where my mind went first. I was thinking I want to be a fly on the wall in a conversation between Bill Cromwell and Sean Baker, because they've actually had quite a few exchanges. And Sean is a guy who knows how to pull strings and push buttons on social media. He's very efficacious at that. And it's interesting because I know Sean, and while he's not an academic, I think he's a relatively thoughtful guy if you actually speak with him. And I actually know that his position on LDL is that probably all things being equal, well, let's just say I really don't think Sean would be comfortable with a very high LDL, nor having patients with extremely high LDLs, and all things being equal would take measures to lower it. But I think he's comfortable, and this is the way he's put it to me before, I'm paraphrasing, but he thinks it's a legitimate question to ask, are there patients who would not benefit from LDL lowering therapy? Now, the quote you read out, I think what it does suffer from is a slight lack of verbal precision. The act of lowering LDL cholesterol, what I might have said is something to the effect of, what does this say about focusing on an individual biomarker without broader context? LDL is a biomarker because, again, we return to that idea of bad intervention, Oreo cookies, good change in this biomarker. And one way to resolve that tension is,
but we still have to acknowledge that that is only in the context of a very rare phenotype.
So that quote, if I'm correct, was taken from a 4 or 5 minute video where he does name lean mass hyperresponders, place it in that context, and also say that, talk about the issues of myopically focusing on a single biomarker without context. And again, saying that this was an experiment, I think he named me, that I was doing in the context of my lean mass hyperresponder phenotype. I think he did put that context in. This was a quote that was not a tweet, but was let's call it a slight verbal slip up in terms of verbal precision.
Like I would say, granted, he mentioned lean mass hyperresponder and you at the beginning as the person that was doing this experiment, but I still felt like the undertone was really questioning statins, and it wasn't necessarily like to round this out at the end to say, but guys, remember, this is occurring in a very rare phenotype, and the average person in general population, you're not going to see this effect to your LDL cholesterol if you add Oreos to your diet.
Yeah. I think we could go back and forth about, whether he should have added caveats at the end, to what extent it's fair to take the quote out of context of the broader video where he did talk about myopically focusing on LDL and, put it in the context of lean mass hyperresponders, and also taken in the context of other material that he and others have put out. I'm not going to defend that quote as the way I would have said it or perfectly verbally precise, but I guess I'd ask the question, do you think that anybody listening to that quote in the context of that video where he's talking about Oreo versus statins would actually be persuaded to change their own decision with whether or not to take lipid-lowering therapy?
I'm not sure if people would change, but I think there are people out there who think statins are net negative and perhaps have been advised by their physician to take a statin, and they're looking for reasons to kind of further cement that. And I think that this, if someone's kind of sitting on the fence, this kind of further sends them down the path of, well, if Oreos are having this effect and it's a greater effect than statins, Oreos are not really healthy. What does this say about statins, this class of medications that my doctor is recommending to me?
Maybe. I think what I'm thinking now is thinking about what permits Sean to exploit this niche in terms of, I would call it, medical mistrust. And what is the origin of that medical mistrust? And also, how does it get reinforced? We were talking a little bit yesterday in voice memo exchanges and DMs about what I think I would consider sort of a vicious cycle of sorts. And we can jump into a couple other quotes from select individuals whereby you have the contrarian, the fringe person, let's say Sean, say something that is undermining of a conventionalist approach. And then you have the conventionalist say something that is factually incorrect.
When you say conventionalist, you mean someone who is advocating for like a consensus guideline kind of position?
Potentially, but in a way that is oversimplified.
And by the way, I'm not picking on your case study. I actually think it's a terrific case study.
No.
I'm talking about, you said you're depending on others, and I'm just coming back to this idea of how do you avoid the results and the way this is interpreted getting away from you.
I think that's where I am dependent on conversations like this. For example, Chris Caskell, what has put it to me, why do you show up on platforms of people who are perceived to be carnivore extremists, for example? I'm like, because they have big platforms and they'll speak to me. I want to speak to Chris and you and Peter Attia and Huberman or whoever. I want to speak to everybody. But it just so happens that these are the people that will start having the conversation. So what we really need is to have conversations just like this with people who are, willing to delve down and get into the nuance and exchange ideas in a respectful, and I'll just say the word again, nuanced manner, because that's really what I'm trying to get across. It's inevitable that there's going to be a little bit of, let's say, clout leeching. And this is the kind of thing that's actually very predictable. We can talk about an example. You might have seen a clip from a particular BS crusher who talked about Oreo versus statin. And I said in one clip that I had offered to let him look at the discussion section of the Oreo versus statin paper beforehand. Now, why did I do that? Because I knew what he would do. It's very predictable. This is something that I'm engineering to be viral.
I think I know who you're talking about. His name rhymes with Jane.
Yeah, his name rhymes with Jane Schmorton. And so it's very predictable how people are going to respond. They're going to jump on this to get clicks for their channel. And I'm not faulting them for that. But I'm trying to direct the click. So I'm like, all right, I'll name him because I'm pokey and spicy. Lane. I know what Lane's going to do. He's going to want to jump on this. And he's probably going to want to punch at me because I'm low carb and keto bashing is a good sport to get points. So let me try to bring him on as an ally and say, you know what? I'll let you kind of look at this beforehand, give your 2 cents, and then let's have a discussion. I can be your ally in this rather than an adversary. Didn't end up going down that well. Point being, it's a very predictable response that people are going to jump on this. And I can only go so far in order to direct nuance. So, in the example of Lane, his video coverage very much tried to hammer home the point that this was being used, let's say, in a negative manner by people to do the things that you were talking about, to say this is anti-statin, anti-LDL lowering, and people are making mountains out of the molehill, so to speak, with respect to this N=1, which he shouted very aggressively in his little video. And I find that interesting when framed by the fact that, when I first reached out to him, said, look, you can take a look at this. Oh, and by the way, I just want to highlight one of our many papers. I want to highlight one, which was a 10-author editorial in the Journal of Clinical Lipidology, so the Journal of the National Lipid Association, with Ronald Krauss, who Peter Attia actually directed me towards. And the whole point of this was pursuing research on lean mass hyperresponders as a matter of scientific urgency, while also maintaining a clinically conservative stance in the absence of knowledge. So what I'm saying here, using Lane as an example, is, look, I'm putting this forth as a metabolic demonstration. I think it has, obviously a lot of potential to be viral on social media. But what I want from you, if I can ask from you a favor, is look at this paper first about my messaging with respect to my positions on a clinically appropriate, safe way to talk about this. And what I was doing, and this was even before submission, is trying to lean on someone and hope that he would act in good faith and echo the researchers, my position and that of my colleagues, with respect to how we manage this clinically. He chose not to do that. Now, the question arises, and this is an open question, is the onus on me or on him if then, there is a shift in the public discourse to perceiving this as actually saying something that it's not saying about, high LDL being safe, statins being bad, because I never say that. I'm never saying that. In fact, I'm trying to push forward a frame of clinical conservatism. But if I consistently push out, here are my positions, let me clarify them. Here's this editorial that we went, through the trouble of putting together, which I collaborated with, actually the second author on it, Michael Mindrum on X. Yeah. So he was a critic of our first study. He was a little bit worried that there weren't enough caveats. So I said, Michael, I hear you. I appreciate the feedback. Let's collaborate and put together this editorial. And we'll bring on esteemed people in the cardiology and lipid world to, put together a consensus statement of sorts. And this will act as something we can direct people towards. And it's fascinating to me that when you hand this to our critics, they consistently, it seems intentional, try to ignore it. And my question is, well, why? If we are actually allied in that this is interesting, but it's a scientific curiosity and we want to be responsible around the messaging, then if I'm handing you on a silver platter, like my peer-reviewed thoughts and a JCL editorial on clinical conservatism, why won't you echo that? And why do you instead choose to nitpick examples from social media of people saying things that are not my opinion and trying to pass them off as my opinion? And also, compounding on that, trying to discredit this individual work, which was intended to direct attention towards the larger body of work, discredit it as an N=1, which it was. So I'm not trying to draw firm conclusions from that, but I'm trying to get people to talk about the meta of RCTs. So in Lane's case, we actually started a conversation around that meta of RCTs because he loves to flex that he likes to cite RCTs. You see my video from yesterday had his little rocket ship. It's cute. But we started a conversation around that. And my friend, Adrian Sotomota, he's a full professor down in Mexico, is taking time out of his research and clinical schedule to help answer Lane's questions on this meta of RCTs, which was the purpose of our group chat. And then to go ignore what we put forth as our framing in terms of clinical conservatism, to then ignore the other data, including ignoring the meta of RCTs while simultaneously flexing that you like to cite RCTs and trying to discredit the Oreo versus statin study as an N=1, you can see how I see that as a little bit of, let's say, disingenuous marketing that doesn't seem to be in good faith, setting aside the fact that he messed up the physiology, which we can get into.
Why do you think someone like Lane doesn't seem to be that interested in the lipid energy model and that curious about the meta-analysis that you've shared with him?
I don't know if I'd put the intent there. And now I'll be very clear, this is me speculating because I can't possibly know Lane's intent. But my impression is that people get a lot of negative feedback about platforming, let's say, Dave, and by proxy now me. Because of the people that I associate with, I think my brand has been, let's say, tainted in the eyes of some. And you can, I'm sure, talk about the pushback you got about having Dave on the podcast. Or me on the podcast too, probably.
I was very surprised after publishing that episode. Received very few messages from people saying that was a bad idea. It was overwhelmingly positive.
Mm-hmm. Retrospectively,
beforehand, I had a number of people reach out and say, this is probably a bad idea. And afterwards, I will say that certain individuals reached out to me privately that probably didn't want me to have that conversation, who said and acknowledged they better understood Dave's position and at least had developed an increased level of interest in what's happening here.
Yeah. I hope that happens with this podcast as well, but I'm guessing, and you don't have to confirm or deny, that there are probably people saying similar, that, this might be a conversation you shouldn't have. And I think that the point I'm trying to make is that there might be a fear response, maybe for someone like Lane, about it's maybe a little bit dangerous to ally with these folks. And it's much easier and safer in terms of winning social media points to knock at them, because he knows that'll work. That is a formula that consistently works.
It's also easy to throw you into the same bucket as everyone else who adopts a keto or a low carb diet. And just like any diet tribe, there's a whole spectrum. And of course, there's going to be people with super extreme or conspiratorial views in all of these diet camps.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, there's a lumping effect that I try to combat, but you can only go so far. And I think that's necessary. We need to you see this all the time. I actually had a course last month that I ended with a final project where I was talking about just how bad media headlines miss on certain papers. And you see this across the spectrum. So there was that headline about low carb and keto diets shortening lifespan. And you actually look at the study. It doesn't mention keto once, and the lowest quintile of carb intake has the same carbs per kcal as a Burger King Whopper and fries. It's not keto, but it's easy to manipulate the headline to something that's clickbaity, so people do that. And on the other end of the spectrum, there was that headline, you remember meat may stave off cancer or something like that, which is a great headline. Of course, people in the carnivore camp were loving to flex that one. I actually remember reading the paper. I think it was Nature-Metabolism, or maybe it was Nature Main. It was about a molecule called transvicinic acid. It was a fabulous paper. It was about this fatty acid that has immunomodulatory properties. When supplemented in mice, it can shrink tumor burden, and it might help enhance CAR T cell therapy in humans, which is very different than eating a steak will protect you from getting a glioblastoma and dying. But you see how the media headline runs away with it. And is that the fault of the authors that put together a fantastic Nature paper, probably put years of their life into that study? No, it's just they're putting out the science there and then relying on the media to communicate the science. But the media is incentivized to say steak protects from cancer. So that's what they're going to say.
And then, of course, there's this whole general population who are affected by confirmation bias that are just looking for any bit of evidence to kind of further strengthen whatever view they have.
Exactly. And also looking for crazy examples from the other side to show just how fake they are. So you want to read a quote from a friend of ours to balance out the Sean quote, and I can give you my thoughts on that.
So this is a quote from Dr. Muhammad Allo. Statins will prolong your life by years. People with a PCSK9 loss of function mutation have very low LDL cholesterol and on average live 15 to 20 years longer than those that don't.
And we now have medications that can cause that effect, I think is how it ended.
Exactly.
So he's claiming that PCSK9 inhibitor drugs or having the loss of function mutation will make you live 2 decades longer. Simon, are you aware of any data supporting that claim?
I'm not. I don't think that data exists.
Exactly. So I'm not against Repatha, PCSK9 inhibitors. That claim is made up nonsense, though. And here's the problem, is if you have the people, for the sake of your listeners, let's call them a vulgar term that I don't like, but let's say the keto zealots or the LDL deniers, because that's a term that's bandied about, so we'll use it here for emphasis and effect. If you have that camp, and you have then Muhammad Allo putting this out, and believe it or not, he's not a parody account, to the best of my knowledge, or he's a really committed one. If that's the case, then kudos, whoever you really are. But when you have that, and it's so easily falsifiable, then it allows them to cement mistrust in medicine and poke at medicine and just say, these doctors don't know what they're talking about. They're making, made up nonsense. And then just as I get bucketed with the rest of the low carb community, you probably get bucketed with, the whole vegan community. The medical community gets thrown under the bus because of Muhammad Allo and his crazy extreme tweet, which is absolute nonsense, which doesn't detract from the actual literature on PCSK9 inhibition in patients who may or may not benefit, but it establishes this cycle between camps. Because now, we were talking earlier about why is there a niche for exploiting mistrust in medicine, if that is in fact what maybe even subconsciously Sean was trying to do at the end of his video. It's because of things like that. And that is permitting him to capitalize on the moment and attain more engagement, clout, and ethos, because that is his contrast. That is the straw man that Muhammad Allo is creating to be knocked down. It's so easy to see this and be like, dude, you made that up.
Right. So it's easy to point to someone like that, an example like that, and say, these are the people that are telling us to lower ApoB, lowering LDL cholesterol, it's good, it'll reduce your heart disease. And they're also putting out this information. How trustworthy are they?
Exactly. Right. So he's generating mistrust in medicine, which I think is incredibly dangerous.
I'd like to ask him where that 15 to 20 years of extra lifespan with the PCSK9 gene mutation fact.
Oh, he made it up. He replied once when I asked him that. He sent 20 references. Most of them weren't even related to PCSK9, and none of them had that information in them. He's tweeted other things. You can see a video I did on why there's confusion about lean mass hyperresponders in the lipid energy model about statins reduce all-cause mortality in every study. Did you see that one?
Mm-hmm.
And he tweets, statins reduce all-cause mortality in every study with a picture of a forest plot in which the first set of studies show very clearly statins not reducing all-cause mortality. Now, the net effect might have been positive in the meta-analysis, but his statement is so verbally imprecise to be factually incorrect. He says statins reduce all-cause mortality in every study, then tweets a picture of statins not reducing all-cause mortality in every study. So he clearly can't even read his own graph. And again, this is an example where even like a pretty informed general public person can say, this guy who's proclaiming to be a cardiologist can't even read his own graph and is contradicting himself internally in a tweet. And again, that can then be used as weaponry against medicine in general and against statins in general, because it's a very pro-statin tweet. And so you can see how that can ironically be used to undermine use of statins. I think even more so than Sean Baker's commentary.
Yeah, but when you add the two together, you can see why people are horribly confused. Right? You have on one hand people that are exploiting the mistrust, and then on the other hand, you have people that are adding, whether intentionally or not, to the mistrust in the first place.
Right. And then the question is, how do you break that cycle? Because you clearly have a positive feedback loop, a vicious cycle here. How do you break it? And that is a question that I'm constantly battling with. I mean, part of the solution, obviously, is the conversations we're having here. But the very interesting thing is, at least interesting to me, is that when you have people in a given camp or perceived camp who actually speak out within their camp, you would think, for example, let's say a low carber, or, I say something against a low carber's tweet that is, I think, just problematic. And I did this the other day. I sent you the example. It was about something that was mocking climate change. And I basically gave a tweet essay of why I think this is problematic and actually hindering my ability as a researcher with interest in metabolic health and therapeutic carbohydrate restriction to do my job in progressing the research. And I come out rather aggressively against someone who could be perceived as a friend and who in real life I actually get along very well with. And I do that very publicly. I would have thought that people who were, against, let's say, low carb zealotry would celebrate that and that would go viral. It's like, look, somebody with a reason speaking out. The funny thing is it doesn't. It almost never does. And so the question is, well, why? And what do you think that is?
Well, I think some of that comes down to politics.
Right?
And a lot of these, diet tribes are also symbolic of very different political views. So we get this kind of intersection of science and politics, and then, there's probably a lot of extreme views held by people in the low carb community and in the plant-based vegan community. I think I mentioned that before, who end up also finding themselves in what I think others would describe as rather extreme dietary patterns. And for you, when you come along and you challenged what you challenged,
Mm-hmm.
I think you're challenging a view that's probably held by a lot of other low carb people.
But I'm not saying why the low carbers not amplifying it. I'm saying if the perception of the low carb community is that on balance there is, say, climate denialism,
Mm-hmm.
and and the perception of the vegan community is very climate forward, let's just say, and then I, as someone with reasonable following, come out against a low carber with a much even bigger following and saying, let me give you a mini tweet essay on why you're wrong about this and why your messaging around climate on this tweet is harmful.
Well, I think that comes down to...
Why wouldn't the vegan community then amplify that?
Well, I think there's a misunderstanding just across society in general that you can have someone in front of you and there can be things that you disagree with them on and then things that you strongly agree with them on. And just because you disagree with them on certain things doesn't mean that you can't support that person. So my gut instinct or gut feeling, and this would be, I think, the reverse for me, would be that individuals that lean on that more plant-based or vegan end of the spectrum, they're aware of your personal choices from a dietary perspective, and that difference is enough for them to not support you on other things where they may share the same view. And I would definitely get that in reverse.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? It's interesting that people conclude about what you put on your plate other things about you. Probably people think I might be, let's say, right-wing or climate denialism, which is obviously not the case. Or even how I formulate my diet, when in reality for me it was a therapeutic intervention.
You guys know this already. At the center of good health lies a healthy microbiome. When you feed your microbes, they reward you with drug-like compounds that improve blood sugar control, lower inflammation, act as precursors to important neurotransmitters in the brain, and plenty more. Step 1 in achieving this is a prebiotic-rich, plant-based dietary pattern. If you want to go a step further, you can add a prebiotic supplement to your diet, providing your microbes with extra fuel to grow stronger. I personally start my day with 38 Terra's Daily Microbiome Nutrition, or DMN, which I had the privilege of formulating alongside gastroenterologist Dr. Will Bolsowitz. This is hands down a best-in-market, complete prebiotic with clinically proven ingredients such as actazin and solnol that have been shown to improve gut barrier function and normalize bowel movements. It's like doing the reps in the gym, but for your gut. Get 10% off your DMN at 38terra.com using the code THEPROOF. That's 38TERA.com and use the coupon code THEPROOF for 10% off.
What are your views on climate change and agriculture while we're at it?
Is there human caused climate change that's a problem? Yes. I don't know how, yes. My answer is yes. I don't know where you want me to go with this exactly.
Well, I guess if we were to kind of direct the conversation of climate change, and I don't want to digress too far here. I just think it's interesting, and I'm trying to throw you under the bus.
I think I have an answer.
But how, if at all, do you think agriculture affects climate change or environmental health more generally?
I'm very aware of my ignorance on that topic. What I'll say is I know these things get conflated because there's a lot related to food, culture, environment, nutrition, metabolism, and we tend to let these blur into each other. And they're all important things to address. But I know my expertise and the limits of my knowledge. An area where I feel very well informed on metabolism. I don't feel that well informed on the food environment interaction, and it's something that you only have so many hours in a day and weeks in a year to study, but it's something that I really want to get more informed on. So it's something in the background I learn little bits about. I really enjoy it if people want to learn a little bit more about. There was a 9 episode podcast series, I think the 4 Tables or the 4 Futures out of Oxford, that after our episode Chris McCaskill sent to me. I thought it was brilliant. I really learned a lot, and I'm really open-minded about different potential solutions. I don't think that not eating meat is going to reverse climate change. I also don't think that 8 billion people can eat like Sean Baker, realistically. And
I don't even know if he thinks that.
No, so I'm open. I think there needs to be more innovative solutions, and I don't have what does bother me a little bit is where I'll give you an example. There's a trend right now in the low carb community that ticks me off about, you've seen the whole eating debugs thing? They're going to take your meat and force you to eat bugs.
Well, that's another one that Sean tweets quite a bit.
I know. And I've given my opinion. Talk about me not being shy about giving my opinion. I have a whole episode with Ken Berry where I talk about entomophagy. We decided we're going to do a D's Bugs episode. And so he has an episode with me saying, I'm a fan of entomophagy personally. In fact, people want me to put my mouth where I guess my mouth is. If you want to watch the YouTube video and send Simon a $30 super thanks, I will use the money to buy a tarantula, and I can send you a little film of me eating a tarantula. If you want, people want some clickbait, but crunchy clickbait.
So you're into eating bugs?
I'm into. I like the taste, and also I think it's a reasonable and thing to do from a nutritional and potentially planetary level. And there's a lot of innovative things you can do. So, for example, I remember reading some papers on black soldier flies, which are incredible, let's say, digesters and upcyclers of food waste that can be used to generate nutrition, either to feed livestock or to feed like people in the third world who have like, protein malnutrition.
So what do you think about this kind of narrative that, all of these organizations looking at food and the environment, like Eat Lancet, Oxford University is involved in a lot of this research, they're trying to take beef away from you and create a future where you'll be eating bugs?
I think it's hyperbolic. And just as keto bashing is a sport that is great for winning social media points and clicks, eating debugs, it's emotionally provocative and it works. It's the same with lab-grown meat, where I just find it interesting. People have, like, if you ask people, if I were to make you bioidentical, cell for cell, nutrient for nutrient, taste for taste, meat in a dish, which you theoretically could do. You can grow myocytes and other tissue and feed it to you as a steak rather than a steak that came from a slaughtered cow. Would you eat it? And the number of people who say no. And I'm like, but what? There's no logic there.
Well, I think they fall into the kind of naturalistic fallacy.
Yeah.
It's not natural, therefore it can't be good for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Which brings us back to kind of the Oreo experiment. In some ways, I think there is an assumption that, not by everyone, but by some people, that if you, coming back to this particular phenotype, lean mass hyperresponder, extremely high LDL cholesterol or ApoB, high HDL, low triglycerides, there's an assumption that if in this state of carbohydrate restriction, the body shifts its energy transport in a way where all of that occurs, that the body's doing that naturally. It must be some type of adaptation that has occurred historically that has helped with survival, and therefore it must be a beneficial physiologic state long term. But I would challenge that personally. I would say, yes, it could be a physiologic adaptation, or it is, and it may well have improved survival, particularly during times of famine or carbohydrate restriction that occurred purely due to the food environment. But it could equally still be maladaptive long term.
I'm sure you're pausing now to get my 2 cents. But you already know what my answer is going to be based on our prior conversations. I'm going to agree with you fully. I said this earlier, or I alluded to it earlier, which is that I think the lipid energy model is fascinating from a mechanistic point of view. And I think physiology can inform risk, but I think it's inappropriate, and I've said this many times in video, in text, to conclude just because this is a natural metabolic response, if indeed that's what it is, that it's a safe response. We have a lot of examples in nature where that's not the case, where if you have a normal, let's say, adaptive response, let's say at one period of life even, I think the term is antagonistic pleiotropy, although I don't think it applies in its strongest form here, but the idea that you trade survival benefit early in life for fitness later in life. Like, this is a very well-known phenomenon. So just because this is a normal adaptive response does not mean it's safe or healthy in the long term. And I'm fine with separating the things. I think we need to separate those things. That's the whole thing with, you said at the beginning of the podcast about like the lipid energy model potentially challenging the lipid heart hypothesis. It doesn't. It's talking mechanistically about why we see these changes in the lipid levels. The question as to whether the resulting lipid levels manifest in different cardiovascular risk is a separate question. I have my thoughts on it, but I think we really need to start from a point, and this is where I always want to start conversations with respect to the lipid energy model and lean mass hyperresponders, of that acknowledgement that our model isn't challenging the lipid heart hypothesis directly. It's a mechanistic description of what's going on in this particular phenotype, which I think is very interesting because there's definitely something weird going on with lipid dynamics. Otherwise, you wouldn't see LDL massively dropping with freaking Oreo cookies. Now, the question as to whether the phenotype that results from the underlying physiology has a different risk profile is a really important question to answer. And and I'll say it's a fair question to ask. What's the risk of a lean mass hyperresponder phenotype? And that question is not a statement It's not stating they're at low risk. It's asking, what is the risk profile?
And can you answer that question today?
No, I can't. We fundamentally do not know the answer because there haven't been enough studies on it. If there had been enough studies on it, I wouldn't have to provoke scientific discourse with Oreo cookies. So no, I can't.
So just to be very clear for the audience, what's the takeaway from the Oreo study?
The Oreo study is a metabolic demonstration of the lipid energy model that should provoke you to ask the question, why is this lipid response occurring? And what future studies do we need to do to unpack the very interesting underlying physiology from that? And I'll just say, with respect to studying basic science, because a question I'm sure you're going to ask me at some point, so I'll just get ahead of it, and a question reporters have asked me is, if, as you said, the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype is rare, why should the average clinician or average person care? And I have two answers for that. One is curiosity. People who are genuine scientists, I think, should find this fascinating. That's my bias. And I think learning for learning's sake and pursuing interesting questions for their own sake is a value. The other is leaning on the principle that when we're pursuing science and the curiosity, we don't always know what the benefits will be. And they might not manifest for decades later, but the learnings we get from better understanding physiology generally do have applications. So I'll ask you a question. Where did the research, and I hope I'm representing the medical history correctly, I'm not the best medical historian, but to my understanding, so now we have the GLP-1 receptor agonists, blockbuster weight loss drugs. People have mixed opinions on them. They're definitely having an impact. No doubts there. Where did the research start?
Something related to the microbiome.
Google Gila monster. This is a lizard, Gila monster, that has venom, and the venom has a component in it that acts basically. You can look up, type in Gila monster Ozempic.
We have one problem: no internet connection.
Okay, well, people at home can do it. And basically, the idea, I think this was in 1995, if I'm correct, when people were studying, well, why does Gila monster venom screw up its prey's metabolism? What is the physiology there? And now we have Ozempic and Wegovy years later. And now, let's be very clear. I'm not saying that they're poison. I'm just saying that in pursuing a curious oddity in nature, the end effect was something that we couldn't have predicted, which is a pharmaceutical that is definitely helping at least some people and has had a major medical impact.
So even though this is an extremely rare phenotype, there are questions that are unanswered, and if we answer them, who knows what the outcome will be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think rarity should be a reason not to study this. Take homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. I think it's probably even rarer than lean mass hyperresponders.
This kind of gets to the heart of a comment on X. Might have been a message sent to me from Sean Ward. I'm not sure if you've come across him.
He's not my fan. I don't know what it's going to be, but let's
throw
it at me.
I think you've already addressed it.
Okay.
But he said, given the vast majority of people will not sustain a low-carb diet or not meet LMHR criteria, if they do, does Nick accept this research is extremely fringe with near zero generalizability, regardless of the findings?
I think I already answered that question.
Yeah, I think you covered that comprehensively. At the outset, I said we're going to define some terms, and I appreciate there's a lot of acronyms and we're kind of throwing things out at pace. So I want to double back a little bit in order to unpack the lipid energy model. Let's first start with lean mass hyperresponders, which are abbreviated to LMHR. What does a lean mass hyperresponder or an LMHR actually mean? Lean
mass hyperresponder is defined by 3 lipid cut points. And I want to emphasize it's defined by only those 3 lipid cut points in union, which is an LDL cholesterol greater than or equal to 200 milligrams per deciliter, an HDL cholesterol greater than or equal to 80 milligrams per deciliter, and triglycerides less than or equal to 70 milligrams per deciliter. That is the entirety of the definition of a lean mass hyperresponder. And I'll emphasize there's actually no lean BMI DEXA criteria for lean mass hyperresponder. The term lean derives from the fact that I mentioned earlier, whereby there is this interesting phenomenon that the people that develop this phenotype tend to be lean, which is curious in this context, that is the subpopulation of people who go low carb who manifest this phenotype. The term was coined, I think in 2017 by Dave Feldman, your prior guest. And it was one of those things that he put out there just as an observation, not as a scientist, not as an academic, just somebody who made an empiric observation that I'm seeing this pattern, I'm having this observation that this lipid triad occurs in lean people. I'm going to call it the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype. And it was one of those things where people are like, oh, but that's me, and that's me, and that's me. So again, to emphasize, because I don't want any confusion around this, the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype is the triad of LDL over 200 or equal to, HDL equal to or greater than 80, and triglycerides at 70 or less. And this union is very, very rare at a general population scale. How commonly it occurs in lean people who go low carb, because that's a question we often get asked, we don't know yet. But I would think under what I would say is optimal conditions, I would say a lot of people could convert. And one other thing I'll add is that those are the cut points, the threshold, not representative of the spectrum we see. And the extremeness of the phenotype, again, tends to run with leanness. So the leaner you are, just to say you're very lean, it doesn't mean you're going to have that 200. The leaner you get, the higher the LDL tends to go. So when we have the leanest, most generally high energy expenditure folks, their LDLs can be as high as 400, 500, 600, or even higher. So that's the definition of the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype. I hope there's no confusion around that. I hope I've been clear. And then it's explained, the phenotype is explained by the lipid energy model.
And just to be clear, how is that triad, so LDL over 200, HDL equal to or greater than 80, triglycerides less than 70, how is that different to someone from the general population who has elevated LDL over 200 but is not adopting a ketogenic diet?
An LDL, so as I mentioned, those three cut points in union are very rare. An LDL over 200 alone is very rare. In fact, I think an LDL now, like it's assumed you'll have a genetic dysfunction, probably polygenetic, could be monogenetic, but leading to high LDL. And so the etiology could be multifactorial, but I think in people who are on a mixed diet for LDL over 200, it's presumed to be genetic etiology, a genetic driver.
And if, let's say that their LDL cholesterol is more around, let's say 140, what's the main difference between this phenotype and that person?
Yeah. Well, one would need to look at the broader context of that individual. It could be that they're pretty healthy and it is just part of normal variation and they have high LDL genetically or higher. Or it could be that they have some sort of metabolic dysfunction with atherogenic dyslipidemia, high triglycerides, low HDL is a marker of metabolic dysfunction and metabolic syndrome. And then a different pattern of LDL, the pattern B profile with a preponderance of small dense LDL and maybe some reduced clearance. So the point being here is that this triad, I think, corresponds with a phenotype that has a very unique physiological drive of high LDL. And so I don't forget to make this point, that is my interest with respect to the triglycerides and the HDL, actually, because I think there's some confusion about, say, high HDL or low triglycerides being protective, and that's not my perspective. In this particular case, though, I think that the HDL and triglyceride pattern is reflective of a different underlying physiology, and that physiology can be informative, if that makes sense.
Right, and you're curious as to whether that underlying physiology affects someone's risk of cardiovascular disease.
Very curious.
So if you have two people, essentially the same exposure to LDL cholesterol or ApoB, but the physiology that's kind of underpinning that elevation is different, do we see different outcomes?
Yeah. I think the thought puzzle that we were talking about the other day was like, if you had two individuals, and let's say you could genetically modify the one so that they developed familial hypercholesterolemia at, say, age 25. So we're keeping as much as we possibly can the same. And induce them to have an LDL of 500 through genetic manipulation. You're breaking their LDL receptor. Versus a lean mass hyperresponder who goes keto at age 25 and has their LDL jump up to the same level. So we're saying, same lifetime exposure up to that point. We're raising their LDL. Let's also say their ApoB to the exact same level. And they're staying there both for a decade. But one is a lean mass hyperresponder. And the other person has a broken lipid receptor that has been genetically cracked. Say, if we could induce that at age 25. The question then is, for the same milligram per deciliter year exposure, do they have the same plaque progression? What do you think?
My hypothesis, and I've shared this with you offline, would be based on the totality of evidence that we have. So from observational, from genetic or Mendelian randomization, from randomized controlled trials, would be that plaque progression would be similar between groups.
I think so. Did you perchance see the JAMA Cardiology I tweeted, I think it was yesterday or the day before?
No.
It was a 2020 JAMA Cardiology paper. I'll list some of the caveats from the methodology, but it was looking at, I think the one graph I'm thinking about, which was 4B, if I'm correct, was curves times to first event for people it was a matched control, it was a case-controlled study looking at people with similar LDLs. I think they were around 155, so not like LMHR level or not the 500s, but for monogenic heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. So, basically LDL receptor gene, PCSK9 gene or something. Polygenic, as defined by, I think, like there was some polygenic score above the 95th percentile, and those with no clear genetic drivers. And they looked at those three separate groups and found that the ones with the monogenetic cause of similar LDL levels were at higher risk relative to the polygenetic, who were at higher risk relative to those with no known genetic cause. So even when matched for LDL, there was a difference in terms of time to first events and various hazard ratios, which was quite substantial. Now, having read the paper, I mean, there were caveats, like they didn't have all patients pre-medication LDL levels, so they were doing like an adjustment factor. I think it was like 1.43. So I'm not saying it's a perfect study, but it was JAMA Cardiology, pretty respected journal. And the takeaway from the study, I haven't memorized the conclusion quote, but that the underlying etiology of similar LDL levels probably impacts risk. So this isn't a new idea. That's 2020.
And is the hypothesis or assumption there that these gene mutations are not just affecting ApoB or LDL cholesterol in isolation? That they're having other effects?
Well, I would say that whatever's causing an increase in ApoB is going to necessarily have other effects, as with the LMHR phenotype. And I guess the reason I brought this up is because if you look at each of those curves, and we probably can link the paper, they're distinct. If we take them as distinct and we say, okay, maybe the paper has, the methodology has some caveats, but there's something there, obviously got through a JAMA Cardiology review for whatever that's worth, then why wouldn't we think that pattern would extend to unique populations with distinct ApoB levels? And I will clarify, I actually made sure to put this in the tweet, and I think I tagged you right at the end of it, so you were aware I was not trying to mislead. They were clear in the paper, look, we're comparing people with high LDLs to each other, but even in the group without a known genetic driver, it was seen as suboptimal relative to other populations, like whether it was relative to lower LDL. So that with the lowest risk in this study still wasn't stated as optimal relative to if they had lower LDL. But this was also a population that was presumably on a mixed diet. Average BMI, I think, was 27 triglycerides above 150. Like this was distinct from LMHR.
So all of these people with elevated LDL cholesterol had increased risk compared to those in general pop with lower LDL cholesterol.
My impression was yes.
But the risk that they had varied based on the genetic mutations.
Yes. If it was a single gene, if it was polygenetic, or if there was no known genetic risk, with monogenetic having higher risk than polygenetic having higher risk than no known genetic cause. So all I want to establish is that there is a distinction when controlled for LDL. And if we take that as a bona fide finding, then why wouldn't you expect the absolute risk in lean mass hyperresponders to be distinct? Because even the group with the no known genetic risk is distinct from lean mass hyperresponders. They have trigs that are above 150, average BMI is overweight. So I don't know if we imagine out these curves, time to first event, I don't know where the lean mass hyperresponder group would fall. I would speculate, here being very clear, I'd speculate that that'd be even lower risk than those with the high LDL, but without known genetic cause. Because again, what we're seeing here is a unique etiology, a unique underlying physiology.
Can you say that again?
So if you picture in your mind, they have these curves where you start at 100%, as in no one's had, like it's time to first event, and the curve kind of like drops off over time as more and more people have events. And the shallower the slope means the lower the risk profile, because it takes longer for that group to acquire events. And what you see is in the monogenetic case, there's a quicker slope. More people are having events. In the polygenetic case, there's a shallower slope, and in the case without known genetic causes, there's the shallowest slope of the three. Now, if we plotted on a fourth slope for LMHR, how would that run? We don't know. I would speculate it would be shallower than all three. I would speculate that. And then the really important question, which you probably already know what I'm thinking is, and how does the LMHR slope compare to the general population if we plotted that out? So again, the question is, what is the risk profile of the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype if we establish and accept, and you may disagree with this, but let's just run with the idea that physiology and etiology can inform risk, then what is the risk of lean mass hyperresponders? And I think I have reason that I could argue that they are even distinct from all these three groups separate. Because I think in these three groups, be it the monogenetic, polygenetic, or unknown genetic cause, but on a mixed diet in people with overweight and hypertriglyceridemia, there's probably decreased clearance. And I think, my understanding based on what we think about the lipid energy model, is that in lean mass hyperresponders, it's actually increased production, potentially also with increased clearance. It's just there's more production than clearance. So there's very different, I think, underlying physiology. And the question, how does that translate into risk, is a very relevant one. And sure, you could argue that no matter what, it's going to be suboptimal if you manipulated that singular variable, which is ApoB. But
yeah, like I think a lot of people would push back on your point earlier where you said compared to Gen Pop, they would probably say, well, what about compared to that same person who adds sweet potato and just gets their ApoB down?
Right. And so what I would say is that that's a little bit of an artificial scenario, because any intervention is necessarily going to change other things, be it dietary or medication. This isn't just like, I'm going to snap my fingers and change a single variable. Real life does not work like that. So it's a fine thought puzzle, which we can entertain, but we have to frame it and accept the fact that when we actually apply this in real life, there are interventions with other effects. So in order to inform whether or not that's a worthwhile effect for any individual, we need to know the absolute risk. So if you just say, okay, for the sake of argument right now, let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree that for that individual, lowering LDL, all things being equal, lowering ApoB would reduce risk. The next question is, well, but by how much? Because if we say that there's, let's say a population scale decrease in, one coronary event per 100,000 person years versus one coronary event per 10 person years, those are both reductions, but one is obviously more of a greater magnitude than the other. And that's really relevant for informing individual patient choices, because there's always, or at least often, pro and cons list for any given intervention. And so to you think about that patient who is using a ketogenic diet therapeutically for the sake of, the scenario, let's say they're medication intolerant, then the cost of the intervention and the potential benefits of that intervention need to be weighed off. The pro and cons list need to be weighed. And how can you generate a pro and cons list and weight them appropriately if you don't know the absolute risk?
Yeah, we kind of went through that scenario with Bill Cromwell, how he would approach this clinically with a patient and, going through whether it was dietary. He sort of explicitly stated he'd like to get their ApoB down and he'd work with them to, if, is diet an option? If not, then lipid-lowering medications. So I think that was pretty clear in that episode, at least his position.
Yeah, and I will be very clear. It's a year away from completing my MD, so I'm not a physician and I'm not here to give medical advice. I'm happy to provide tools and techniques for lowering ApoB, which you can do without medication. So I have a whole video on exactly how to do that, leveraging the principles of the lipid energy model to do that. And then it's up to an individual with their clinician to figure out what works best for them. Bill can give medical advice. I cannot and will not.
Coming back to the thought puzzle, though, because we kind of took we kind of diverged to that other study.
Yeah, the thought puzzle.
If we come back to the thought puzzle, so we had person A with genetically elevated LDL cholesterol at 500 milligrams per deciliter.
Yeah.
And spontaneously they get it at, we say age 35.
25,
35,
30.
So
they have a 10-year exposure. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we do the same thing, person B, who doesn't have genetically elevated LDL cholesterol, but they adopt this carbohydrate restricted diet, ketogenic diet, exposed to the same LDL cholesterol, 500 milligrams per deciliter, which if most cardiologists that would see that level would, and I think you mentioned this earlier, would be pretty worried, right?
Yeah, worried is a
based on the evidence looking at familial hypercholesterolemia and risk of atherosclerosis, they would be strongly advocating that someone gets their LDL cholesterol down. So is your hypothesis that because the underlying etiology is different, you think the rate of plaque progression would be slower in the LMHR individual on the ketogenic diet than the person with genetically elevated LDL cholesterol?
This is where, remember at the beginning of the episode, I said I'd state my hypotheses boldly, but I hold them loosely. I'm going to tap into that right now, where I'm going to be very clear I'm speculating, but you put it to me, then yeah, I do speculate that's going to be the case. And I'll also throw out the additional caveat that I'm saying that as a scientific hypothesis, which is distinct from what I think should be done clinically, because, again, then you have to take into account other contexts. So you have the lean mass hyperresponder patient. Let's focus on that one. Just because I'm saying, let's even say I'm right and it's a slower rate of progression, which I'm not saying I would be. I'm just saying that would be my absolute speculation if these were like, let's call them guinea pigs even. We don't know what the absolute risk is. And if there is even an increase in risk, even if it's a slower progression, well, what is the cost to intervention? In a lean mass hyperresponder, you can introduce a sweet potato and lower the levels. What are the downsides to that? Do they need the ketogenic diet therapeutically, or are they just doing it because they like the way it feels a little bit more? What would be, the cost to them of reducing it with carbohydrate reintroduction? And if the answer is, well, minimal, it's up to the individual if they want to gamble with their heart health. And let's go back to the absence of, information, knowledge about this. I would generally advocate to gamble as little as necessary. And so scientifically, you ask me, do I think there'd be slower progression? I'm going to put out my hypothesis is probably. I would say putting on my clinician to be hat, as stated in our editorial that I mentioned earlier, don't gamble if you don't need to. This is uncharted territory. And so if you can eat a sweet potato, and talk to your doctor about medication options that might be beneficial for you, and just keep an open mind.
Okay, there's a lot for us to unpack here. I can see this being a little confusing for the listener who's heard Dave on the show a couple of weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he said was, actually, I would hypothesize that if somebody were a lean mass hyperresponder and they took every step possible to lower their LDL and ApoB, they would likely have a lower outcome chance of, say, dying of cardiovascular disease. So in other words, if what I wanted to do was be less likely to die of cardiovascular disease, I would take steps to lower my LDL and ApoB as much as possible. But obviously I'm phrasing this in a way on purpose because I don't know if there's not a trade-off that in fact I'm increasing my chance of cancer or infection or other things that are associated with low LDL.
Right. I mean, forgive me for taking an extreme example, but just for the purposes of, I think, the points Dave is making, if I wanted to reduce my risk of Parkinson's disease, I'd smoke cigarettes. If I only cared about Parkinson's disease, should I smoke cigarettes? No. So when you
is there a causal mechanism that's been established for that?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Right.
But you get. I could say if I wanted to reduce my chances of getting into a car crash, I could slash my tires, like that, right? Obviously, it's an extreme analogy made for effect, but the point being is if we're only talking about that singular outcome, that singular risk variable, or singular outcome, which is cardiovascular disease, then because ApoB-containing particles are part of the causal pathway and necessary, undermining them, reducing them, will reduce risk of that outcome. So I agree with what Dave said there, but I think the point he's trying to make more broadly is like, what are the trade-offs? And often with intervention, there are trade-offs.
But relative to that same person who lowers their ApoB through a diet or through some type of lipid-lowering drug, it sounds like what Dave's saying is he would expect greater plaque progression in an LMHR that doesn't lower ApoB versus if they do.
Yes, but what is the slope of that progression? I would also say it's possible there won't be, but again, like that's like it is possible, but potentially unlikely. But I just want to highlight, and this is something I really loved about your conversation with Dave and Bill, is that I think you all put down your flagpoles on what you thought was most probable, but all acknowledged that these are all questions we're asking because they don't have known answers, and they will need data to actually know what the answer is. With respect to Dave's comment about an LMHR who took steps to lower ApoB would have, for that individual, slower plaque progression, I think that is probable, and I think that's consistent with everything I've said, and I would tend to agree. Does that make sense? Is there something we need to clarify? Because I feel like I see in my head how everything I've said has been consistent.
Yeah, it makes it makes sense to me, and I think there's like certain words in the way you're phrasing things that can't be lost on people, that we need to really emphasize. So you just said don't gamble if you don't need to, right? So it sounds like to me you're very much for someone who is an LMHR with raised ApoB lowering it if they can. But then I think people see you as someone kind of, championing this research who has chosen not to lower his own ApoB, and perhaps the rationale for that is hidden in if you don't need to.
Yeah, let's unpack that a little bit. And I will start with what I have done to support people in acquiring the tools and applying them for ApoB lowering, because a lot of people, I'd say most probably, can't actually substantiate the most, but at least a large minority, if not most, lean mass hyperresponders do want to take measures to lower it if they can, because again, like, what is the cost of a sweet potato if you don't need... sweet potatoes are getting a lot of love. You could use a banana, you could use a mango, whatever carbohydrate you wanted. Even Oreos, but I don't recommend it.
Is there an idea out there that in the low carb community that is potentially problematic where, all carbohydrates are demonized?
I mean, in an extreme subgroup, and the thing is, extreme subgroups are usually the most vocal, but I would just think of that as like when you use the word fringe once earlier, like that is the fringe extreme. And just let them be the fringe extreme. Not all carbohydrates are bad. That can be. And they're not all equal. I don't love there's a thing going around where like fruit from sugar is just sugar. And then they, equate all sources of sugar as being equal. Like, do I think blueberries, gram of sugar for gram of sugar, are the same as Oreos, gram of sugar for gram of sugar? No, absolutely not.
Well, and what they're packaged with is exactly. Very different. The food matrix matters.
So anyway, we can get back onto that, but to finish my thought before it escapes me, because they tend to be fleeting. My brain is sometimes like a game of pinball. Sometimes people, I really try not to tread near medical advice ever, but sometimes somebody will come up to me in a DM from the lean mass hyperresponders groups, like, I got this response, and then ask a directed question, and I'll be like, well, have you tried carbohydrate titration, or have you tried this, that, or the other? And I'm like, do you like mango? Like, what is your favorite food? And one person once said mango. I'm like, you want to try eating just a whole mango per day for 2 weeks and get a retest? And their LDL dropped from 400 to 100. So I'm happy to say, like, eat a mango. Like, actually, the way I usually phrase it is, if I were you, I would maybe try this. Like, what is your favorite fruit? Well, if my favorite fruit was a mango, try to be as cautious with my language as possible. But, I only step in and provide 2 cents when I think it's really necessary and someone really is confused. And unfortunately, there is a lot of confusion. Another example that came up that people may remember was the Carnivore kid, Michael Riley. Do you want to give a debrief on this case? From your perspective, people might be more receptive hearing it from you before I dig into my...
Did he have a triple or a quadruple bypass or something in the end?
He had, I don't remember exactly what he got, but he came out, his handle's the Carnivore kid, right? And it was something to the effect of, he had a picture of himself with the shirt off, and he looked quite fit. And he's in the lean mass hyperresponder group. He's not a lean mass hyperresponder. But he's like, I went carnivore. I thought this was good for me. How did this happen?
He's not a lean mass hyperresponder, but he was on a keto diet.
So the story here, and I have prior permission from him to share this, and I tried to confirm details with him via text message recently, but so he can correct the record if I get anything wrong. But we had an exchange. He ended up going, and he's been public about this, on a low-carb carnivore diet because of pre-existing severe coronary disease and a strong family history. So he had a scan, and there was massive plaque accumulation. And he was under the impression that the best thing to do would be to restrict carbohydrates. Now, again, emphasis is he had severe pre-existing disease and a strong family history. Then went low carb. He never manifested the lean mass hyperresponder profile. His LDL change wasn't that much. And then sometime down the line, he had a coronary event. To what degree the carbohydrate restriction impacted him, I'm not sure. But this was a case of someone being, I think, confused and misled by problematic information on social media that did something that he shouldn't have done. In our conversations, I never told him what to do, but he was very statin resistant, and I did push him to, that in his case, let me put it this way. Usually the way I put it is, if you don't have buffer room, then definitely don't gamble.
By buffer room, you mean you've had a scan.
You've had a scan, you have plaque. So I have like a clean CCTA, for example. So I have buffer room. Let's say what I'm doing is really stupid and I accumulate a little bit of plaque, but I'm getting, CCTA scans. I'm going to pick it up early enough that then I could make a pivot. Versus someone like him, there wasn't any room, no buffer room, because the next straw was going to be the straw that broke the
stakes are much higher for him.
Yeah, and so he wasn't someone that would have benefited from carbohydrate reintroduction. He didn't have a lean mass hyperresponder profile. He had a genetic driver, actually, or presumably a genetic driver. He shared his genetics with me. Ironically, he has a defect in one of the ANGPL proteins that we wrote about in the lipid energy model. So he has a lipid energy model pathway defect, ironically. But the reason I bring it up is it's just a case where I think we were talking about steps that can be made to change your risk profile. And for every patient, it is different. He was someone that I think, if I were him, I would not have gone carnivore. I think that would have been what I consider a gamble for his profile. And with the emergence of his profile, I think that I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I think like lipid lowering therapy would have been very prudent for him. If he was a lean mass hyperresponder and, didn't have pre-existing plaque, then I think toying with carbohydrate titration could have been very reasonable. But those are two very different scenarios. And so again, just coming back to this theme of, I think, patient context and etiology really matter. Now, in terms of, you talked about my case, and I've been transparent about my story before, so I'll go through it briefly, which was at the end of college, I developed really bad ulcerative colitis, which is a form of inflammatory bowel disease, not to be confused with IBS, which someone on Twitter was doing yesterday. So this is, who. So this is where I'm literally getting ulcers opening up in my colon and I'm having terrible bloody diarrhea. To just give you a picture of how it was impacting my life, I started developing severe anxiety with any social activity or academics, whereas, leading up to that point in my college career, I never had test anxiety. And now I had severe test anxiety, not because I was worried about choosing the right answer, because I didn't know if I would just have an ulcer open up, I'd be bleeding out my ass during an exam. And it colored everything. It colored every social interaction. It colored, I was at that time, 21? I'll be very TMI here, dating experiences, because you don't want to have somebody over and just have blood diarrhea. That's not very romantic, or even opportunities that were presented to me. At the end of college, I was my college's valedictory speaker. So I got to give a speech in front of 11,000 people. And I went over in my mind is am I going to give up this opportunity because there's a chance that I could have a flare in front of 11,000 people recorded? And the extent you go to try to navigate life when you're in that position, knowing where every bathroom is at every location that you go to is just the tip of the iceberg. Say for the speech that I ended up deciding to give, I was new to the diagnosis at that time, was still navigating. So I'm what is a way that I can attenuate my risk of having, a flare in front of 11,000 people? So I'm all right, I guess if there's nothing in my system, I'm less likely to flare. So I didn't eat for over a day and then did a coffee enema for with shitty food court coffee, just because I had no idea what I was doing and I was embarrassed and couldn't talk to anybody about it. So that was the life I was living. Then I go to Oxford to do my PhD. Things get even worse. I ended up dropping about 15+% of my body weight in a few weeks because I was just having these crazy flares. Ended up even in PAL-care for 3 days at the John Radcliffe Hospital in the NHS. And I remember that because it was 3 pretty terrible days where I was the youngest person there by probably half a decade. I think a couple people died while I was there. I didn't sleep for 72 hours because all the buzzing and worrying. And I'm just sitting there reflecting on my life thinking, I've gone in a couple of years from a place of someone who was a good academician, a sub-3 marathon runner, and, very athletic with a lot of academic promise. I was doing a PhD at Oxford. I already had a place at Harvard Medical School. Life was there for me on a silver platter, and yet I was at a place where I couldn't do my academics, and getting out of bed and walking to lab, when I wasn't in the hospital, was harder than marathons used to be. When you're in that place of desperation, you're willing to try pretty much anything. So medications weren't helping, so I started experimenting with various diets, tried a bunch of different diets, and for whatever reason, a ketogenic diet worked for me. Now, I'll emphasize, when I tried it, I had no expectation. I tried it only out of desperation, but my inflammatory markers dropped. I stopped having terrible bloody diarrhea. My ulcers closed, and I went into biopsy-proven remission, and I've been there for 5 years. So that's my therapeutic reason. You can decide whether or not you think it's compelling, but that is my reason for, say, not introducing that sweet potato. And is there a possibility that not doing so is adversely affecting my heart health? We can talk about medications in a sec. Yes. Would I trade a few years of life or more to not go back there? Absolutely. And right now I am, incredibly happy and fulfilled in my life. And I'm actually was able to finish up my PhD at Oxford, come to Harvard, now pursuing my medical degree, get to have, learn, be, just engaged in life in general, have these sort of conversations. It's amazing. And I'm so happy to have that life. And if I have to not eat carbohydrates, to maintain it, like the trade-off is very clear for me as an individual. And I hope that sounds reasonable to people who haven't heard my story before.
Yeah, I think that's going to be easier for people to relate to that have been through what you've been through. But I can certainly empathize with that.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the listeners will feel the same way there. You mentioned before that you tried ezetimibe.
I've tried ezetimibe and Crestor. Ezetimibe, the reason I don't talk about these things is because if I have a negative experience, I don't want it to color somebody else's experience. So when I've tried ezetimibe a couple times, I had like just terrible diarrhea. I have hypothesized about why that's the case privately, maybe having to do with high enterohepatic circulation of cholesterol, which would occur in a lean mass hyperresponder eating a lot of fat. But it was just intolerable. So I've stopped ezetimibe. I don't think that's a common response. And I've tried backing off. I started on 10 and backed off to 5 and tried to up titrate. Still had the same response. And have tried Crestor, obviously for the Oreo versus statin experiment. And I had myalgias and a mild elevation in creatine kinase, which is consistent with some degree of muscle damage. Now, it was on a higher dose. One could argue that on a lower dose, I would get most of the benefit without the short-term effects. But where I am right now, personally, is careful watching. Like I said, having gotten a CCTA after several years with levels as high and seeing no plaque, as an individual, I feel comfortable waiting a few more years and seeing what develops rather than going on a medication that could have acute or possibly long-term side effects. But again, in this case, I'm stating my hypothesis boldly and acting on it on myself, but holding it loosely. So I'm very open to reevaluating my treatment decisions as more data arise. In fact, I had a contract with, or a verbal contract with my clinician who ordered the CCTA. I said, I want this. They're like, it's not going to change your management. I'm like, well, what if I say, if there's plaque, I'll go on medication? So before I got the CCTA, I had already agreed, if there was a finding, I would go on medication. It turned out there wasn't.
And how frequently do you plan on doing a scan?
I think I'm going to get my next one at 30, which will be, what am I now, 28 years? 7 years.
7 years between the scans?
No, 7 years since I started a ketogenic diet. And so if you think about that would be an additional over those 7 years, probably about 3,500 milligram per deciliter years. And again, my choices could be also swayed by data coming out of LMHR populations. Right.
Would you try PCSK9 inhibitor or bempedoic acid or any other sort of class of lipid-lowering drug?
I would entertain it for data collection purposes. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to stick to medication before I have more information on the LMHR population or my personal scenario. We can go into why that's the case, although I don't want to even tread towards what could be perceived as medication fear-mongering, because some of the side effects that I would be worried about might take a little bit of time to manifest and are speculative based on things like MR data. I think I shared one graph with you, say, about PCSK9 inhibition and some of the Mendelian randomization data, which we can go there if you want, but one thing I really didn't want to do in this pod was tread towards medication bashing, because I think they can benefit some patients. So,
yeah, I guess where I was trying to get some clarity here and just better understand you, I'm reading the kind of commentary on all sides of this topic, right? And then I speak to you, and something that I see on social media is that there's this idea that, and I just want to air this and get your perspective on it. There's this idea that you or Dave, through being open and transparent about your choice not to use lipid-lowering medications, that there's a mixed message being sent to the public that you don't want a heart attack or stroke, right? I think you already said that. I'm not even going to ask you that question. But at the same time, you choose not to use lipid lowering medications.
Yeah.
Which seems seems to me that at least, and I think you've kind of have made this clear, you're not convinced that the existing body of evidence looking at LDL cholesterol and ApoB and atherosclerosis is relevant to your context.
I'm trying to figure out how to most appropriately frame this, because you're right. I appreciate how that could be the perception. And from my mind, I mean, being public about my case, the reason I did it was to, I think generate a connection with the community that I see struggling with the questions that I struggle with every day as a patient. And I thought that was relevant to share, to be like, look, my skin is in the game too. Now, the inevitable questions that will come up is like, well, what are you doing? And then you kind of have to answer them honestly. So I do, and I try to explain my rationale as much as possible and emphasize that, look, what I'm doing should not generalize to what you're doing. Now, again, this is a scenario where I need to rely on other people to carry forward the message that my personal decisions do not reflect what I think is prudent for other people, which I can try to reflect in my statements and my actions, producing, videos on how to lower LDL and give people tools, writing editorials with, esteemed lipidologists and cardiologists, stating my position, stating it repeatedly with all the caveats. At some level, though, you again need to rely on other people's goodwill and good faith. And this has been a persistent problem ever since I became public. One example I can give, was, did you see the Nadolsky meme? So
I have the Nadolsky meme here.
All right. So you want to describe it?
Okay, so it's a split image. The top is a person kind of going like this with your head.
It's a Drake meme.
Yeah,
we'll probably know
it's the Drake meme. And it says artificial sweeteners. So that's you being against artificial sweeteners. And then below it is you smiling, pointing, and then LDL cholesterol 500 milligrams per deciliter. So the idea is that you're against artificial sweeteners, but you're perfectly okay with an LDL cholesterol of 500 milligrams per deciliter, or in fact, may even celebrate it.
Right. No, it was very clear that I was celebrating it in this Photoshop of my head onto the Drake meme. To provide a little bit of context, this was back in 2021. And the meme was, I think, elicited, if I remember correctly, but I was doing a paper review of, I think it was Zevi et al. I said in my recent video that it was cell metabolism, but I actually think it was Nature. But it was a really fascinating study, murine model with some human data on sucralose, aspartame, saccharin, and the microbiome and glucose intolerance. It was a paper breakdown of a Nature paper, which, my opinion on artificial sweeteners is, are they good for your health? Probably most aren't. You're an adult. Make an adult decision. If you want to have a Diet Coke, I'm not going to judge you. Have a freaking Diet Coke. But here are the data. Let's talk about some Nature data. Anyway, that was the context. And this individual, Dr. Nadolsky, took the opportunity to kind of tease that and then do some low carb, let's call it the quote LDL denier bashing against me, targeting me by giving the impression that I'm fine with my LDL of 500, which I come out about. I then approached him in DM saying, look, I get where you're coming from. I get why this might be good for a laugh to you. Here's my problem with it. And it has nothing to do with ego defense. I don't care if you poke fun at me. I like to poke fun at myself all the time. But I'm really afraid of people being misled that I'm, hunky-dory okay with this. And I don't, lose sleep over thinking about not only my own profile, but how my profile and sharing it could impact other people. And I can only go so far to caveat it. I need to rely on people to act in goodwill and not misrepresent my position. And I would think you'd agree this is a misrepresentation of my perspective and, on the safety of LDL. So I said that directly. In fact, you can read the DM and the date on it, where I think I say something to the effect of, again, this is in 2021. What did I say?
You said, Spencer, I've been working very hard to speak with precision on this. The font's very small on my computer. Precision on this matter in video and be clear that my decisions should not be generalized, and this needs to be a patient-by-patient decision. If you can find anywhere where I state anyone else should not take a statin, I'll eat my words. I would never, and in fact, just 2 days ago on a live with Dave, applauded someone who shared that he is an LMHR-ish and started a statin. I stopped to make the point that this is a reasonable choice. My scenario is highly specific to me.
And then I go on to say something to the effect of,
we are now at a point in this discussion where clarity of message is key. And when you put up a meme like that, you undermine what we are trying to do with our cautious messaging, because your followers aren't going to note my 10-part thread reply to your meme. Instead, it's just going to go viral, and people are going to think I think things that I don't.
and that was 2021. And we've been battling the same issues for years, where there's a clear caricaturization and people wanting to misrepresent us. And I would argue, same thing with the allo scenario, this is in large part a source of the confusion. Now, to use another analogy, because I like analogies, you can accuse, let's say, extremists in the low-carb camp of planting a certain seed, say with respect to this term that's bandied about LDL denialism, but that seed gets watered by memes like that. So I would say that is as much as the problem.
I think it comes back to your personal context and decision and the mixed messaging. So I think we've spoken offline, and you said you've never endorsed or encouraged people with an LMHR phenotype to not take corrective action to lower their ApoB.
I think I put that in a video on YouTube days ago.
Right. But then, do you think that in some way it is implied by the fact that you don't actively lower your own ApoB?
I think that it could be. And that's the issue that I brought up before is like, look, I share my story in order to point out that I guess I'm all about transparency.
Because I think people see that as a value judgment. They think that you're essentially saying that there is no value, at least for you, to add lipid lowering medications to improve your own ApoB.
I think
I may have that wrong.
No. So I'm trying to take what you're saying, acknowledge the legitimacy of it, and then add to it. Because what I see is you're saying I don't see a benefit. What I would say is I'm not clear on the exact benefit and the exact cost to me. And in the absence of unknown, because we don't know the absolute risk profile, the fact that I know I don't have plaque currently, the unknown benefit of treatment, and, then I'm left at a place where I've made the decision to just wait and see how things develop. And like I said, I am in a privileged position to actually have the buffer room to do so.
So it really comes back to the fact that on your scan, you have no soft plaque. Because I think, I've had Thomas Dayspring on my show. I'm not sure. Did you listen to that series? It's like 7 hours across 3 parts.
I've listened to a lot.
I don't expect you to have listened to it. But
I'll do my homework after this.
But I think if he was sitting here right now, and I know that you'd like to have a conversation with him. Mm-hmm. Hopefully that happens one day. Maybe Peter Attia could facilitate that. Mm-hmm. But I think that he would say, Nick, why are you not just taking the precautionary approach here and knocking ApoB down to physiologic level? And he might even, I've got another gift for you. He might even say, why don't we use a little bit of extra help?
These are frozen, but these will have melted by. All right, wait. Macros per container, total carbohydrates 110, total sugar 77.
I think there's 6 in there. Is there 6 or 4? No, it's probably 4.
Okay.
In the pack. No. But I thought
high dose.
This is a joke, but in case you needed a little extra ammunition, these are some Oreo ice creams.
All
maybe help you get the ApoB down to a physiologic level instead of, I think you got down to 110, was it?
110.
So maybe with these,
Smash it to 50.
who knows, you could get down to 50. But the point I'm trying to make here is that I think someone like Thomas Dayspring would say, irrespective of your scan and zero plaque, like you're a young guy, get your ApoB to a physiologic level and you're not going to develop plaque.
I would say, but what about everything else? Because again, it's this artificial situation where people say the thing you hear all the time is lower is better, right? You hear this, lower is better. Well, with respect to what? With respect to the one outcome that Dave pointed out in his quote, with respect to cardiovascular disease, yes, then probably you're attenuating risk, but I don't know what the absolute magnitude of benefit is, nor the trade-offs. Because there are just unknowns. There are unknowns with respect to, I didn't want to go here, but let's just use it as an example because we already are going here. Let's say, okay, you want to get your LDL down to 50. Repatha could help. Keep it there. Are there downsides to treating with a PCSK9 inhibitor? Well, maybe not in short-term trials, but you look at some MR data. There was the one MR graph I shared with you. I think it was from a Nature subjournal, if not Nature. And one of the graphs showed a hazards ratio for PCSK9 inhibition in Alzheimer's disease being 2.3. It was actually the most striking element of the graph was the increased hazards ratio of Alzheimer's with PCSK9 inhibition. I'm not saying it's consistent across data, but I'm just pointing out that there are potential downsides that haven't been fully explored. And it was actually apparent to me in listening to your episode with Bill and Dave when Bill was talking about he said something to the effect of, in the studies we have now, PCSK9 inhibition and lowering LDL down to 26 doesn't have any apparent downsides. And then he caveated it with, but we don't have long-term outcomes.
There's some observational stuff, like the observational data I'm aware of, different class of drugs on statins suggests lower risk of dementia for people using statins. Again,
but it's a distinct population because those people are going to probably have endothelial dysfunction, metabolic syndrome. There's pleiotropic effects in terms of reduced inflammation. So you have different populations that might have different benefits, which is totally fair. So again, the reason I didn't want to go here is I don't want to say ApoB lowering is going to increase dementia because for the average person, I don't think it probably will. And if I were someone with obesity and metabolic syndrome, I would be making a very different decision. But the preponderance of evidence, while we could say it's a preponderance of evidence, and that's a nice virtue signaling term to throw about, doesn't apply that well to unique and new populations. So I bring up, the data I bring up just to say there are unknowns. So again, just to apply, I think, fair, non-double standards, when Bill was talking about, or Dr. Cromwell was talking about, he says call him Bill. I'm trying to use formalisms here, but he's a pretty informal guy if you know him. So please, nobody think I'm trying to be disrespectful. But lowering LDL to 26, he said, but we don't have long-term data on pharmacological intervention, which is what we're talking about here, for lowering ApoB, which is actually the same for lean mass hyperresponders. We don't have long-term data. So again, we're back to an area of unknown. There aren't acute effects. What are the long-term possibilities? And again, for every patient, one needs to consider what are the pros and cons and also update those lists as we get more data, but just acknowledge that there are things we don't know, even about these medications and the costs of certain interventions in the long term, especially in distinct populations. So, here's how I'll cap this discussion. My decision for myself has been clear, I think. I hope I've clearly articulated that I don't want other people to generalize this, and I hope I've been consistent about that in many different formats across peer review, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Now Instagram, since yesterday I started an Instagram. We'll see if I regret that. But I am fully aware, I think I said this at the beginning, that there are things I don't know that I like to continue to read and be pushed, and that I'm not really firmly attached to where I am right now. And I'm not saying I couldn't be convinced. In fact, just to put a cherry on top and throw a little bait out there, I dare Thomas Dayspringer, Peter Attia, to have a conversation with me and see if they can convince me. See if they can convince me that that is a logical thing for me to do right now. I think that's a reasonable task to put to them.
What would it take for you to be convinced?
In all honesty, I think probably more data, or at least to shine light on data that I haven't seen.
What kind of data, though?
I would need two things, or one of two things. Long-term data really convincing me that there aren't long-term consequences. And more importantly, data in my profile.
You're not really interested in the FH data?
No, I don't think the FH data are that relevant to lean mass hyperresponders. And I've been clear about that. Or something as simple as, the easiest data to acquire would be that to demonstrate that there's rapid plaque progression in lean mass hyperresponders. If we got data that there's rapid plaque progression and lean mass hyperresponders, then I would take measures to lower my ApoB for certain. If I couldn't find a diet that worked, which I don't think I could, then I'd start medication.
Back to diet, our mutual friend Chris McCaskill, he had a question. He said, Nick has often said he's trapped in a low-carb diet. This is his words. So you can let me know if some of this is inaccurate. But he's often said he's trapped in a low-carb diet because he needs it for IBD. Did he try plant-dominant, no junk food diet like Dr. Will Bolsowitz or Dr. Brooke Goldner would prescribe?
I don't know those individuals. The answer to that is yes. I said I tried different lifestyle interventions before keto and tried it out of desperation, not expectation. And that's because I tried every other diet you can imagine first. The standard ones are specific carbohydrate and low FODMAP for IBD. Tried those. Tried vegan, vegetarian, various forms of whole food, plant-based, Mediterranean, pescatarian. I tried a lot of diets. And when I say I try something, I try it rigorously. So that means like a 4-week trial and very clean. So yes, I tried it. It didn't work for me. Doesn't mean it can't work for other people.
I know. I think that's the interesting point, because if you go online, you can find anecdotal evidence, particularly for autoimmune conditions. You can find a group of carnivores or keto. You can find vegan groups, all people that are very passionate that their diet has helped reduce their autoimmune related symptoms. And I'm not super familiar, particularly with inflammatory bowel disease, what the literature on nutrition and clinical interventions looking at, let's say, populations with IBD and what diets can kind of best help reduce symptoms or prevent relapse. But at least just at a high level, thinking about all of those anecdotes, one commonality seems to be shifting away from ultra-processed foods.
Yeah, and I think when I'm talking to people in general about just wanting to get healthier, like, that's the thing to do. Start there. And, there might be slight metabolic benefits in individuals to this or that approach, but the average person is going to get most of the benefit from that. For me, I have reason to believe that ketosis is necessary, and I'm not sure that's generalizable. There are some data on that, at least biological plausibility. For example, data showing that ketone levels correlate inversely with IBD activity in people with IBD and in models as well. There's some interesting new literature on, say, fiber elimination and how that affects the movement, let's say, of different pathobionts in the gut microbiome. I think one's mucospirillum. I think it was CUFA in cell metabolism.
As in fiber elimination being beneficial?
Yeah. It's actually not uncommon in pediatric Crohn's disease for refractory cases for them to go on exclusive enteral nutrition with fiber elimination. The reason, and I think something like 60 to 85% of people respond. It's not generally done because it's usually a liquid diet that's not super well tolerated, and it's just not perceived to be palatable or sustainable. I only bring this up because there's actually both medical precedent and biological plausibility, but
there's also a distinction between treating a person that's in a flare-up and then what is best for
keeping them in remission,
long-term health outcomes, right? Because I guess the argument could be there that certainly restricting certain carbohydrate-rich foods or fiber could be a great short-term strategy from an elimination point of view, but what's the long-term consequence of kind of starving the microbiome and affecting short-chain fatty acid production and all these things?
Mm-hmm. So I've already told you my backstory. What do you think I'm optimizing for right now? Living to be an extra year or two older when I die, or not being in the ICU and finishing medical school?
Not being in the ICU.
Yeah, there you go. And so me and Chris talked about this when we first met, and he pointed out that, look, we're at different stages of life optimizing for different things, which is true. I think the data on diet and longevity is, in general, not that great. We can, if we want to go down and talk about small extracellular vesicles and go into some anti-aging science, we can do that at the end, because it's something I've read about and I find interesting. For me, now I'm just talking for me, right now I'm doing what I need to do to feel good and maintain reasonable health. If I was optimizing for health, the one thing I would eliminate in my life, really, above all else, was an MD PhD. It's probably the worst thing I do for my health. I get asked, what's the worst thing you do for your health that you need to fix? I'm like, well, the worst thing I'm doing for my health is probably an MD PhD. Less sleep, more stress. But you do what you do in life because you're,
How much fiber would you eat a day?
It actually depends. That's the thing, is if I'm on a busy clinical rotation, I'll do more fiber elimination, because I can add fiber and it doesn't cause IBD, but it can irritate my IBS, which is irritable bowel syndrome, which is distinct.
Yes.
And usually in IBD there is
There's
IBS.
some overlap.
So I will avoid fiber more for that clinical management. Say on my surgical rotation, I was basically carnivore just because it helped me manage. But if I'm on vacation, I freaking love Brussels sprouts. Some Brussels sprouts with walnuts on top is delicious. I'll just be maybe a little bit uncomfortable the next morning, maybe, but I enjoy it. And if you want my opinion explicitly on, do I think the average person would benefit from, let's make it, so I'm trying to be as least controversial as possible here. Low glycemic index diverse vegetables to improve microbiome diversity, then I would say yeah. And fermented foods, it makes sense, right? I mean, the high level way I think about it is, if you eat diverse foods, you're going to generate a diverse ecosystem. And generally diversity in an ecosystem, even at larger ecosystems, look at the rainforest or something, more diversity in an ecosystem tends to be a more resilient ecosystem. And one could argue metabolic health is all about resilience to insults. So is it possible that my self-therapy to maintain what I need to do in life is impairing microbiome and thereby greater metabolic health resilience? It's possible. I won't rule it out.
Have you thought about using kind of isolated fiber supplements or resistant starch or polyphenols, all these different compounds that can have a prebiotic effect?
I have thought about it. Fibers, again, tend to cause issues. If there's one that I haven't tried that you'd like to recommend, I like N=1s. And if you want me to, I was actually thinking about saying this at the end, but we should design an after this episode, we should design an N=1 that I have some of the summer off that I can implement.
Yeah.
You can help me design the trial and we'll execute it. And it can be targeted at LDL lowering it could be a multimodal intervention with various polyphenols and PUFAs and changes in exercise patterns, whatever you want to suggest. I enjoy N=1.
That was a question that I had for later.
Yeah.
I am interested in this population who adopt the ketogenic diet for therapeutic reasons. Not that I can find, there doesn't seem to be much literature or clinical interventions where various diets are kind of put to the test to see is it that all of these people can only be symptom free or have reduced symptoms in a state of ketosis, or is there other dietary patterns, strategies that they could adopt under the guidance of a dietitian that could also still be successful whilst lowering their ApoB at the same time?
Yeah, and these are open questions. The degree to which it's going to vary individual to individual. What I would say is, because there's so much inter-individual heterogeneity, understanding the physiology is super important, because that allows you to be creative in individual protocol generation. So an example I gave to Bill Cromwell on another podcast was that of strategically using polyunsaturated fats, but not for the reason you'd think, or not, let's say, with the effect that you'd think, which is people say, oh, unsaturated fats lower LDL relative to saturated fats, which is true, but the magnitude of effect, I think, in lean mass hyperresponders is going to be pretty moderate. So I actually hit my LDL peak of 545 on a 85% unsaturated to 15% saturated fat diet. In fact, the reason, and it was low cholesterol, the reason I hit the peak, I think, was because I was experimenting to lower my LDL, and I thought, okay, I'll go higher unsaturated fat and also cut out dietary cholesterol. But in doing so, cutting out the egg yolks and some sources of saturated fat, I inadvertently lost a little bit of weight, which via the lipid energy model would predict my LDL would go up, and it did, despite eating very low saturated fat. My fatty acid composition was basically that of olive oil, pure olive oil, and I still hit 545. So clearly for me, unsaturated fat isn't a lever in that way. But let's say you need a ketogenic diet therapeutically, right? And let's just, for the sake of argument, say your ketone threshold is you need to be above 1 millimole. And linoleic acid is pretty ketogenic. Then would skewing towards a higher PUFA ketogenic diet boost you to a higher ketone level so you have more buffer room to then play with carbohydrates as a primary lever to lower LDL?
There's a lot of carnivores who are rolling their eyes right now with the proposition of increasing linoleic acid omega-6 intake.
You know, a funny thing is I'm not omega-6 intolerant. I mean, I'm not omega-6 phobic at all.
Well, what do you think about the idea that polyunsaturated fats increase the oxidation of LDL, and that's really what matters when it comes to, like, the argument that I see from some folks out there, and it's not everyone, is that these polyunsaturated fats are inflammatory. They cause LDL to oxidize, and that's what takes a potentially atherogenic lipoprotein and makes it atherogenic, meaning that it's contributing to the buildup of plaque in the artery wall.
I think oxidized phospholipids probably play a role. I'm not convinced that eating linoleic acid... See, here's the thing. You aren't what you eat. People like to say that. Metabolism is way more complicated than you are what you eat. So if you eat some walnuts, you're not going to suddenly accumulate a bunch of LA in your particles. They're going to get oxidized and you're going to get ASCVD. It doesn't work like that. Things are way more complex. And what I was actually going to say is the irony to this is, I wouldn't say I eat a high linoleic acid diet, but we were talking before the episode started, I think we share a love of tahini, and I'm not walnut averse or anything like that. So I have a fair amount of linoleic acid in my diet. We can go back and check, actually. In my one case report, I recorded the amount of omega-6. It was a lot, over 50 grams per day. Like, it was a lot. I've gotten erythrocyte testing for my omega ratio, though. And despite that, and the fact that you really can't eat omega-3 to balance omega fat dietarily, like, you can't get 50 grams of omega-3 a day. My red blood cell omega-3 to 6 ratio is 1-to-1 with a 17.2% omega-3 index, which is closer to dolphin than human. So if you want to look at my actual biology and markers, I'm optimal with respect to what the omega-6 crowd would say, and I eat omega-6. But to get back to the earlier point about using it as a lever, you know, if it's preferentially getting burned and also turned into ketones and going through ketogenesis, then, and even Tucker Goodrich, who I know you know and is very anti-linoleic acid, has admitted that in people who are ketogenic, that they probably are more, let's say, resilient to omega-6 because they're burning it and using it for ketogenesis. So for me, for whatever reason, I'm very sensitive to sesame oil in terms of it boosts my beta-hydroxybutyrate a lot. So I've done this a few times. If I take about 3 tablespoons of toasted sesame oil at night with dinner and do a 20-hour fast, I can get my BHB to above 6 millimole. And that is a remarkably high level. And then think about the buffer room that if I were a kid with epilepsy, I now have to play with carbohydrate reintroduction if my threshold is 1 millimole for preventing seizures, versus if I were eating beef, butter, and eggs. And then maybe at baseline, my ketones will be 1.2 millimole. Then I have less buffer. So I bring up this kind of esoteric example because it's really interesting when you understand the physiologic principles, how you can start to toy with them in an individual to generate individual protocols and iterate. And individuals can do this. They probably should do it with the help of a physician, but you see how much opportunity there is for tailoring care when we're not just going off a general algorithm, but thinking, all right, what's the physiology? What's this patient's case? And how can we apply the physiology and do some, what I consider pretty safe experiments in a given patient to try to optimize variables to get them where the patient and the clinician want them.
Okay, so what's the physiology I think is going to bring us to the lipid energy model? Because we really need to understand.
We're like over 2 hours in.
We need to understand. We've got to 2 hours plus 2.5 hours,
right.
and yet we still haven't fully explained this kind of phenomenon, like how you're seeing triglycerides are so low, but LDL cholesterol is going to these crazy high levels. But just before we get there, I wanted to get your opinion on something to do with IBD. So before this, I did a very high level kind of just lit review because I really hadn't taken a look at the dietary intervention trials for IBD. And I came across the International Organization for the Study of Inflammatory Bowel Disease. Have you heard of those guys? They do dietary guidelines. Anyway, there was a 2022 kind of review that I wanted to get your opinion on. Their opinion, based on the broad body of evidence that exists today, is that they recommend a diet that's rich in fruits and veg, low in red meat, low in saturated fats, especially myristic acid. And I can send this paper across to you. And the avoidance of processed foods with additives such as emulsifiers, maltodextrin, thickening agents, and carrageenans. Mm-hmm. And then they do go on and they say that there's an additional recommendation for people with Crohn's, not ulcerative colitis, to limit insoluble fiber intake. And then they round it all out. And when you put all of that together, their recommendation seems to me to be like a sort of modified Mediterranean style diet.
I would say what they're doing is similar to what I'm doing, which is taking what is biological plausibility and generally low-grade evidence, or evidence from trials on what I would consider low-intensity dietary interventions, because things like even, let's say, like a whole food plant-based vegan diet or a ketogenic diet are rigorous interventions on which there are not a lot of studies, and they're just extrapolating from that to a relatively conservative stance, which is fair. But I think I'll frame this with what a lot of patients hear from their physicians, which is there's not good evidence that diet helps in IBD, which sometimes gets miscommunicated as diet doesn't help in IBD. Diet hasn't been shown to put IBD into remission. And the problem there is the statement, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So my issue, and this is a broader issue than with just, IBD, but we are really lacking rigorous trials for high-intensity dietary interventions for a lot of different conditions, including IBD. So has there ever been, I think Chris was asking about like whole food plant-based versus, keto. Has there ever been a clean keto versus whole food plant-based trial for IBD? No, there hasn't.
In their review, I think they summarized the handful of trials they've been. It's like gluten-free, low FODMAP.
They're going to be really low-intensity dietary interventions. Things like low FODMAP, where it's like, it's become what people recommend, so it's like something to do, but it has a poor adherence. If you ever look at low FODMAP and try to like follow it, it's actually very complicated. And then it's low intensity. It's not a ketogenic diet, or like it's not an extreme diet, which for extreme conditions you might need extreme diet. So we don't have evidence for something like a clean ketogenic diet in IBD, and that is in part just because of the funding infrastructure. Like, to do these trials properly, you need to recruit patients. You need lots of money, and where's that money coming from? The funding is really, really difficult. In fact, I'll actually take this moment to plug. I know Sean Baker, who came up earlier, wants to do an RCT on ketogenic carnivore diet for IBD, and he wants to partner with Chris Gardner. I think they might have even reached out. I don't know what the exchange is, but the idea is I want Steelman data, and so maybe Chris could design the vegan diet, Sean could design the carnivore diet, and then do an actual RCT, which could be funded by, necessarily, you might need some industry support. Or crowdfunding, because the NIH tends not to throw money at these kind of trials. They're just really, really hard to conduct. And so we get into this place where our system is built biased towards pharmacology and interventions because the business model for that is very clear. And then we're left with a deficit of good dietary interventions because the short-term business model isn't as clear. And so we end up with a lack of evidence. And then statements like this, which maybe they're being very reasonable and taking their recommendations based on the data that are available, but the data that are available aren't very good data.
Right. You said there that a low FODMAP diet, the adherence is probably not great. I think some people would push back and say the adherence to a vegan diet or even a pure keto diet is probably not great either.
True. I'm saying that because of the complexity of the intervention. That it's actually like I've tried low FODMAP and I find keto much easier to follow. But you're right, dietary. So it's also how you. I don't know what data the paper you're referencing are founded on, but in terms of compliance, sometimes it's easier to monitor different interventions. So for example, for a ketogenic diet, it's actually pretty easy to monitor because you can measure ketone levels. So you have a biomarker of it versus self-report for low FODMAP. And there are even things you can, I think, do for, vegan diets that would help substantiate adherence. Again, it's hard for me to comment without knowing the paper. The only thing I was trying to point out is that the quality of the evidence upon which they're basing their recommendations is limited, thus limiting what they can provide. And generally, these guidelines tend to trend towards just more conservative stances, especially if the evidence base is poor, then you're not going to make an extreme recommendation. But it's hobbling together what we have into something that is passable.
Just to round out the conversation on pharmacology, because you mentioned there's more funding for studies looking at pharmaceutical interventions than dietary interventions, generally speaking, and that's why there's an absence or a lot of gaps in the literature when it comes to how does food affect a certain condition. But I have to ask this because I know people will want me to. Would you say you're anti-pharmacology?
No. Why would I be?
I think that some people, and maybe it is because of memes like that we discussed earlier, have been led to believe that you are, and perhaps through your own personal choice to avoid, to not take lipid-lowering medications, would say, Nick falls into that camp of natural is best, and big pharma is just profiting. They're not interested in bettering your health.
I think big pharma probably is mostly the incentive structure is a different question. If you're asking me, do I think the pharma industry is really looking to better people's health or make money because they're a business? I would say, well, their incentive is to make money as a business. And I don't know that it's fully aligned with public health, but that doesn't mean that medications can't be beneficial in patients. And, these are all inputs into the body, be it a diet or some sort of lifestyle protocol or pharmacological intervention. You're really just manipulating physiology. And we can use, I think modern medicine is incredible. The things that we can do and some of the medications that we have that truly can just save lives and are absolutely wonderful. But they also come with potential downsides because they're potent.
Do you think lipid-lowering drugs, the discovery of statins and PCSK9 inhibitors and bempedoic acid, the kind of suite of lipid-lowering drugs that we now have been a net positive for cardiovascular disease mortality, say over the last 50, 70 years?
For cardiovascular disease mortality, yeah. I don't see any reason that I would say no. So yeah, definitely. Now, and for those of people just listening, not watching, I'm smirking. I don't know how it would compare to the U.S. military. Did you see that tweet?
No.
Another aloe gem where he's saying statins have saved more lives than the U.S. military. Maybe, but I haven't seen that study. I couldn't help poking a little bit. But no, to answer your question, yes, I do think that they've had a benefit on overall cardiovascular related mortality.
What is the lipid energy model, and how would you describe it to someone who's kind of hearing it for the first time?
Yeah. I'll reiterate that the lipid energy model is a mechanistic explanation of the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype, which again is defined by the 3 cut points: LDL greater than or equal to 200, HDL greater than or equal to 80, triglycerides less than or equal to 70. So again, mechanistic explanation. I'll give the very short version and then dig a level deeper.
Just quickly on those cutoffs.
Yeah.
Are they just arbitrary kind of values, or how did you come to that?
Dave came up with them in 2017, and it again was one of those things where he just made an observation and created cutoffs. It's funny because people come up and say, oh, am I a lean mass hyperresponder? And then they give their numbers. And my response is typically, look, physiology does not care about the arbitrary cutoffs we generate. So for classification in medicine, we need to create cutoffs. And usually cutoffs are created to optimize sensitivity and specificity so that you'll pick up people who have a particular characteristic and it's as specific as possible to that population. So there's always an optimization of sorts. Those cutoffs seem to do relatively well for picking out this phenotype, but there is what I would call just an element of judgment in terms of like if a lean person sees a LDL jump of X amount along with an increase in HDL and decreased triglycerides, when they go low carb, like the same physiology could be applying even if they don't hit those cut points. And in terms of are those the optimal cut points or just historic, I'd say really they're just more historic and it could be optimized with further literature. That'd be my answer. Now, for no further procrastination on the lipid energy model, at a very high level, it proposes that there is a response to carbohydrate restriction, and typically in lean insulin-sensitive people, such that there's an increase in systemic, when I say systemic, I mean whole body, fuel trafficking of fats through a system that depends on lipoprotein particles as the shipping containers for the fat. That's the very high level overview. Now, to dig in with a tiny bit more specificity, what we think is going on is when you go low carb, you start burning more fat as fuel. So your fat cells are releasing free fatty acids into the bloodstream. And those free fatty acids are used by muscle tissue as fuel, but there's a lot of free fatty acids in the bloodstream. And actually, if you're leaner, the free fatty acids go up more with fasting and carbohydrate restriction. That's well documented. And then they can be taken up in the liver.
When you say there's a lot of free fatty acids, so an excess of free fatty acids are released from adipose tissue beyond what's needed by muscle cells?
Locally, yeah, because you're releasing them into the bloodstream and then they end up circulating around in the blood. So they can get used locally. If a fat cell on my arm releases some free fatty acids and it can be used by a muscle, but it also goes into the bloodstream, can be used by other tissues. How that's coordinated, how fat trafficking is coordinated and energy trafficking, read the ANGPTL paper. We won't go into it probably in this podcast. I don't think we'll have time, but it's incredibly dynamic. If you go to PubMed and go look up ANGPTL 348 and read those papers, you will just be shocked by how beautiful and specific and targeted like fat trafficking can be. But simply put, yes, that there is more that is used. There is more that is released than is used locally by the muscle tissue, and then that will be taken up by the liver. And in the liver, these the fatty acids can be repackaged onto a storage form of fat called triglycerides. And so you generate these triglycerides, which then get packaged into VLDL particles, very low density lipoprotein particles. And I know I'm stating it, this happens, that happens. Just to be clear, this is the hypothesis. There are elements of it that have not been proven. Certain things you need to do, tracer studies, we get into that in a little bit, but just to be clear about what's proven and what's not. So the free fatty acids, they go into the liver, they're packaged into triglycerides, they're put on VLDL particles, these big, let's say, boats, that allow the triglycerides to be put back into the bloodstream. So the very low density lipoproteins, VLDLs, that are triglyceride rich, are put into the bloodstream where they recirculate to resupply depleted fat cells and muscle tissue with triglyceride fuel. So the triglycerides can then be broken down, taken out of the VLDL by lipoprotein lipase, and the fatty acids go into the fat cells and the muscle tissue. And as this is happening, so this turnover process, when I say turnover, I see the VLDLs having the triglycerides sucked out of them by the lipoprotein lipase. This is really the money shot for how the phenotype, the lipid triad emerges. Because what happens is if you have this VLDL, this triglyceride-rich VLDL, and you're sucking up the core, which is the triglycerides, and you're doing it fast enough, the triglycerides are going to drop as they're depleted out of the VLDL. So your triglycerides go down. That's one part of the triad. VLDL are going to shrink. As they shrink, they become LDL. And LDL have a much longer residence time than VLDL. So the LDL can go up. You take the big sphere, you shrink it into a smaller sphere. The smaller sphere is the LDL. LDL goes up. The triglycerides have gone down because you shrunken out the core. And then if you take a sphere and you decrease the volume, you're taking the core out, you have to necessarily decrease the surface area as well. And there's cholesterol in that surface to give the lipoprotein particle structure. And those surface remnants are shed off. Hat tip to the work of Anatole Kantush and the reverse remnant theory, which was very influential to our work. But the surface components are shed off and picked up by acceptor particles, which are ApoA particles, HDL particles. And so then you have the cholesterol being shed off from the surface being picked up by the HDL particles, and so the HDL goes up. And so it's in this turnover process, this really rapid turnover process of the VLDL, that you have the triglycerides drop really quickly, and the LDL go up as the VLDL become the LDL, and then HDL go up as they accept the surface components of the VLDL. And so that's how you get the triad. And I'm sure we'll hopefully get the chance to go into it, but understanding that process helps us understand why we see what we see with respect to lean mass hyperresponders, and even counterintuitive findings like those that confused Lane about how the Oreo versus statin study, the Oreos not only drop my LDL, but actually drop my triglycerides, which would actually be predicted by the model in the acute setting, because if you have an acute insulin spike and you're activating LPL, lipoprotein lipase, because insulin activates lipoprotein lipase, and this turnover is acutely accelerated in the fasted state when there aren't chylomicrons around, then it's going to suck out the triglycerides even faster. Your triglycerides should drop. So in the Oreo versus statin study, actually during the Oreo arm, my triglycerides were in the 30s.
So that point there about the liver is producing triglycerides because more free fatty acids are entering the liver. Mm-hmm. And that is downstream of free fatty acids kind of being, I guess, liberated, for lack of a better word, from adipose tissue, which is downstream of essentially carbohydrate restriction and different energy substrate availability. Mm-hmm. Right. So this system is adapting as a response to carbohydrate restriction. Now, some people may think if the liver is producing more VLDLs, these triglyceride-rich lipoproteins, that you would see elevated triglycerides. And I'm just repeating back what you said to me to ensure that I'm hearing it correctly. But in this phenotype, you don't see elevated triglycerides.
Yeah.
Because of how rapid the turnover is from VLDL to smaller ApoB-containing lipoproteins.
Yes.
And that is because there is a high demand, I presume, by these tissues, adipose and the muscle cells, for triglycerides. Mm-hmm. So they're sucking the triglycerides essentially out of the VLDL in a very rapid manner.
Yeah. So you can have an increase in triglyceride export and VLDL production from the liver and still have triglycerides go down if turnover is fast enough and you reach a particular steady state. So it's very consistent to have increased triglyceride export from the liver and lower triglycerides given high rates of turnover. So the really key thing, say this like 12 different ways, is in LMHR, increased VLDL export, increased export of triglyceride-rich lipoproteins from the liver in the form of VLDL, and coupled with increased turnover by lipoprotein lipase peripherally.
Okay, so this also kind of gets to something else I've seen you explain or comment on it. There's this idea out there that LDL cholesterol is going up in lean mass hyperresponders in this phenotype because there is sort of downregulation of the LDL receptor. there's less clearance. And I think that I've seen Thomas Dayspring kind of posit that this is because of ketosis, it's because of high saturated fat content of the diet. But I think I've seen you push back and say, well, actually, it may not be that there's reduced clearance of LDL cholesterol. Can you unpack that?
Yeah, when we're saying reduced clearance, I want to focus on reduced absolute clearance. But let's just focus on the logic, and then I'll make some points about data in my sphere of awareness. That's the thing. The hang up is the perception that there needs to be reduced clearance for levels like this to emerge, which is not the case. Logically, it's not the case. If you have increased production and increased turnover, you could actually have increased clearance. In fact, if you want me to pose a bold hypothesis, I think in terms of absolute clearance, there is increased clearance in lean mass hyperresponders versus the average person. And that's perfectly logically consistent. It's like saying or asking the question, if I have a funnel and pouring water into the funnel is production and the water pouring out of the funnel is clearance, is it possible that I can raise the level, the resting water level on the funnel, while also increasing clearance, so making the neck of the funnel wider?
Yeah, if your production goes up enough.
Right. If you pour more water in, you can also increase the neck of the funnel, and water levels can still go up. So the steady state doesn't tell you about flux, nor does it tell you about clearance. So there isn't reason to believe that there is reduced absolute clearance in terms of just the logic of it. Now, let's get to the data. You mentioned saturated fat. In the general population, saturated fat will tend to increase LDL cholesterol, and the mechanism has to do with reduced clearance because saturated fat relative to unsaturated fat will reduce LDL receptors. That's correct. What do we know about lean mass hyperresponders? Or actually, let's generalize. What do we know about the relative impact of saturated fat versus something like BMI on LDL levels on a low-carb diet? Well, we actually have very strong data on this now. A meta-analysis of 41 RCTs I mentioned earlier, published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition by first author Adrian Soto-Mota et al. What we see is that BMI, which is relevant to the lipid energy model, is hugely dominant over saturated fat. Doesn't mean saturated fat doesn't have an impact, but BMI is hugely dominant. If you look in the supplement, for example, I think being in the top quintile of saturated fat intake, top quartile, the top quartile of saturated fat intake has less than 1/5 the impact of just having a normal BMI, having a BMI under 25 for increasing LDL on low-carb diets. So point being, there's something else going on here. Now, as for Thomas Dayspring's claim, he's claimed a few times, and I have pushed back that he said his words were, and I think I'm getting him word for word here, ketosis lowers LDL receptors. He said that a couple times, right? That's like pretty accurate to what he's saying. I'm not taking it out of context. And I've asked him when he's posted that, what are your data to support that? And he's never replied with any data. And I'd hold him to the standard of actually providing data. If we're talking about ketosis, now I would hold him to also the standard of being verbally precise. Then we're talking about the process of having elevated ketone levels in the blood, which you can look at with exogenous ketones, which has been done, say in murine models, mouse models, where ketosis actually increases LDL receptor on the liver. It doesn't decrease, it increases LDL receptor on the liver. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say, well, he actually meant ketogenic diets, not ketosis. So just a slip in verbal precision. Do we have data on that? Actually, we do, and this is something we discussed on Chris McCaskill's podcast, Plant Chompers, who pushed back with us. So this isn't like a low carber going after Dayspring. This is just asking for legitimate data and then presenting the data we have, including a human RCT in which humans on a high saturated fat ketogenic diet had their LDL receptors measured in circulating cells. So I want to be clear, it wasn't the liver. And that was just a methodological limitation because you can't take healthy people and an ethics board won't let you do a liver biopsy on them. It's kind of a giant needle being stabbed into your liver. But they did have LDL receptor expression on other cells, and LDL receptors, even in a high saturated fat ketogenic diet context, did not lower LDL receptors. So if we have data showing ketosis in mice increases LDL receptor expression in the liver, and human RCT data showing that LDL receptor expression is not reduced by a high saturated fat ketogenic diet, which actually surprised me. I would have thought that a high saturated fat ketogenic diet would have had an effect. And we have meta of RCT data showing that saturated fat has a tiny, tiny impact as compared to unsaturated fat. And consider the fact that saturated fat doesn't do a good job of explaining the triad of markers we see in lean mass hyperresponders, nor the inverse relationship between BMI and LDL, and the fact that we have LMHR on low saturated fat diets. Saturated fat is not a good explanation. I feel like that's a pretty solid case for that. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, the data that you've put forward, particularly that meta-analysis, makes a compelling argument that in low carbohydrate context, I think that's important.
Of course.
That there's a stronger correlation between BMI and LDL cholesterol.
And the interventions that you can leverage in this context are different. You get more bang for your buck for adding the sweet potato than you would for subtracting the butter.
Right, which is really important for that population, and at the same time shouldn't be conflated or confused with general population.
Agreed.
So we just have to separate the two.
Please do.
Yeah, which is not that hard to do. So back to the lipid energy model. What happens when you add Oreos in to someone's diet who is an LMHR? Why does their ApoB or LDL cholesterol plummet?
I think a simple way to think about it is hepatic or liver glycogen depletion is probably the trigger starting off the whole process. If you want to think about it in a demand sort of manner, when liver glycogen stores get depleted, it can be a signal that we need to shift fuel substrates to more fat because we don't have dietary carbohydrates on board. And you don't want to do too much gluconeogenesis. So we want to burn more fat. And so that starts the flywheel of the lipid energy model. Now, in terms of the actual hormonal mediators, well, there's things like insulin, which are going to decrease free fatty acid release from fat cells, changes in leptin even, which can occur acutely. In terms of the whole hepatokine, adipokine network of hormones that are really mediating the effect, I would say that's still in the area of speculation and where I'd really want a longitudinal multi-omic study to dissect. So that's in an area of, I don't know.
Do you have any reservations about being in this physiological state for a long period? Like, it seems to me that this is some type of adaptation, probably to enhance survival, probably made sense during times of carbohydrate scarcity or famine. But I'm not aware of any populations that have lived in that state for decades and decades and have good longevity. Doesn't mean that, again, absence of evidence. We can come back to that. But I guess that's a two-pronged question. Do you have any thoughts about being in that state long term? And are there any existing populations that you know of that we could kind of turn people to as examples of good long-term health, being in ketosis for a considerable period of time?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of reservations, I think we hit this earlier in the podcast, but I'm happy to reinforce it, where this is a mechanistic explanation that I think does the best job I've heard of any explanation put forth, and there haven't been many, for what we're seeing that actually describes all the observations. Because you can do something hand-wavy saying, oh, it's genetics or it's saturated fat, but it doesn't explain the spectrum of things we're seeing. This does, and it's been incredibly good at making predictions in myself and others. Like the Oreo versus statin thing. Think about how bold that was for me to say, I'm going to go and announce, I'm going to add Oreo cookies to try to lower LDL. And I was actually pretty confident it would work. I didn't know how much, but that's a pretty bold experiment and it worked. So the lipid energy model works to predict certain clinical outcomes. But in terms of my reservations about being in this state, now separating the scientific and the mechanistic from the clinical, I said earlier that, I think it's a fallacy to say, just because this is a natural adaptive process, acutely doesn't mean it doesn't have long-term consequences. So the answer to that is yes. And then you had a second part of your question that now I'm blanking on.
Are there any populations that you're aware of?
But absence of evidence is, again, isn't evidence of absence. So, but no, they're not.
let's come back to this idea that the leaner you are, the more exaggerated the response.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening there, do you think?
So again, I will claim that I have to be a little bit hand wavy. I think there's going to be well, to take an extreme example first, if you have obesity and insulin resistance, you're not going to be able to engage in the metabolic shift and upregulate, say, even the liberation of fatty acids as well, which is necessary in this process. And you can actually see that because it's very interesting. If you look at mixed diet populations and say take a patient with diabetes and obesity and then a healthy person, the person with diabetes and obesity will have higher free fatty acids. But if you take them and a fasting person, take them and a healthy person and you fast both of them, then the person who is the healthy person will actually jump to have much higher free fatty acid levels. So there is something about just being able to mobilize fat. I don't think that alone is sufficient to explain the fact that we see such a stark like BMI effect and such a steep slope there. Therein, I think there's probably a larger role of not just so we focus on in the original paper leptin and insulin as, let's say, the brakes on the model, and if you decrease them, then it like permits the model. I'm sure there are a lot of other adipokines, some of which we delve into that might be relevant, that help promote the signaling. But again, that's an area where like I can tell you about ANGPTLs and FGF21 and GDF15. There's a lot of literature on that, and we're pulling from like Cell and Nature and just kind of trying to hobble together something that might work. But I think one of the big questions in future avenues is, okay, we have a model that's done a pretty freaking good job at making clinical predictions, but exactly how it works and how we define why we do see in a meta of RCTs this inverse relationship between BMI and LDL cholesterol and low carb diets, how that's mediated by specific hormones and hormonal milieux is something that I think that's one of the big areas of mystery that gets me really excited about. We have a section on the paper on it and going over some of the literature, but it's pretty skimpy for what I would like. And that's just because the data are limited. So I can't give you a better answer than that.
What are the best critiques that you've had sort of directed at you personally, or that you've seen against this lipid energy model? If any at all? No,
I think you actually just hit the nail on the head with the main one, which is that the model right now, again, I go over some clinical data on fasting, comparing lean people to obesity. But the union, the connection between the observation we see with the inverse relationship with BMI, which we have strong data on now, and the model itself and how it really ties those together, and what is the precise hormonal milieu that mediates the whole model, I think that's one thing. And the other thing is just the limitation of data that we have. So I think you asked me earlier in our DMs, like, how do you know that it's VLDL being put out from the liver rather than LDL straight? I'm like, I don't, because I don't have tracer studies. It makes sense in the context of the model that this would be the adaptive response.
Because the body needs
the triglyceride
fatty acids.
So yeah, I would presume it's putting out VLDL with triglycerides, and this is being turned over, because that also explains the triad. The turnover process explains the triad, whereas direct LDL export doesn't. Or things like, I'm saying, I don't think there's decreased clearance. But that's me speculating. I don't have the answers because I haven't done the $2 million tracer studies because I don't have $2 million. It's a matter of, I think, the studies that we really need to do to demonstrate all elements of the models and all steps have not been done and are in the realm of speculation. That's the biggest problem with the model, is just the paucity of evidence demonstrating that its core principles hold true, just because we don't have those resources yet.
So what would you say to someone who says, this is all great, really interesting, nice model, that's cool, bro. Oreo experiment, very cool, Nick. But it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, if LDL cholesterol is up, this person is exposed to a high concentration of ApoB-Containing lipoproteins. It doesn't matter if it's extra increased production. It doesn't matter if it's reduced clearance, increased clearance, whatever. The problem is that they're exposed to a high concentration of ApoB-containing lipoproteins at the end of the day. And all the Oreo experiment shows is that when you correct their diet, the physiology normalizes to a lower risk profile.
I would say that they're having a hard time dealing with the cognitive dissonance that must be there. I would also say, go back and listen to the beginning of this episode, because we already covered how physiology can be informative to outcomes. They can start by reading that JAMA Cardiology paper. What I'm interested in is, what is the absolute risk profile? Which again, that's me now. I'm now confusing matters, because there's the clinical question and then there's the scientific mechanistic question. We talked earlier about how we probably should separate these and how this is just a curious response. So if you see the Oreo study results and you're not curious, fine, then disregard them. Like, I'm curious. I think they're awesome. I think people look at them and say, wow, this is really interesting, and now I want to learn more, and it whets people's appetite, pardon the pun, for learning more about the physiology, which I think in and of itself has value because it's a scientific curiosity. And I fundamentally believe in pursuing natural curiosities as part of just being a curious human being. And I think curiosity is core at what it means to be human. Now we're getting into a philosophical question, but I think to disregard that this is a unique phenotype that needs to be studied as a unique population is overly dismissive and also harmful to the dialogue. Because I'll tell you, a key issue for lean mass hyperresponder patients is not feeling heard by the medical community and by their doctors. Not feeling heard when they feel like, look, I'm different and I want you to consider my differences as a unique patient. That doesn't mean we can't acknowledge the unknowns and the risks and come up with a clinically conservative stance. But when you take a patient and don't listen to their story and their concerns, and people with this phenotype are very aware that they're unique and that the preponderance of evidence, while it might have value, should be taken with a grain of salt with respect to them because of unique physiology that can inform outcome. And I don't know how many analogies I have to come up with to hammer home this point, in addition to the data that are there for cardiovascular disease. But I can come up with, an infinite numbers of like markers with underlying etiologies that result in different outcomes. If you take height, for example, if you're 6'5", and you're 6'5" because you have tall parents, okay. What if you're 6'5" because you have a growth hormone secreting pituitary adenoma? In one case, you're 6'5" because you're just tall and you have tall parents. In the other case, you have a brain tumor. The outcomes from that scenario are going to be very different. Again, it's a funny, goofy analogy, but the point is the underlying physiology, I don't know how many times I can say this, the underlying physiology is informative to considering the individual patient case and can inform outcomes. And that holds true in cardiovascular disease. At least I think it could hold true, or we have no reason to think it wouldn't hold true. And so let's study lean mass hyperresponders as a unique population and get data to better inform individual care. Let's ask these questions and caveat that they are questions and distinguish them. Say, look, lean mass hyperresponders, we should handle them in a clinically conservative manner, but do we know the risk profile? The answer is no. So we absolutely need to study this while on a patient-by-patient basis, managing people in a clinically appropriate scenario response. But that's a matter of individual patient-clinician communication, not for somebody on social media to prescribe you a approach.
So this is probably a good time to get your view on ApoB-containing lipoproteins. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people listening and even cardiologists like Dr. Thomas Dayspring would say that ApoB-containing lipoproteins like VLDL, IDL, and LDL are potentially atherogenic. They're part of the causal pathway in the development of atherosclerosis, and they're concerned about an elevation in ApoB-containing lipoproteins above, a certain concentration, regardless of the underlying physiology. Whereas reading between the lines, it seems like your view on ApoB and atherosclerosis is somewhat dependent on what's causing the elevation in ApoB.
I would say potentially atherogenic, accurate. Part of the causal pathway, accurate. Peter Attia, and I would echo this, also says necessary but not sufficient. All those statements I'd agree with. And I would say, I think I've established my opinion that outcome is often informed by physiology, and that there are major unknowns with respect to absolute risk in the lean mass hyperresponder profile. So I guess I just echo all those points. Like we don't know, and nobody can say we do know that LMHR will have rapid plaque progression, or a plaque progression above what would be expected for the general population. It's a possibility that they're at equal risk. It's a possibility they're at increased risk equal to that of FH with similar ApoB levels. The fact of the matter is, and all I want to get to here, is that we don't know from a scientific perspective, and it's a legitimate question to ask in terms of what's going on exactly and why they're unique and why the physiology could, I'm not saying it does, could translate into a different risk profile is, changes in flux. If we talked earlier about the lipid energy model and what could be going on at a systemic level, if we're thinking about now the level of the endothelium, that's a very dynamic process. It's not a matter of just, by pure bulk flow, there's diffusion of ApoB particles into the artery wall, and then they just sit there and accumulate. It's a very dynamic process. And if there's a lot of flux, through the system, what bearing does that have on risk? And we don't know the answer. We just simply don't know. So we can manage patients conservatively in the meantime, but I think it's irresponsible not to ask the question and pursue the research to get the answers.
So what's the current research that's being conducted on this population? What does that look like?
The current study out of Lundquist is a 1-year prospective study by principal investigator Matthew Budoff using coronary CT angiography to look at plaque progression in a population of 100 lean mass hyperresponders and near lean mass hyperresponders. There was a baseline matching study where they took 80 and matched them to 80 people from the Miami heart population to control for as much as they could, but with distinct LDL levels. So I think the delta in LDL was 149 milligrams per deciliter, and see if there was any increased plaque in the LMHR compared to Miami heart, and also if there was a correlation between LDL and plaque in each group. And what they found was no increased plaque relative to Miami heart in the lean mass hyperresponders, despite mean LDL of 272 for mean duration of about 4.7 years on a ketogenic diet. So if you do the math out, it ends up being a delta in this group with a mean age of around 55 of 700 milligram per deciliter years. And no difference in total plaque score between the groups, and also no association between LDL and total plaque score and the lean mass hyperresponder group, which they're very preliminary data. They're not going to change any guidelines. I'll be clear about that. But they're the first peak we have.
Right. That study came up in the conversation with Dave and Bill. Yes. And I still want to see that analysis done with the control subjects removed that were on lipid-lowering drugs.
I've rendered my thoughts to you behind the scenes, and I don't think it's prudent for me to reiterate them now. But you can smile in the knowledge that you know my opinions right now.
Okay, so that's Miami Heart. But then there's another study.
The prospective study. That's the final data, I think actually may have been collected and had to be analyzed, but I haven't seen the analyzed data. So I don't know what the results are.
But even the results from that study, you're suggesting won't change clinical recommendations, but might provide impetus for further, study design.
Yeah, that's how science works. Kind of like invest in a smaller study and then it gets scaled up based on how interesting the findings are. So, science is all about replication. I think, let's say, were the study to show rapid plaque progression in lean mass hyperresponders, that could provoke a lot to adopt intervention. If there's no finding, I think it should still be carefully caveated, but I do think that is interesting.
If there's no finding,
Mhm.
this is something that I've been thinking about. Because I mean, the ultimate study here for me is to take adults from the general population who are lean, randomize them to, let's say, standard care dietary intervention versus a carbohydrate restricted diet. Now, because they're a lean population, you'd expect, based on what you've told me, a high number of those in the carbohydrate restricted diet to become lean mass hyperresponders. And then follow them over years and scan routinely. And if there was rapid plaque progression, call the study off early kind of thing. But my understanding is just the randomization today to a high saturated fat diet that's going to jack someone's ApoB up might not pass an ethics committee. Might not get ethics approval.
I'm not sure. I mean, this is all theoretical because I don't think you'd have a group of people willing to be randomized to diets for years and adhere to them if they don't have medical necessity, and lean people tend not to. But theoretically, were we able to? Acutely, I don't think it would be dangerous. And if we're saying a period of years, let's say even a decade, then with routine monitoring, theoretically, I think an ethics board could pass it. And if there were a rapid plaque progression in one group, then you'd call the study off.
So what is, if that's just theoretical and unlikely to happen, what is the study that you'd like to see?
A lot of studies. In terms of, I mean, just based on where my interests lie, I have the scientific studies that I'd like to do first, the mechanistic ones. So for example, one study that I think would be pretty easy to do, that would be a win for everybody, would be a good crossover trial in lean mass hyperresponders for ezetimibe versus statin versus carbohydrate reintroduction. Maybe 6 weeks by 3-arm with 8-week washouts, because that would provide insight into personalized medical care for this population, for those wanting to manipulate LDL levels, and also help suss out some predictions of, say, the lipid energy model. And some of my own predictions, for example, I think carbohydrate reintroduction probably be the most potent, but maybe ezetimibe would punch above its weight relative to statins in this population. Reason to think that might be the case. And so again, help personalize care. It would provide some mechanistic insight and clinically actionable items right up front. A tracer study to start to work out, if some of the principles of the lipid energy model or predictions are actually accurate, what's going on with VLDL flux and turnover, what's going on with LDL receptors and all that, I think will be very fascinating. Another study that I'd love to see is what we call the GYM hypothesis, we being me, Dave, and Adrian. And the idea behind that is we want to know the generalizability, the penetrance of this phenotype. Like, we think, this is what I call the GYM hypothesis, we could go to a gym, point out people that we think would be likely to convert just based on their body habitus into lean mass hyperresponders, control their diet and exercise patterns, and see how many we can convert into lean mass hyperresponders acutely to see, what percent of people will develop this phenotype under, let's say, optimal conditions for it to emerge.
If it's not every person who's lean that adopts a carbohydrate restricted diet that becomes a lean mass hyperresponder, what would explain that? Why someone might be lean but not respond in that way?
So when we return to genetics, I don't think this is a genetically driven phenotype, but there can be permissive genetics. So there can be you need the right, polymorphisms in place for it to manifest. Why might it not manifest? Well, maybe you have the lipid energy model in place, but you have more clearance. So I said there wasn't an increase in absolute clearance. But now we can talk about relative levels. So if you increase clearance to match increased production, then if you, let's say, go back to the funnel analogy. We're all having these people pour in more water into the top of the funnel, but the neck is being widened. And let's say it's widened in everybody, but widened to a different extent. You're going to end up with different steady state levels. So some people might end up having no increase because they just can really upregulate their LDL receptors. That's possible. And I remember on our first phone call, you asked my thoughts on whether lipid-lowering therapy would manifest in, say, decreased athletic performance in people. And I think this is interesting because my answer to you, if you recall, was maybe, but only at a point. Because one could argue that if you take a lean mass hyperresponder and you just bump their LDL receptor expression, say you give them a PCSK9 inhibitor, that flux can still be maintained. You're just having higher clearance, right? But the energy flux is the same, so you're getting the same energy delivery, potentially up until a point, past which, if you really smash down LDL to like 30 or 40, then maybe, on a randomized double-blinded placebo trial with a statin, you would see, impaired energy.
And the reason I asked that question, just to be clear, was that in this context of carbohydrate restriction, the body's adapting in a way to deliver fatty acids to tissues. And if you're increasing clearance, are you affecting that delivery of energy to those tissues?
Not necessarily. So no, not necessarily. So if that is a fear of someone, starting lipid-lowering therapy with a lean mass hyperresponder or a concern, I'd think about that. That, yeah, increasing clearance does not necessarily decrease flux. Although there are different, obviously different medications with different mechanisms of action. But I think you can increase clearance and decrease LDL levels, ApoB, without necessarily decreasing flux.
Mm-hmm. I think we're about to get kicked out of here, so maybe we want to finish on some rapid fire nutrition questions. If you're game.
Do it.
What's your view on fiber and chronic disease risk? It seems like there's a lot of folks in the carnivore community who are convinced that fiber is not essential.
Fiber is not essential, but essential isn't the same as beneficial. So that's a thing that often gets confused. You don't need fiber as a human being to live. You don't need dietary carbohydrates as a human being to live. You can benefit from them in certain circumstances. And I think the body of evidence on fiber would say for the general population, fiber from whole foods probably has a net benefit. That doesn't mean it has a benefit in everyone. And there are data on that as well with inflammatory response variations in people. If I recall correctly, and I can get you the link to this study, but there was a study showing I think 2/3 of people had a anti-inflammatory response to fiber, with about 1/3 having a pro-inflammatory response to fiber. The interesting thing about the pro-inflammatory response people is I think they had a lower diversity score at baseline.
They did. I had Christopher Gardner on.
Yeah.
So that was his study. He collaborated with Justin Sonnenberg at Stanford.
Yes, it was a Sonnenberg study.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they predicted, they wanted to...
It was the fermented food and fiber study.
But they only threw fermented foods in as an afterthought.
Yeah.
Because their hypothesis was just adding fiber will be good for increasing diversity of the microbiome and reduce inflammation across the board. And then they were like, hey, well, let's compare this to something. Well, what about probiotic-rich foods? Yeah. And they saw a consistent effect of fermented foods, reducing inflammatory markers.
And increasing diversity.
And then, like you said, they saw this like kind of varied responses in the fiber group, where some people had less inflammation, but 2/3 of people kind of had either not a lot of response or increased inflammation, which then they said, had post hoc was potentially explained by baseline diversity.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that they haven't tested this, but I know they're going to, is what if you take those people that have low baseline diversity, who didn't seem to handle increasing their fiber, they went from 20 grams a day to like 40, I think it was. So it was a fairly significant increase. What if before you increase fiber, you introduce, whether it's like prebiotic supplement like polyphenols or fermented foods, to improve diversity and then ramp up fiber?
So I have actually played with a lot of titration protocols like that. The most success I ever had was with I did a microbiome reset with some Carnivore, and then added a seed probiotic and fermented foods that I dosed up little by little before adding in whole food fibers. And it sort of worked a little bit. The thing I want to point out is like microbiome manipulation. Right now, the science is really shitty. Sorry, I had to introduce that pun. I think it would be a great benefit to metabolic medicine in general, to have really good protocols for microbiome manipulation. I think this is actually an area of great desire. Even people wanting to do like at-home FMTs, fecal matter transplants, but like to really shift the microbiome in an adult and have that stick is quite difficult. So I would love to see that study, and I would love to see positive results and a protocol that could actually be administered.
But also to your point about it being in its infancy, I also think that's why I like studies like that, where the outcome is like the outcome could be symptoms, real world consequence sort of outcomes, not just like a lot of the microbiome research has been done in rats or is just looking at changes to bacteria. We're not really sure like what is the significance of that. That's why I like randomized controlled trials that focus on dietary intervention that someone could follow some type of real world protocol, and then outcomes that actually do matter to that subject.
I would love to see that follow-up study. I think it'd be very interesting. And
What's your view on saturated fatty acids and risk of cardiovascular disease?
I'm not convinced there's a lot of strong data that consuming whole foods rich in saturated fat increases cardiovascular disease. I think that there are data that saturated fat can increase LDL. I think that there are data that on a population scale there's an association between LDL and cardiovascular disease, and that it's part of the causal pathway and necessary and sufficient. I think it's somewhat of a logical fallacy to just connect those two things. And I don't think that's a fringe opinion either. I'm sure you've read the Journal of American Cardiology, Journal of the American College of Cardiology statement. They had like a state-of-the-art review, I think it was Astrup et al., where they basically said the evidence for saturated fat intake really promoting cardiovascular disease is relatively weak.
I think, though, I'd push back softly in that if you go out and just look at the totality of evidence, I think you can land in that position. But, and do you know Dr. Jill Carvalho? Do you know his channel?
I don't. I know
Nutrition Made Simple. I think he does a really good job of breaking this down in that not all of these studies are equal. And like whether saturated fat, in my view, whether it is increasing risk of cardiovascular disease, the context really matters. So what type of saturated fats? Like you and I know there's so many different types, right?
Stearic
Short chain fatty acids are saturated fats.
Yeah, stearic versus myristic or palmitic if you're having a lot of,
so the type of saturated fat will matter.
Yeah.
The food matrix that it's coming in will matter.
Yeah.
For who? So what are their genetics? So like how susceptible are they to saturated fat, say, affecting LDL receptor activity? And if you're eating more saturated fat, what are you removing? Most of the time it's a substitution. So if you're eating less of a food, what are you eating more of, or vice versa? And I think once you actually apply that context and get down into the nitty gritty, I think you do start to see some signal that at a general pop level, if you substitute saturated fats for polyunsaturated fats, you see a reduction in cardiovascular disease events. And that has been put into there are meta-analyses that show that, like the Cochrane review in 2020.
Let me focus on what you said with respect to getting down into the nitty-gritty, because I think that's something that we can agree upon, whereby if you take a very broad group of people, you dilute the benefits that might be seen in specific responders, and that differentiating responsive subgroups is very important in medicine. With respect to the broader population, like I said, based on what I've seen, I'm not all that convinced, but I'll admit that I don't think I've seen all the data. And it's not something that, there are some things that I'm happy to get into the ring and go to toe with anybody in terms of this question about metabolism. This is an area where I would say my confidence level is on the lower side.
You know how earlier you said there was some study and it was saying I think low carb ketogenic diets increase mortality, and you were like, well, it wasn't really a low carb diet.
No.
I think you said it was the equivalent of some sort of
37% kcal carbs, which is the same as a Burger King.
That's
Whopper
the way
and
I
fries.
feel when people DM me or tweet this study and say, see, look, saturated fat doesn't affect cardiovascular disease. And then you get in and you look and it's yeah, well, the people that were eating less saturated fats were eating more refined carbs.
Yeah.
So
No,
saturated fat's effect on cardiovascular disease will be very much affected by what you are comparing it to. What would someone be eating instead?
And that's the thing is like, I'm arguing here based on the literature I've seen. It's not some sort of confirmation bias for me or like me trying to rationalize my lifestyle. If you ask me what are my favorite fat sources, they are not in this particular order, but olive oil, macadamia nuts, tahini, and then I do like goat butter. Like there are some, and I like, my preferred protein probably would be like a nice like New Zealand or a salmon, even over a ribeye. Like I could leave saturated fat rich foods. I'm just not convinced by the data I've seen, but all things being equal, I'll just have the olive oil because I like it and I'm pretty convinced it's healthy. So anyway.
Leave people with some closing thoughts, be it about curiosity, science, lean mass hyperresponders, cardiovascular disease, or all of the above.
Yeah. I guess, we talked a lot about scientific communication here. I poked at some people, I think fairly. And I really appreciate you, Simon, having this conversation. And I hope people will hear this and one, try to help, straw man your opposition. If for no other reason, then I think it can usually strengthen your position. If people aren't really if people are willing to speak out against their own side and steel man, people that are perceived to be opponents, I think it puts you not in a position of weakness, which is the perception, but a position of strength. And I think it's just worth thinking about that. And then I would hope people would express curiosity in this work and help us amplify both the curiosity and the appropriate messaging around it. And I'm especially talking to the low-carb community who I know will be listening, because I'll tell you now, and I've said this on Twitter a few times recently, look, I know what you want, and what I want is to, you being everybody, not just you and me, progress metabolic health. That it's something that I think is not given the attention and study it deserves, and we need more research on, improving metabolic health in the population with various interventions. To do that requires research. To do the research, or let's say the research is hindered by extremism and oversimplification. So when I push back on a low carber saying something that I think is problematic, it's because I'm telling you it is creating obstacles for me as a researcher who is trying to push the research forward that you want me to push forward. So that's why nuanced messaging is important, and the hyperbole can be deeply problematic. And as I'm saying that, I'm having a tinge of guilt and feel the need to explain some of my recent. I'll say I'm struggling really with the issue of how to communicate and compete in this space as, dare I say, an influencer, but someone who wants to communicate nuance. So right now I am playing with a lot. Like you see some of the thumbnails I shared with you. Like for example, one has me and Margot Robbie like on a thumbnail with like a mitochondria behind us, or another one is, I have thought puzzles like why celery has more calories than butter. So I lean into it a little bit, and that is me exploring what I guess I would consider a legit bait, which is you can play with exaggerations and sensationalism as long as the messaging behind it is logically tight, evidence-based, and what is genuinely a value add where you delve into the nuance. Like I think we can have fun in teaching, and I want to emphasize that. So
that's presuming that people have the attention span to kind of get through the content.
Yeah, but you have to if you want to teach someone, you have to make it interesting and engaging. So if I just said, I'm going to talk to you, Simon, about spatial dynamics in neurons and why mitophagy needs to be governed by, post-transcriptional, dynamics at the end of neurites with respect to pink mRNA release and blah, 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 blah. It becomes wordy and boring. But if I say, I'm going to talk to you through the lens of Barbie about energy challenges in the brain, but talk about the same data, you can tell the story in a creative way. And I think it's important to distinguish that between harmful hyperbole. So it then becomes very messy. But I think at the core of the message should always be the caveats, and that we should always be auditing ourselves with respect to the impact of our work and the precision of our language. Like you brought up the Sean quote earlier. I wonder what he would think if we brought that quote to him, is like, could you have phrased this better? And then reflect and improve. Because especially in, we've talked now probably over 3 hours, I probably said a lot of things that I'm like, this is verbally imprecise. I could have said it better, but we're talking for 3 hours. So I'm going to make some slippages. I
really respect what you're doing. We have views that we share. We have views that differ. I know that you're a polarizing character, but I appreciate your passion, your open-mindedness, and taking the time to come and join us today. We have a lot more that we can talk about, so hopefully you'll come back and we can do a part 2.
I'm sure that will happen. And thank you for having me. And as a goodbye for now, a joint gift from me and Dave. This is a ApoB particle that was crocheted by his mother. So it's from me and Dave and Dave's
very,
mom.
Very sweet. Thank you, Dave.
To give you. So,
thanks, Nick.
Anyway, this was fantastic.
We can go and play with this and maybe treat ourselves to
some Oreos.
Oreo ice cream.
Yeah, we're gonna have an Oreo binge after this.
Thanks, mate.
All right,
it's a pleasure.
Great. Thank you.
Cheers, Nick. Welcome back.
Great to be back.
I can't keep you away. I thought you might turn up in your scrubs today.
I'm still in my scrub bottoms.
There you go. How do you feel after the first part of this conversation, where we got sort of kicked out of this warehouse by the band?
Yeah, well, I had a ton of fun and needed to come back, and just felt when you floated the idea of breaking your podcast record with me, I was just a little bit too competitive not to let that fly. But in all seriousness, I think there are a few more things we need to hit, including something that really just clicked for me after watching a recent lecture by Bill Cromwell and then speaking with Bill. And it was one of those moments where, that moment where like things click and you have that aha light bulb go on, but not only that, where you have something that clicks for you and you realize how you could make it click for other people. So in this conversation, I'm hoping we're going to get into the very complex area of all-cause mortality, and I'm hoping to be able to circle back to some stuff that I heard you, Dave, and Bill talk about in your podcast, and kind of give my approach and way of thinking about it after having done some reading. It really just opened my eyes listening to Bill talk recently, so hopefully it'll do the same for the listeners.
Right, yeah. I think if people listen to that episode, they'll remember that there was this part of the conversation where Dave was kind of expressing his view that lowering ApoB is likely to reduce cardiovascular disease mortality, and he kind of conceded on that point, but he wasn't sure what the effect would be on all-cause mortality, and him and Bill kind of went back and forth. So I definitely want to get there with you. I have a bunch of papers printed out here in front of us. Most of these are papers that you're an author on and are related to this lean mass hyperresponder phenotype that we've been chatting about. And a question that I didn't ask you, but we've spoken about offline, was to what degree you're frustrated by people seeming to have kind of strong opinions, I guess we could say, about what you're doing, or lean mass hyperresponders, or the criteria for a lean mass hyperresponder, while seemingly, not having read the literature and the published papers.
Yeah. No secret that frustrates me. Now, to be clear, I love strong opinions, and I love strong opinions that diverge from my own, especially when two people can have a respectful dialogue or debate around what is a very controversial topic. I find it off-putting when someone makes extreme claims that go beyond their knowledge base, irrespective of how eminent they are or think themselves to be. There's no amount of, prizes or lectures given or H-index that can overcome the fact that if you're not knowledgeable about a topic, you're not knowledgeable about the topic. So when somebody makes an extreme claim that is directly falsifiable and won't own up to it, I do find that off-putting, no matter who they are.
Why do you think someone like Thomas Dayspring, who is a very esteemed lipidologist, he's been on my show, I have enormous respect for him. He's very well versed in lipidology, and I think you would agree with that. I have a tweet from him and this is relatively recently, saying, and this is not to throw him under the bus, I'm just trying to better understand why some people may be resistant to this conversation. His tweet is, there is no meaningful definition of LMHR that has ever been published in a peer-reviewed medical journal. And honestly, without DEXA or other sophisticated studies, the term lean mass has no real meaning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example of something that I think is, no matter how smart Tom Dayspring is, and he's smart, there's no doubt about that, he's not, and he's informed, but he's not informed on this topic. And that is, frankly, a false statement. But not only is it a false statement, it's a false statement that's been corrected many times as he's tweeted this similar things over the years and months, because there are peer-reviewed literature. You can't say there's not a published definition when there clearly is. Not only is there published literature in peer-reviewed journals, there's at least 8 papers by us and papers by other people citing the LMHR criteria, which are 3 cut points, which I know I've replied to tweets by Tom with those 3 cut points multiple times, so he's had the opportunity to read them. I'm not blocked by him, so presumably he can read them. Not only that, the person that trained him, Bill Cromwell, is on at least one of those papers. So it's kind of like the question, if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. If 8 papers are published about LMHR by us and you don't read them, were they published? Yes, they were published. So it's unfortunate, because I think tweets like that increase the chasm that prevents productive dialogue, because he's denying something exists that does. And, maybe this is going to be an unwelcome analogy, but it's similar to the Aloe tweets where, and not to say Dayspring is exactly like Aloe in many respects, but if you say something that's directly falsifiable and don't own up to it, then it creates a handhold or a foothold for the, quote, opposition to latch onto and say, look, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. So I think that I could learn a lot from Dayspring, but if it's not too bold to say, I also think I could get him to think, at least think differently about these topics. And I think he would find that we probably can find more similar ground than people would anticipate.
Just to be clear, and we have already established this, but those cutoffs that are published in some of these papers, which were originally kind of, I guess, formed by David Feldman.
Yeah.
Correct? Right. So these are LDL of 200 milligrams per deciliter or greater.
Yeah.
HDL equal to or greater than 80 milligrams per deciliter. Triglycerides less than 70 milligrams per deciliter.
Yeah.
That's the criteria to be a lean mass hyperresponder. So firstly, that is published, just to be really clear. And second point here, which we have also covered, is that the description of lean mass is used because typically this phenotype is seen in leaner individuals, but in order to be a lean mass hyperresponder, there is no BMI or body fat criteria. It's literally just a description.
Right. And it's one of those things where, in hindsight, could it have been named better? Well, the name predated me, so to some extent it's historic, but I also haven't heard a proposition for a better name, in all honesty. I know that Tom Dayspring likes the term hypobeta-lipoproteinemia, which actually applies well, but it's not specific enough in my opinion, because it has the fault of lumping in all people with high ApoB, hyper-beta-lipoproteinemia, high beta-lipoprotein.
You almost need something that speaks to the fact that this is diet-induced.
Yeah. I think the thing to latch to just highlight as well is that people say, oh, it's just a made-up term. All terms and syndromes in medicine are made-up terms and just descriptors of things that come together in a cluster, like metabolic syndrome. You're not going to go through each of the 5, components and lay out the criteria, or even things like polycystic ovarian syndrome. If you look at the criteria, you don't actually need to have ovarian cysts to have polycystic ovarian syndrome, but it's a feature that can occur in that syndrome. So it's just something in science and medicine that is a thing. So I think the name is actually totally fine and appropriate. Point being is it's a name that is established and has been published upon by multiple groups in now double-digit number of papers.
Do you think Dr. Dayspring would be open to having a conversation with you? Have you ever had any dialogue?
That's what's really interesting. Dayspring is, I don't think this is any secret to say, it definitely has a bullish way about him, and has spoke quite negatively about some of my colleagues. The interesting thing is he's never had a dialogue with me. We've never had a negative dialogue. He's just never had a dialogue with me despite prompting. So I will reply to his tweets like that, or like his claim about ketosis lowers LDL receptor, saying, please give me a citation. Here are my citations. He's never replied to me once, ever. He's never blocked me either. So it really is confusing to me why he chooses to go after my colleagues, in particular Dave Feldman, with a little bit of credentialism, calling Dave I think, internet babbling person without any lipid credentials. But he chooses not to come after me, the PhD from Oxford, who's a Harvard medical student. People can draw their own conclusions about why he chooses to ghost me, but I find it interesting. I'll just say I find it interesting.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that maybe Peter Attia could organize a conversation with the two of you, or I could, if all parties were open to it.
Yeah, and I think Bill Cromwell is also very happy to be involved and help prompt Tom Dayspring into having a conversation with me, plus or minus Dave. One of my goals for this last little bit is to provide what they might see as a concession, but to me is not a concession and just a learning point, especially with respect to ApoB and all-cause mortality. So I hope they listen, if not to the whole, probably going to be a 5-hour podcast, at least to this last little bit, because I think it'll be interesting.
Peter Attia had Dave on a few years back now, and I think he's been asked here and there on certain podcasts what he thinks about the work that you and Dave Feldman are doing, and I'm sure you've caught some of that. Do you feel like he has a good grip on the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype and the research you're doing, what you've shown to date, what questions you have, your hypotheses?
No, frankly, no. I think he knows a decent amount about lipids, but about this, I think he is, and I actually don't mean this as an insult or a slight, but is choosing to remain ignorant. I know how that probably comes off, but I can provide some examples in how I hear him talk. I listened to his podcast with Derek from No Plates, No Dates, which was a good conversation. I did a response.
More plates, more dates.
More plates, more dates. Sorry, Derek. Derek actually reached out to me after I dropped a response video to that, with some positive words. But my response videos often aren't like typical response videos. So if you do end up watching it, I give Peter a lot of credit for where he does, I think, make excellent points. But it came to a place where they were talking about the carnivore community, the keto community, and asking, what Peter's perspective was on those people. I think Dayspring calls them the LDL deniers. And Peter did this thing, you can go to the episode and look at it, where he rolls his eyes like through his head and is like, these people who think like HDL is protective and their high HDL and their low triglycerides will protect them and this, that, and the other. And the only part about the conversation that really got to me a little bit was he makes a statement about he's really tried to understand the other side. And forgive me for saying so, because I don't know if it was his intent, but I found that, or I don't know if it represents reality, but my perception was that's a little bit disingenuous, because I think we, especially me, as I haven't had a conversation with him before, have been trying to have this conversation. And he misrepresents certain points, like the conversation we've been having now about, I think I said earlier, I don't think high HDL and low triglycerides are protective. I think it's representing a unique physiology with unique implications, which we can talk a little bit more about in this episode when we're talking about metabolic vulnerability and all-cause mortality. But he isn't representing the ideas faithfully. And I think if he really wants to steelman our perspective, then it's better not to take examples of rando extremists off social media and speak to the people who are pushing the literature forward and maybe have a little bit of, let's just say, scientific chops who could provoke him to think differently. And I think I might be that person.
I get the feeling, reading between the lines, that he had some negative feedback after his episode with Dave and platforming Dave.
You mean from people that, let's say, would be Dave supporters or Dave antagonists?
I think people that see your work and Dave's hypothesis as a distraction from the greater body of literature speaking to the importance of lowering ApoB. So I think and again, I'm speculating and reading between the lines, but I think there are influential people in his world who are very pro lowering ApoB for good reason, and kind of scared him off this topic and talking about it further.
I would hope after even having, let's say, a private phone call with me, not necessarily a podcast, but if I had 30 minutes to talk with Peter on the phone, I bet I could convince him that in platforming nuance and having a chat with me, he would actually capture more people to see things his way, and come to a more moderate and responsible middle ground. Then would be the cost of having that conversation. Because I think right now, the people who are actually making the unsafe decisions are being put off by statements from Aloe, from Dayspring, and including from Peter, which reveal that they're a little bit ignorant about this specific niche. And that is off-putting to those people. I think that they would gain a lot of credibility from having those conversations and would find that it's actually not going to be adversarial at all. And I'll repeat this because I think it's very true, even though I said it already, that I would make statements that people might be shocked by and see as concessions, but have been the statements I've been making all along and are perfectly consistent. I'm hoping at the end of this, I know we will, but I'll just foreshadow it. This conversation, we're going to go through a series of points that I call important and consistent points, but I think that people see as mutually exclusive, but they're not, just because verbal precision in this space is so important and so complicated and ideas get jumbled. But there can be multiple things that are true at the same time.
I want to come back to the Oreo experiment.
Yeah. Okay.
You just told me off air you ate that entire pack of Oreos.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was delicious.
Did that kick you out of ketosis?
Yeah, I'm completely out of ketosis. So if I say something stupid, that's because my brain is aketotic. That's my excuse.
I'm joking if you didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, no.
So off the back of the Oreo experiment, something that I saw from several cardiologists and lipidologists online was that really this experiment just shows how important it is for lean individuals to get out of ketosis. And it's a strong argument for the reintroduction of carbohydrates to bring someone's ApoB back down to what the consensus may describe as a safe level.
Okay. All right. Then my question to you is, let's go off that supposition. Why? What's going on? How does it work? Why?
And that's where the lipid energy model comes in.
Right. So if you want to run with that as your idea, this just shows how important it is for lean people to have carbs. Fine, I'll let you have that. Now let's ask why. And in understanding the physiology about what's going on, how can we leverage that to help more people?
So you seem to be just as interested in just helping people understand metabolism and energy transport, lipid transport, as you are in understanding the risk of people in your circumstance.
I would say I'm more interested in it scientifically. I think it just provokes my interest more, and also it's more in my wheelhouse in my field. Right now, I am a PhD scientist. I'm not a clinician, so I'm not going to be giving medical advice, and I don't think in general people should be getting medical advice off the internet. So if I can provide people physiologic tools to help think about this, I think it does a couple things. One, and give people potentially more options for ApoB modification that is medication sparing by understanding the physiology. It also just, I think, gets people excited about learning, which I think is in and of itself an intrinsic value. But the third thing is, if I can get the right people, let's say Dayspring and Atia, to think about the physiology, then they can help us advance the model because we don't have this all figured out. So this is about provoking thought, productive provocation. That's primarily what it is. And I'll leave the ApoB and medical management to patients and their clinicians.
Just to be clear, though, you agree that if someone is a lean mass hyperresponder and they can reintroduce some carbohydrates and successfully lower their ApoB down, that would be the clinically cautious approach.
If I were that patient, that's what I would do.
Okay. And while we're on this, just in case someone's catching this as a clip, can you explain some of that physiology just quickly again? Why, for a lean individual who is adopting a ketogenic diet that has very high ApoB, why would adding carbohydrates back into the diet result in a plummeting of ApoB, LDL cholesterol?
Right. Very simply, the way we see it is that with carbohydrate restriction in lean insulin-sensitive people, there can be a very massive shift towards fat metabolism that depends on systemic whole body trafficking of fat fuel, in which not only are fatty acids released and liberated from fat cells to feed muscle cells locally, but the fatty acids get then taken back up into the liver, repackaged into triglycerides, put aboard VLDL particles. Those VLDL, triglyceride-rich lipoproteins, including ApoB, are shipped out of the liver and then turned over peripherally at muscle and fat tissue. And then the VLDL in this process are shrunken down into LDL as their triglyceride core are depleted and the surface components shed off and are taken up by HDL particles, generating the lean mass hyperresponder triad. If all that was mumbo jumbo to you, the key point is that what initiates this process is depletion of stored glycogen, particularly in the liver. So if you replete or add back carbs and the liver glycogen stores go back up, then you're removing the driving factor for the flywheel that is generating the lean mass hyperresponder triad.
So as carbs come back in, there's less free fatty acids in circulation finding their way to the liver, less VLDLs being produced.
Yes. And to be clear, like, we don't have the tracer study to prove that's what's happening, but that's what we predict. That's what allows me to make the prediction that Oreos will lower my LDL. That's the physiology underneath it that says if I add back Oreos or a patient adds back sweet potatoes and their lean mass hyperresponder, the LDL will come down. And let's be clear, the lipid energy model makes other predictions as well that can be tested, have been tested, and tend to bear out. So in the Oreo versus statin experiment, if people go to the figure, I'll draw their attention to the statin arm, during which I would have had, let's say, the lean mass hyperresponder physiology because I wasn't eating carbs. So I would have been, pushing in that direction, but would have having statins pull down my LDL. And what ended up happening is we had tried for a 6-week trial. That's what Bill Cromwell and I had decided on. But at weeks 3, 4, and 5, I had stabilized in the high 200s. My levels hadn't moved much. So I thought, let's test another prediction. We've done this other ways, but not in a peer-reviewed published manner. I said, if I hold everything constant, but just in the last week change another variable that is relevant to the lipid energy model, which is energy output. If I change just energy output by just walking more, so I added 10,000 steps a day, that is all I did, what should happen to my LDL, all things being equal? The lipid energy model predicts that if everything else is clamped equal, increased energy expenditure will demand more energy, more fuel trafficking. So what should happen? LDL should go up. It went up 50 points from walking more. That's just a single data point, but it's been consistently replicated in unpublished data. Point being, there are a lot of predictions that this physiology makes, bold predictions like Oreos can lower LDL as a pure add-on, and they keep bearing out to be correct. So although we don't have the tracer studies to show this is exactly what's going on, and we want those, I think it is fascinating that this model makes very bold predictions that keep being correct.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of thought experiment there in that context. If walking is increasing ApoB, what's the effect that walking is having on cardiovascular risk?
Right. And there are other experiments we've done. I haven't published this. Maybe I'll do this in a more rigorous manner this summer, but I have done it where I do 3 to 4 weeks of like a vegan keto diet, which I can do. And then I'll like do a direct crossover to like a carnivore diet, but with a little bit of carbs. What do you think will happen? What does the lipid energy model say will happen? If I'm eating a vegan diet, low saturated fat, even a decent amount of fiber, but it's keto, and then I switch to steak, eggs, bacon, butter, but with 2 bananas and a sweet potato? What will happen to my LDL?
Well, when you were in ketosis, you probably had the higher ApoB, according to the lipid energy model.
Yeah. So that's what happens. If I'm vegan keto, my LDL it'll run lower than if I'm, say, 0 fiber and 0 carb, but I'll still have LMHR physiology. My LDL will run in the 300s. I switched to, let's call it Carby Carnivore, and I did a thought puzzle on just this and shared some data. My LDL will drop into the 100s. So switching from a vegan keto diet, very low in saturated fat, high in fiber. And now I am, even within LMHR, an extreme example, but you can learn a lot from the extreme examples and how they respond differently. My LDL will drop despite massive increases in saturated fat, decreases in fiber, if I add back carbs. That seems to definitely be the domineering effect.
I think this could confuse people, or there's a potential here to confuse people, and it's probably why you brought out the flyer, which I helped collaborate with you on, which kind of described what are the dietary levers that you can pull to lower ApoB, depending on your context, because it matters. So if what we're talking about specific to your context is, are you in ketosis? In that context, the changes that you make to your diet that will have the biggest bang for their buck are going to look different for lowering ApoB than if we're talking about someone who's not in ketosis.
Yeah. So getting back to the point that understanding the physiology about what's going on in a given person will help you tailor approaches, even, medication independent approaches. So for your average person on a mixed diet, the key things are going to be, what is your fatty acid mix? Having more unsaturated fats versus saturated fats is going to tend to pull down
particularly poly,
and having more soluble fiber. Those are the two things. Adding a banana is not going to do much. But if you're a lean mass hyperresponder, adding back carbs is going to be the most powerful thing you can do, followed by other things which may be less powerful but can be useful, like spacing out your meals so you have higher insulin area under the curve. Honestly, doing less cardiovascular activity will probably bring down your ApoB as well, and putting on some weight. Because if you're very lean, that's not necessarily optimal for health. So if you're okay putting on a little bit of body fat, or you just want to bulk up a little bit, that might bring down your ApoB. Things like that are not necessarily intuitive, but might be reasonable in a patient wanting to manipulate that variable. So if you have a patient, for whatever reason, they're lean mass hyperresponder, they're, in ketosis therapeutically, and they can't add back carbs, you can try things like, I'm going to change my exercise pattern, maybe try to put on a little bit of extra muscle. With that will come some fat, and therefore do a little bit less cardiovascular activity. Maybe have 3 meals a day instead of 2. You might be able to get 100 milligram per deciliter drop in LDL by doing those things. And I hope we can provide that it's a 1-pager that we have a video associated with, just out to people for them to consider. Because again, it's about, I'm not telling people what to do. I got a lot of replies in that video like, about LDL value. I don't think it's adaptive for me to be saying LDL good or bad, irrespective of what my opinion is. But what I can do that I think is valuable is like, here's my understanding of the physiology, and here are tools you can use and implement if you want to or not, and that your physician can think about to help you with if you choose to use them.
I think it is really, I agree with you. I think it's really important to know the underlying physiology, because if I have someone in front of me who has, let's say their LDL cholesterol is at 250 and they're following a ketogenic diet and they're reading the kind of consensus position on dietary changes to lower LDL cholesterol, and they go away thinking that the biggest lever they can pull is swapping saturated fats for polyunsaturated fats. Yeah. They're overlooking that because of their particular context, adding back in some carbohydrates if they can and coming out of ketosis is likely to result in a much greater reduction in their LDL cholesterol.
Yeah. And if I may ask you one provocative question, that 1-page document has 4 names on it. Mine, yours, Bill Cromwell. Who's the 4th name?
Sean Baker.
Sean Baker. I'm sorry, I slipped into your accent. I wasn't meaning to mimic. I have a South African father, and sometimes I do that. That was not intentional. Sean Baker. Now be with my.
It's funny accent. Actually in this country, sometimes people can think that I'm South African.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I just hear an English someone speaking English that's not American. It's either they're British, they're South African, Australian, maybe Kiwi.
Yeah. When I was living in Oxford, people thought I was South African because growing up with my dad, I had the ability to like slip into a South African accent, and just being around British people, I just did it naturally. So you throw a couple yaws out there and they immediately thought I was South African. So I just let them run with it. But I only wanted to point that out just because we talked about Sean Baker's quote earlier. And I do find it interesting that he's willing to, and he knew you were endorsing it as well, endorse this document about tools to lower ApoB and lower LDL. Like, there might be, let's say, a divergence in perception about what his opinion really is versus what quotes, be they verbally imprecise or not, are amplified. And I think that's worth highlighting to his credit. You can agree or disagree. But anyway, thought I'd highlight it.
Yeah, I think I agree, I guess, with that. I think that we shouldn't shy away from collaborating on the things that we agree with that can help people.
Yeah.
And for me, personally, I don't want to let diet, tribalism, or politics get in the way of helping people. So I saw that as an opportunity for, hey, there's a subset of people who are maybe confused.
Yes.
And it's both the person who is a lean mass hyperresponder and the person who's not.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it great that in a one pager we can distill the information down and try and reduce some of that confusion?
Right. And I think another thing to emphasize is, just what is adaptive in terms of it's not just what you say, it's also who says it. And so when I'm talking about not giving advice or putting a value statement on LDL, that's in large part because, well, aside from the fact that I don't think it's ethical to do on social media, I know who I'm talking to, and I realize that the message won't be positively received if I add a should to something. It's not going to change the behavior. But if I say, look, here are tools based on the physiology, take them or leave them for whatever they're useful to you, it's more tolerable for people to take. So that's why I choose to frame things like that. Not because I'm trying to waffle. I just think it's the most adaptive and responsible way to put things. Emphasis on adaptive.
We'll put a link to that, the video and one pager in the show notes for people. You sent me a list of claims that you believe to be true and consistent. I think that's the wording that you used. I thought we could walk through them. There was 8
Brilliant.
of them.
Let's do it.
Number 1 was ApoB is causal and necessary for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease.
True. It's part of the causal pathway. It's necessary because without it, you won't have... If you have 0 ApoB, you're just not going to get coronary plaque progression.
Can you, in a brief way, explain to someone who's catching ApoB for the first time or has heard us saying it throughout this conversation, but hasn't yet, seen someone kind of differentiate it from LDL cholesterol? Why are we kind of talking about both and interchanging both here?
Right. So ApoB is apolipoprotein, which it constitutes or is part of ApoB-containing lipoprotein particles. So there are particles that float around in the blood, emphasis on the word particles, little spheres, and they include various components, including ApoB. So for each LDL particle, there's one ApoB. So you can think of ApoB as kind of representative of the number of LDL and LDL-like particles. And really, it's particle number that matters more than what LDL cholesterol is, which is the amount of cholesterol, the cholesterol fraction of those particles, which can have, let's say, I think there's maybe debate over the relative atherogenicity of each, but I think Bill said it well in his lecture about like when there's a discrepancy between particle number, which can be represented as ApoB, and LDL cholesterol, the fraction of cholesterol that's in those particles, ApoB is almost always the better marker. So LDL cholesterol historically has been used more, so people talk about it more, but that's the distinction.
It's a good, LDL cholesterol is a good proxy for ApoB a lot of the time, but not always.
Yes. It's like BMI. Like BMI is a good proxy for obesity a lot of the time, but it may not apply as well to an individual. So it's like that.
Yeah, I think Dave asked me what my BMI was, and my BMI is over over 24.
Yeah. I think The Rock is like 34 or something. But yeah.
Okay, so ApoB is causal and it's necessary, but
ApoB containing particles, yeah.
Containing particles are causal and necessary for the development of atherosclerosis, so the laying down of plaque. But number 2 on the list that you sent me was ApoB is necessary but not sufficient for atherosclerosis. So unpack that.
Sufficient means that, not sufficient means that alone it is not enough to drive the disease. And I'm comfortable saying that because that's basically a direct quote from Peter Attia, and basically even everybody else on the conservative side, where they say causal and necessary but not sufficient. It alone cannot drive ASCVD, just like tires are necessary for a car to drive, but they're not sufficient for a car to drive. 4 tires does not make a car.
But I do still see some confusion here. I know Peter Attia has his position, but then if you listen to Bill Cromwell, even in the episode with Dave, or Tom Dayspring, they kind of talk about things like insulin resistance and high blood pressure, high blood glucose as stacking risk factors on top of one another.
Yeah.
But that you can develop atherosclerosis with sort of quote unquote good metabolic health, not being insulin resistant, not having high blood pressure, simply by having high ApoB
alone. That's where things get interesting, and this is where I intentionally play a little bit dumb, because Peter will say ApoB is necessary and causal but not sufficient. And yet people behave like if this is your only elevated risk factor, but if it's high enough, you will develop ASCVD, which, provided when we say sufficient or insufficient, we're just assuming all basic physiology is in place. Like, obviously you need to have blood vessels. If you don't have blood vessels, But it's funny because I have actually observed what appears to be a logical inconsistency in messaging. And I've intentionally let that sit there because I'm waiting for someone else to point it out and have a conversation around it, because Peter is willing to say ApoB is not sufficient to drive CVD. So I think that opens up a conversation and makes us ask the questions like, well, what data do we have? And then he'll do things like go to the FH literature. But I would claim that more is going on there than just having high ApoB, even in children, because you have a broken lipid receptor, which again is different physiology than a metabolic response where, quote, you only have high ApoB, but there's no broken lipid receptor or lipid trafficking system, which is the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype, which is why, or one reason why, it's such a fascinating thing to study with respect to risk, because it's the first ever human condition where there is no known broken lipid metabolism or underlying metabolic dysfunction. So it's the first time, I think, ever we've really isolated ApoB, LDL particles, as a variable to test this question. Is it sufficient?
I think if Dayspring was pushed on this, based on my conversations with him, because I've tried to really get to the core of this, and to my frustration, I'm not sure that I have the answers. No, I think that he would describe ApoB containing lipoproteins as potentially atherogenic. And so we know that ApoB containing lipoproteins are necessary for energy transport. Mm-hmm. And at a certain concentration, what Dayspring and others would describe as physiologic levels, mm-hmm. you don't see atherosclerosis. But then as concentration goes up above some level, let's call it 80 milligrams per deciliter. I don't know how specific we can be there, but the burden of those particles is high enough or great enough such that there are now particles being retained, oxidized, kickstarting that inflammatory cascade. So like I think where I'm getting at there is I think independent of other risk factors, high blood pressure, smoking, all these things that can damage the endothelium, I think that Dayspring's view would be if the concentration gets high enough, you will get more retention of these particles.
So do you think Dayspring would say that above a certain threshold, ApoB is sufficient? With all other parameters being optimal, it's still sufficient?
I think he might, and again, I'm speculating here.
Yeah.
This is not a question. I'm not sure whether we got that specific, but so Peter Attia is saying his view is that it's necessary but not sufficient.
He says that, yeah.
Yeah, but I actually think if you drill down further, maybe with Bill Cromwell and Dayspring, they would agree it's necessary but not sufficient, but at a certain threshold, it might cross over to being sufficient independent of other risk factors.
That's possible, but that's why verbal precision matters. And that's why I think it's a little bit interesting and fun to play dumb, for the reasons that, like, they're saying something that I believe that I don't know if they believe or have fully fleshed out for the average listener. Because I've listened very carefully on this exact point, because I think that there is, this is my opinion, an inherent discrepancy between saying not sufficient, but then saying at a high enough level, you will develop it. And then, again, I will just repeat because it's so important. Lean mass hyperresponders provide a natural experiment of, I think, testing that in a way that it's never been tested before.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to ask Peter where necessary but not sufficient, like what convinced him of that, right? Because that is a phrase that people have taken and run with.
But he says that. So, and then another question I'd ask is, even if you say above a certain threshold it's sufficient, that means it should apply in 100% of cases with no exceptions. So then how do you explain people that we do see? Let's say that they're the extreme outliers. I don't want people to generalize, but we have lean mass hyperresponders who are in their 60s with LDLs of, like, I think, 591, 600, and it's been like that for a decade, and they have a 0 total plaque score. How do you explain that? That's, let's say, an extreme outlier, but if it's fully sufficient,
an extreme outlier, it could be genes. There could be genes that are protecting them against that, but it might be that, generally speaking, for most people,
yes,
it is necessary and sufficient above a certain concentration.
Right. But then again, I get to the question, why? Because one can say, oh, it's just an outlier, it doesn't apply to the general population. And if you want to have that as your conservative clinical messaging, go ahead. But as a scientist, don't you want to know, well, what makes this one person special?
Yeah, well, it's an outlier, like someone who smoked until 100 and they made it to 120.
Fine. I want to know what's special about that person.
Right. It is
scientifically provocative and interesting,
but
shouldn't be over-extrapolated.
And it's possible, but it's not probable, which is
in the general population. It's not probable until you figure out what sets that person apart and leverage the physiological principles for broader application, which is what makes lean mass hyperresponders interesting to me.
Okay, so that was number 2. ApoB is necessary but not sufficient. So let's put an asterisk next to that, that can be something that we commit to exploring.
Great. I love that.
Number 3, commit to staying curious. Number 3, all things being equal, lowering ApoB will tend to lower cardiovascular disease risk. Yeah.
I think this gets to possible versus probable. And I think on the population level, if we say that ApoB-containing lipoprotein particles are necessary and causal, then with respect to the specific outcome of cardiovascular risk, lowering ApoB will tend to lower plaque progression, lower outcome rate, and lower risk with respect to that outcome. Yeah.
Number 4, lowering ApoB isn't needed, quotation marks, for all patients with elevated ApoB, in part because interventions come with trade-offs.
Right.
I think that's provocative. Unpack that.
Yeah, I think that interventions come with trade-offs. They, and the trade-offs will vary based on the individual, based on medication tolerance. And I think I would also include in the idea of trade-offs unknowns with respect to long-term outcomes that we don't have enough data yet to fully assess. And so all I'm trying to point out here is that it's a nice abstraction to say, quote, lower is better with respect to ApoB. But what you're really saying is lower is better with respect to cardiovascular risk. And you're also not taking into account that what is required to do the lowering, because to actually do it in real life is an intervention, and that intervention can have other effects. So an easy example will be the carb add back. And I'll use myself as an example. Adding back carbs would lower my ApoB. Adding back Oreos lowers my ApoB. And let's even say that reduces cardiovascular risk. But if I do that for enough time without, exogenous ketotic support, I will have an ulcerative colitis flare and end up in the ICU. And that is the downside for me.
That's irrespective of the type of carbohydrate containing food that you reintroduce.
For me, yeah, in terms of, what lowers. But again, that gets to the point is like different carbohydrates will have different health impacts overall, but probably will have similar effects on my ApoB. So it's a matter of missing the forest for the trees when we say lower is better, because you're only focusing on a single variable that you've modified and a single outcome. But the intervention to modify that variable affects other things or can affect other things. And because the benefit in each patient, the absolute benefit, depending on who that patient is, varies, the benefits you're going to get and the costs associated with the intervention are going to vary patient to patient. So I think it's kind of arrogant to assume for all patients they need intervention. It needs to be a discussion between them and their clinician, but it's highly individual because everybody's coming with different metabolic contexts, family histories, genetic load, comorbidities, sensitivities to medication, sensitivities to other interventions. So I don't think it's controversial to say not every patient needs therapy now.
Do you think it's fair to say that within the low carbohydrate world, there is a fair degree of resistance against lipid-lowering medications like statins?
As a generality in the population, yes.
Why do you think that is? And is it fair? Where I'm getting at is, I agree with you that we should consider trade-offs. I often wonder whether, when it comes to lipid-lowering drugs, whether we're overestimating some of the trade-offs. And I think that because when I look at the literature, looking at the nocebo effect of statins, for example.
No, I definitely think it's overblown. I've stated that before in terms of fear around lipid-lowering medications. But I think, this is my perception from being pretty entrenched and exposed to the low-carb community, is that where this position, irrespective of where it arose from, the reason it gets cemented is because of denialism that there are any downsides. The simplistic statements that are patronizing to people, like lower is better, and then wanting to sweep under the rug the fact that there are effects. I think.
So you think that would be better if it was lower as tolerated is better?
Lower as tolerated is better, or taken within a particular context, or with respect to CVD outcomes. And let's also acknowledge there are risks, but now let's quantify them. I think people are afraid of giving an inch in the idea that people will take a mile, but in not giving that inch, people are aware of what that inch is, and then they, make the mountain into a molehill. Sorry to cross analogies, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you say, no, you're being silly, there are no side effects of taking statins.
Yeah.
When clearly there are some.
Yeah.
But
you quantify them. And
you lose that person's trust.
Exactly.
As soon as you misrepresent the reality.
Yeah. So I think acknowledging that they're here, but quantifying them on a patient-by-patient basis, saying, here's the benefit you're going to get, let's measure it up, and compare that to the side effect. And
so there's problems with both sides. If you're saying there's no risks, but then also if you're overestimating and creating unnecessary fear, then people who do try these drugs are more likely to experience side effects.
I'll give you another example with Ozempic, which is the new blockbuster weight loss drug. And if patients, I've seen this happen, if patients are told there'll be very minimal side effects aside from GI complications, and then a patient reads on the internet that there's a connection to thyroid cancer, they go back to their doctors why didn't you tell me about this? There's now a lost trust. The thing that wasn't discussed is, the way it could have been broached is, look, there is this connection, but the probability that will happen is very, very low, and it tends to only be in people with a personal or family history of a rare cancer called medullary thyroid cancer, or a syndrome called multiple endocrine neoplasia. So the absolute risk is very low, and it tends to occur in these populations, which is not relevant to you. But let's put this on the table and then quantify it as really tiny, and maybe not something that it's functional to be afraid of, but it's there. Ignoring that it's there then allows for a handhold for the generation of mistrust and the exploitation of that obscuring of reality by people who want the confirmation bias, who want to make the claims statins are bad. Because if you say lower is better, and then give the impression or double down on there are no downsides, emphasis on no, then people can rightly cite literature that there actually are some consequences. And then what gets lost is the relative pro and con, because with any intervention, almost any intervention, there's potential iatrogenic side effects or downsides or unknowns even. But if they're brushed under the rug and people are meant to feel like they're being protected or denied that information, then trust is lost and they're going to want to distance themselves. Where I think it makes more sense, in my opinion, to say, here's the reality. Let's quantify it and have an adult discussion. I think that brings people more to a moderate middle and allows people to make more informed and rational decisions.
So that's a very similar conversation or context to hormone replacement therapy post-menopause.
Yeah.
Because there is some research that in certain populations, certain hormones can increase the risk of hormone-dependent cancers.
Yeah.
So there's certain people that have a history of those cancers where hormone replacement therapy is contraindicated.
Yeah.
But then for people without that history, it can be indicated and be net positive.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you see people getting very confused, being unsure if they should be taking hormone replacement therapy because they see online, blogs and people talking about the fact that HRT will increase risk of breast cancer and assuming that information applies to them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's where you shine the light. And it's also then taking into account every individual patient context. Do you have a family history of this particular condition and how is risk impacted by this intervention? So what is your baseline level of worry or predisposition to something and how is it affected? And what is your, to the same effect as if you're more vulnerable to the thing that is being targeted by the intervention. So let's go back to lipid-lowering therapy. If I have a severe family history, let's take even without quantifying them, the effect of statins on insulin resistance and diabetes, which, they can potentially increase insulin resistance and predispose to diabetes a little bit, and then cardiovascular disease, against which let's say they're protective. If I have a very severe history of cardiovascular disease in my family, and predisposing factors, and no one in my family has ever had diabetes, that's a different scenario than if I have no family history of cardiovascular disease, no plaque on a CCTA, and a very high family history of diabetes, if that makes sense. It's like individual patient context, family histories, comorbidities, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I've seen that about type 2 diabetes. That's different to populations with type 2 diabetes.
True.
I'm pretty sure the evidence is pretty clear that lipid-lowering medications for people with type 2 diabetes reduces mortality.
That's my impression.
Okay, number 5. Lower ApoB can associate with higher or cause mortality.
I think you need to read 6 as well, because this is one that we're going to dig into a little bit.
6 is lowering ApoB can potentially reduce or cause mortality and or health span.
You want to read them again as a pair?
So number 5, lower ApoB can associate with higher or cause mortality.
Mm-hmm.
And number 6, lowering ApoB can potentially reduce or cause mortality and or health span.
Right. I'm going to draw a little bit out here and then hope to represent some information I got from Bill Cromwell. I'm going to kind of start from a different point, and we'll circle back to those 2 points at the end. But
is this bringing us to the part of the conversation between Dave Feldman and Bill Cromwell about all-cause mortality?
Yeah, it is. So let's start with kind of like a node of just the topic of all-cause mortality, ACM, and ApoB. And I want to make 2 separate points that are going to link together. Point 1 is the idea of a signal-to-noise ratio. And I'll get back to what that means in just a minute, because that's where I'm going to start. And then point 2 has to do with the distinction between non-fatal and fatal events. So some coronary events kill you, some don't, non-fatal and fatal. Those are the 2 points. Now, signal-to-noise ratio, what does that mean?
Before you go into that, can I read out Dave's quote just
Sure.
to kind of jog people's memory?
Sure.
And if they didn't catch it, they'll know what we're talking about. So Dave It's Dave Feldman. He said, actually, I would hypothesize that if somebody were a lean mass hyperresponder and they took every step possible to lower their LDL and ApoB, they would likely have a lower outcome chance of, say, dying of cardiovascular disease. So in other words, if what I wanted to do was to be less likely to die of cardiovascular disease, I would take steps to lower my LDL and ApoB as much as possible.
Right.
Which a lot of people like Ethan Weiss thought was a new position of Dave's. Continuing the quote, but obviously I'm phrasing it that way on purpose because I don't know if there's not a trade-off that, in fact, I'm increasing my chance of cancer or infection or other things that are associated with low LDL. And that opened up this part of the conversation where Dave was essentially saying he's not sure if lowering ApoB, even though it could be beneficial from a cardiovascular disease mortality point of view, changes your lifespan or if it reduces all-cause mortality.
Right. And this is where we're going to have a little bit of fun because just now a lecture was posted by Bill Cromwell. It's like 48 hours old. I watched it and something clicked in it for me, and I haven't actually discussed it with Dave. So I'm going to take his quote and actually take it a step further with respect to those 2 points. You'll see where I get to in a minute. But basically, I'd agree with everything Dave said. I'm just going to take it a little step further. So returning to our kind of 2 points, signal-to-noise ratio and fatal versus non-fatal. Starting to signal-to-noise ratio, what I mean by that, the analogy we were trying to think of on me and Simon before we started is if you imagine kind of like a pebble being dropped in a still pond, you see a ripple. But if you throw that pebble into like white water, you're not going to see the ripple. There's presumably still a ripple. There's just a much stronger signal behind it such that it's obscured. So that's what signal-to-noise ratio is. And so if we say the signal is the effect of ApoB on mortality, if there's something more powerful that's behind it, the white water, you're not going to see the signal. So it's overcome by the noise. Now, the question is, what is the noise? What is the thing that is more powerful with respect to all-cause mortality? And that's what Bill's lecture was all about, which is metabolic vulnerability, which now is starting to be quantified. Now, the thing about metabolic vulnerability, which has to do with let's say a combination of malnutrition, inflammation. It's like a malnutrition inflammation complex syndrome. You don't need to know what that means, but basically the idea is there's an underlying metabolic dysfunction that you're not going to be able to capture in a single marker. You need to look for patterns. So that's why you have multi-markers. And one is called MVX. Stands for it's a metabolic vulnerability score. I'm going to say what it is included in it, and then if that goes above your head, just put a pin in it and ignore that, and we'll get back to MVX, which is glyc-A, which is a systemic inflammation marker, small LDL particle count, citrate, and then 3 different branched chain amino acids, valine, leucine, and isoleucine. So that's what it composes of. We can link the Otvos paper. Put that aside for now in the back of your mind. We'll return to the idea that there is this marker that is an excellent predictor of mortality. So in the paper that he references that I read, Otvos et al., what they do is they use 2 independent cohorts and then identify this marker and find that people with worse metabolic vulnerability scores have much higher mortality over a 5-year time frame. And the key thing is, it's such a powerful score that it is more powerful than typical factors, not only than cholesterol, but then things like age, which you think age would be a pretty good predictor of death. But this metabolic vulnerability score is better at predicting death than age or any of the other common markers. So bottom line is, it's probably what's most important in predicting death, and therefore constitutes the noise. And if there's something else that might be relevant, might have some relevance, it might create ripples, but the noise, in the water behind it is too much, then you're not going to see the signal. So then you won't see the signal of ApoB on mortality very easily, or it might not fully represent, let's say, reality. So the takeaway here is there are more important things than ApoB for death.
And that was why Bill was saying he didn't think it was that important to see an increase in lifespan in people with genetically low ApoB.
In part. So this circles around to the idea that MVX, metabolic vulnerability, is great for predicting death for predicting, sorry if I'm talking slow, I'm writing out here, death, but it is terrible at predicting non-fatal coronary events. So the key thing here is that the drivers of fatal and non-fatal events are actually distinct. They have distinct predictors. Metabolic vulnerability, which, and keep in mind, this was a 2023 paper, and so these markers are still being developed and characterized. I'll get back to the recency relevance in a minute. But is great at predicting fatal outcomes, but not non-fatal outcomes. And non-fatal outcomes do matter. So there is the element, now two elements, of signal-to-noise ratio. It might be an unfair bar to look for all-cause mortality with respect to ApoB, even despite the fact that cardiovascular disease is a leading killer. Because there are a lot of other killers as well, and not all events will kill you. But the events that don't kill you still matter. If you have a stroke and you become physically impaired, you're not dead. I think it still matters.
So you think all-cause mortality is setting the bar too high?
I think it could be. I think not seeing a signal there does not make the marker not important. And I think Bill would certainly agree. And I think, ApoB can be a predictor of non-fatal events, and the signal on all-cause mortality might not be that strong, and that's okay. It's fair to acknowledge there are more important things with respect to death, and that will potentially obscure the effect of ApoB on death, if there even is one.
Can I read out a paragraph from, this is a paper that was published in Circulation.
Sure.
I sent this to you. I think you had seen it before. A cardiologist that was listening to my conversation with Dave and Bill sent me this. And the paper, and I'll put in the show notes, was titled, "Should a reduction in all-cause mortality be the goal when assessing preventative medical therapies?" And there's this paragraph here that says, "Cardiovascular therapeutics should aim to reduce mortality, but it is not necessary to demonstrate a reduction in all-cause mortality when assessing them. It is in general misguided to attempt to demonstrate such an effect because it is too crude a measure of either benefit or harm. Results are dominated by causes of death unrelated to the intervention. The signal-to-noise ratio is low."
Yeah.
Most effective interventions in public health and preventive medicine that have together led to substantial improvements in life expectancy would not have been introduced had policymakers required direct evidence of an impact on all-cause mortality.
Right. You did send that to me, and it was very gratifying to receive it, because I think after your conversation with Bill and Dave, we were having a back and forth, and you had a philosophy on what Bill said, and I had a slightly different one. And I think I said signal-to-noise ratio, and then you sent that to me. I was like, yes, validated. But anyway, I want to get back to the 2 points that you read out, which were that ApoB can have there can be a J-shaped association between all-cause mortality and ApoB, whereby lower ApoB is associated with higher all-cause mortality, and lowering ApoB can still actually reduce all-cause mortality, which I'm going to get to now. So at the end of Bill's lecture, which I watched yesterday, and then read the paper, I think it was by Lee et al. In Frontiers in something cardiovascular medicine, but a 2022 paper, and I'll get back to why 2022 is important in a moment. But I think it was their figure 5. It was a Chinese cohort, and they were looking at the paradox of ApoB and all-cause mortality. And I think it was figure 5A is the unadjusted model, which I'm drawing it now, but I'll kind of describe it, which on the x-axis, there's ApoB level. On the y-axis, let's just say death, all-cause mortality. And you have this J-shaped curve whereby at lower ApoB levels, there's more death. And people could see that and say, okay, look, lower ApoB is actually worse. This is an association, but lower ApoB is worse for outcomes in terms of death.
You see that claim all the time.
You do. And I understand why people will be led to believe that. But if we go back to this idea that metabolic vulnerability and markers of metabolic dysfunction are more important, then you have to think, okay, maybe there are some confusing covariates here that are obscuring a signal on ApoB that we could see if we accounted for metabolic irregularity. So just to kind of put a pin on that in tangent a little bit, a point Bill makes in his discussion about metabolic and malnutrition inflammatory syndromes is that, in people who are very, very sick, we tend to see, for lack of a better term, because I can't think of a better term right now, paradoxical associations between health markers and outcomes. So if somebody's really sick, higher BMI tends to be protective. Low BMI, you're more likely to die. Higher blood pressure, more protective. Lower blood pressure, you're more likely to die. So at these lower levels, you might see a change in the relationships between markers that we tend to put value judgments on, lower BMI better than higher BMI, et cetera, et cetera. But what they did in this paper, and if you go to the paper and we can link it, there are figures 5A and 5D, I think, because I was literally reading this on the Uber on the way here. So take this with somewhat of a grain of salt, but I thought it was really brilliant. What they show is if you adjust for nutritional factors, you have this J-shaped curve, but then you do the adjustment for, let's say it's a proxy from the MVX, because remember the MVX score was developed a year after this paper came out. But when you adjust for that, this J-shaped curve with ApoB, let's take a similar graph, ApoB on the x-axis and all-cause mortality on the y-axis, it goes from the J to this line, whereby lower ApoB does associate with lower all-cause mortality. And the reason the juxtaposition or the transformation of these two graphs is so freaking important and relates to the bullet points that we read out is this can be true. Two things can be true at once, where you have lower ApoB associating with higher all-cause mortality. Why is that? Because there's something else here going on with respect to metabolic vulnerability. But if you control for metabolic vulnerability, then kind of look, you reduce the noise and the signal to noise ratio, then you see this relationship whereby lower ApoB does associate on a population scale, not necessarily individuals, with lower all-cause mortality. And now going to the abstraction of, quote, lower is better. If you imagine lowering this marker in an individual whereby that individual has their metabolic vulnerability set, then they're operating on this curve, the straight line, not the J curve, at an individual level. That's a really important nuance because at the individual level, this might be more relevant than that. And this is me trying to make the Steelman argument. But I think it was one of those moments if people look at my terrible... Actually, I guess I'm going to be a good doctor because my handwriting is crap. But
what's the take-home point there?
I think the take-home point is articulate... Well, the two take-home points. Or several take-home points. I'm not even going to limit myself because now I'm going to go through a list. All-cause mortality is a high bar that is not necessarily fair to use to evaluate the value of lowering ApoB. That there are fatal and non-fatal cardiovascular events, and that both matter, but the things that drive each, the things that predict each are distinct. So metabolic vulnerability, great at predicting what kills you, not great at predicting what doesn't kill you. What doesn't kill you still matters. And that while there is potentially an inverse association between ApoB and all-cause mortality, when you also account for metabolic vulnerability, you end up with a different vision of what's going on, where you see the ripples of ApoB and you see this straight line, which can be more relevant potentially on an individual level if you assume their metabolic vulnerability is fixed. Now, I want to add to that the Lee paper doesn't use the MVX score because the Lee paper was 2022. They use another marker of nutrition status, which I think is even more crude. And MVX was developed a year later. So literally on the Uber on the way here, I asked Bill, would it be fair to say, in your opinion, that if the Lee et al. Paper were replicated in a different cohort, let's say a bigger cohort or the same cohort, but you used the MVX score, you'd see the same transformation? He said yes. And I said, do you think it will be better with MVX? And he said yes as well. So the reason I highlight that is because these are obviously very nuanced conversations, and putting dates on these, 2022, 2023, you can see that the way we're looking at this and studying it is currently evolving. So this is, we're in the process of learning and we haven't necessarily arrived. But I think really, if you take nothing else away from the spiel, juxtaposing these two graphs from the Lee paper, 5A and 5D, and looking at the J curve and looking at the straight line, and the fact that both of these things can be true at the same time, depending on what angle you're looking at, I think is really interesting.
Is this essentially speaking, when you do that adjustment,
yeah,
you are removing the likelihood of reverse causality. Is that what we're seeing here? Where we're at low ApoB with the J-shaped curve, there's increased risk of all-cause mortality, but that can be explained by reverse causality in that whether it's malnutrition or different metabolic states like cancer that are causing that lowering in ApoB versus the low ApoB causing the increase in mortality.
I think I'm going to say I'm not comfortable saying reverse causality, which is a very specific thing. What I'd say is there's more going on that isn't being accounted for. That at these lower levels, there are potentially more confounders that are leading towards death. This is the fact that I said no and then said what I said might be confusing to some people. Let's just chalk it up to like trying to be very verbally precise and not getting called out on what I just said. So reverse causality is a slightly different claim, but I would say that what's going on here in the J-shaped curve, it might be more informative to account for what is more important with respect to death, which is metabolic vulnerability. And if you do that, then you see a different picture.
Yeah, so essentially it doesn't seem to be that it's the low ApoB that's increasing the risk of mortality. It's other things that are coming side by side or at the same time or associated with that low ApoB.
Yeah, probably. And with that said, I want to make a couple other points. One is that what Dave said is still true, because this juxtaposition of 5A and 5D, the J-shaped curve versus the line, is again just talking to this isolated variable. But with interventions in a real patient context at the individual level, I come back to interventions can come with downsides. So the question one is, what are the downsides in a given individual and what are you optimizing for? One thing I said before we started recording is one thing that really got to me from Wednesday, today now being Friday, is when, and you probably could tell I was a little bit, not flabbergasted, but just like flustered about how to respond properly, is when you asked me, is the fact that I'm public about my profile and not treating my high LDL potentially sending a wrong message. I think I replied as well as I could with my point of view.
A mixed message.
Mixed message. What did I just say?
Wrong message.
Wrong message. Yeah, mixed message. I've been trying to be as clear as possible about why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I think it comes down to, what I'm optimizing for right now. And I might have even said it this way, and I think I might have, but I'll double down on that. Like, look, I can very comfortably get excited about these data and look at 5D and the inverse relationship, the relationship between, not the inverse relationship, the relationship between ApoB and all-cause mortality, and say this is cool, this might be relevant at a population scale, and at the same time say I'm not sure what benefit I would accrue from particular treatments right now, and right now I'm not optimizing to live to 150. Maybe I'll change my tone in 30 years. I'm optimizing for getting through my next day of medical school.
Hypothetical.
Yes.
What if there was a compound, a lipid-lowering compound that you could take that brought your ApoB down from, I'm assuming your ApoB is at 400, 300?
Some tests, usually the tests are like above threshold to detect. Yeah.
Right, it's very high. Let's just say it's so high that they can't measure it. But if theoretically or hypothetically, you could take a compound that brought your ApoB down to 60 with no side effects, would you do that?
Sure. Yes. I'm not even going to qualify it.
What do you think about Dave's, part of Dave's statement was, I'm not sure if there's a trade-off, in fact, that I'm increasing my chance of cancer or infection.
That I'm going to I will put a pin in and say we need to have a part 2, because I think Dave has a lot of thoughts about the role of ApoB-containing particles in immunity and might have done more homework on that topic, and I don't want to misrepresent it.
Right. I guess
an area where I'm...
What I was trying to get to, because that might even sound like a contradiction to the hypothetical. My hypothetical is that there's a compound you can take that'll bring your ApoB down to 60. There'll be no acute side effects. But would you take it, despite Dave's opinion, for example, on LDL weakening the immune system, increasing risk of cancer. You've just addressed it there, that you would want to unpack that further.
Yeah, I would say that there probably still are unknowns, and I'm not going to rule out the possibility that I might have some, and I'm going to be very clear, not rule out the possibility that there might be a relative benefit on some other outcome of having relatively higher ApoB. But based on what I've seen in the literature so far, I think, again, this is risk-benefit analysis, that if there was that theoretical thing that could do what you just suggested, I think for me, the benefits would outweigh the risks. So yes, if there were no acute side effects on my functionality.
I think Tom Dayspring might ask you if you've tried bempedoic acid.
I think he's going to have to ask me in person.
Okay, number 7. Lean mass hyperresponders represent unique physiological causes of high ApoB, and underlying physiology may impact absolute risk.
Yes. This is the soapbox I've been trying to get on the entire time and get back on. But I think we now can approach that from a different angle, which is, we talked before about the JAMA Cardiology paper, the fact that even when LDL is similar, monogenic FH, polygenetic FH, and high LDL without underlying genetic cause have different, outcomes. And we don't know where LDL sits on that spectrum of risk and with respect to the general population. So we don't know the absolute risk of the LMHR profile. And I'd like to then, analogize it to what's going on here with metabolic vulnerability. It's like this score, this MVX score that I talked about, I said we needed a multi-marker. Bill says we need a multi-marker because you see in the patterns, you see in the composite, some sort of underlying truth about the physiology there. So in here, the metabolic vulnerability score, it's glyc A along with small HDL particle number. That is a subscore, and then another subscore is citrate and the 3 branched chain amino acids. Then you multiply those and you get the metabolic vulnerability score for some sort of synergy interaction. And none of those individually operates as well as them as a composite, because the pattern, it's not that the low citrate or the high citrate or BCAAs are themselves doing something. It's that they are representing something going on.
It's a signature.
It's a thumbprint, a signature. And the LMHR triad is the same thing. So this is an example of where I think Peter gets a little bit confused about what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying is, he said people think high HDL and low triglycerides are protective. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the LMHR profile is a signature of unique physiology. And the physiology informs the outcome. It's like the metabolic vulnerability informing death. And then you account for that, you see a different relationship. It's the same thing, LMHR triad. It's telling us something about the physiology. And when you account for that, are you going to see a different pattern? I have every reason to assume the pattern will be different. I just don't know what it looks like, but I want to find out. Does that make sense? And I don't know why that's a controversial thing to say, that the physiology of LMHR may inform the outcome, and we don't know what the absolute risk is, which is incredibly important, again, because while there might be, if you look at this now, slope here of the ApoB on all-cause mortality, if you say this is one population, this slope, now I'm drawing a really steep slope, is very different than this slope. So if LMHR are operating on this slope and an intervention has a particular risk, these are different considerations in an individual context. The shallow slope with respect to ApoB and all-cause mortality, and the steep slope. And so you can't just say lower is better, because it's like saying a gecko and Godzilla are both lizards. They are, but they're different threats.
And that speaks to number 8 on the list. In lean mass hyperresponders, as a specific subpopulation, the absolute benefits of lowering ApoB are unknown, and more information is needed to better tailor individual care.
That.
What do you think? Did we cover everything else that you wanted to get to? I think we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I am excited to see how people, the response to your conversation with Bill and Dave was just so positive. I'm hoping it'll be a similar response to this marathon. How long are we going total now? Have we hit 5 hours?
I mean, today, this is around an hour and a half plus. Yeah, we're nearly at 5 hours. So
were there any,
I
were
need
there
to
any
let you
kicks
go.
and giggles that topics we want to talk about? Protein or eating bugs or?
Are we doing
I don't
this
know.
just to break the 5 hour mark at this point? Is anyone still listening?
We're determining who the loyalists are.
How can we test that?
How can we test if anybody is
If
still
someone's
listening?
listening right now, what do we want them to write in the YouTube comments?
What do you want them to write in the YouTube comments? I don't know.
Come up with a word. What's
with
a word that describes our conversation?
Superfragic. I can't talk anymore.
Curious. What about curious?
Curious. Okay, curious. I think there was a call for us to do a push-up competition. Are we going to do that? Or and then have some proteins.
Actually,
I'll have a
comment with push-ups, and Nick and I will try and get together and raise some money. We'll add the total number of push-ups that each of us can do. How much do we want to raise for each push-up?
What do you think people will be up for?
How many push-ups can you do?
Do you know what my record is?
I really should have looked this up before I committed to getting myself involved.
No. So the backstory, I'll just preface this because I'm going to oversell myself, is medical school has not been good to my fitness. But I had a thing in high school that started when I was 13 where I would do push-up-a-thons. We used to have fitness tests for school. There's actually a video of me at 13 you can look up. I can send it to you afterwards. But and I had asked my gym teacher what the push-up record was for the school, and I decided I wanted to break it. It was 72. The way we did it was 3-second military-style cadence, just standard push-ups, 90-degree elbows. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to break that. So I would train before school. I'd just do sets of increasing volume interspersed between reading photosynthesis textbook. But freshman year, I did 240. And then by senior year, 427, which at the time I think was the mass record. So that took a little over 20 minutes.
That's impressive.
So
what are we going to raise money for?
I don't know. WWF? That's what I used to do in...
WWF.
Yeah.
We could do that.
I used to have a baking club, Baking for Bears. We'd raise money by selling... we mostly sold 7-layer bars, which is like the most sugar... They're like the things with like the multiple kinds of chocolates, and you put the like sweetened condensed milk on top and bake it.
It is ironic, your passion for baking.
It's really ironic. If you want to hear something really pathetic, this like everybody will just hear this and go like, "Aw." Is I still love to bake, but I have no sweet tooth, and I also can't eat what I bake. But I'll just do it and then give it away. So like one project we have this summer, me and my girlfriend, is to learn to make like a bunch of fancy cheesecakes, and so we can like entertain. But actually, it was last Saturday. Me and Cameron, who she said she was going to come back and listen to the end of this because she was sitting for the first 3.5 hours. So she's a trooper, but I'm like, what do we want to do a couple Saturdays ago? And we decided we wanted to make cheesecake. And she's like, you can't eat cheesecake. I'm like, but I really want to make it. So it was very sad.
That sounds like torture.
We were sitting there making cheesecake, and I'm just looking at it, and she enjoyed it. And she's like, you don't want any? I'm like, I can't have any, but this is really fun to make. So I actually still love to bake. And yeah, people can call me a hypocrite, but a summer project is we're going to learn to make a bunch of really nice cheesecakes for entertainment purposes. And I still like to bake. I think a point I'd make on that is you only see one face of any person on social media. And there's, for me, the scientific, the clinical, and the personal when it comes to food. And all of those things, they're overlapping, but they're distinct. So I'm not a sugar Nazi in the kitchen or at home. And, I think there is a fun cultural and social aspect to cooking. So yes, I will make normal cheesecake with my girlfriend, and it'll be an enjoyable process. And I'll pathetically sit there and just watch her enjoy it and not have any myself. And I don't think that undermines my credibility on Twitter. And if you want to unfollow me for that, then go ahead. But yeah, isn't that pathetic?
No, I think it, to your point there about the human, the personal side of it, I think that can get lost on people. There's a person behind every X account that's out there, and I can certainly say it's been nice, spending this time with you and getting to chat about science, but getting to kind of know your story better. So thanks for hanging out. This has been fun.
This has been a lot of fun. I can't wait for round 2.
Yeah. Gosh,
round table.
How many hours can we do? Yeah, maybe round 2 is a round table with Dayspring, Cromwell, yourself, Feldman, Tia, whoever we can kind of rope in.
That would be a lot of fun. But I can go for 10 hours. I'm good at endurance feats. I've also crutched the Boston Marathon.
You have?
In 2014, yeah. The story there was 2013 was the bombings, the terrorist bombings, and I grew up in Boston, so I always wanted to do the marathon. It was like my favorite sporting event, and so 14 was a very big year, especially after the bombings, and also it was the first year I could actually run, because to run a major you need to be 18, and I turned 18 just before that race, so I actually qualified by running Providence, the Providence Marathon, when I was 17 for the 2014 Boston Marathon. But then I had a tibial fracture a few weeks out. So I asked the race director, Dave McGilvery, if I could crutch it. I needed special permission because they wouldn't let you bring anything bigger than like a small handbag size thing on the course. But yeah, then 2014 was 26.2 miles on crutches. It was a long day. It was a fun day.
Snarly.
Yeah. My mom got in trouble with all her friends for letting me do it. But not medically recommended. But point being, I'm good for a 10-hour podcast.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. If people are still listening and they're commenting with, what is it, curious or push-ups, and they enjoyed this 5-hour deep dive into lean mass hyperresponders and their lipid energy model, then we can give them more.
This has been a lot of fun. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I hope I delivered, and I hope I delivered to Bill on representing some of his excellent ideas. You should all go watch his 45-minute lecture at COSI, where he does a better job explaining the all-cause mortality relationship. But I think that was if you could follow that and take something out of that, then you are a smart cookie. A smart
Thanks,
Oreo
Nick.
cookie.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
There you have it, friends. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did and want to stay up to date with future episodes, be sure to hit that subscribe button on YouTube and follow on Apple or Spotify. Finally, thank you for showing up and the effort that you're making to take control of your health. I look forward to hanging out with you again in the next episode.